Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President, I table documents pursuant to statute and return to order as shown on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Steele-John.
President, pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the Community Affairs Legislation Committee's inquiry into the NDIS bill. We have heard from the community that this bill will do harm and that there has not been enough time for scrutiny. We need another inquiry, and the Greens today move to set up another inquiry. This will give the community more time, provide more evidence, build more pressure to defeat this bill, to scrap it. I want to say thank you to everyone who shared their experience of navigating the NDIS, their concern, their outrage at this bill, with the inquiry that has just concluded. I want to thank you all for your effort, your energy, your emotional labour. You were so staunch, so courageous. You should not have had to disclose the things that you shared with us. You shouldn't have had to spend your own money and time trying to persuade parliamentarians of your basic rights to the basic supports you need to live. But you met the moment. You put the work in. You forced members of Parliament across this place from both parties to listen to the realities of what this legislation would do to disabled people. The campaign, the pressure we are building together is working. This bill is losing momentum, losing support. It remains friendless. The only advocates it has in this place are the government that created it and that are trying to use it to greedily rob disabled people and our families of the funds that we need so that they can meet their budgetary targets. And why? Because they don't have the guts to tax the gas exporters, to tax the big corporations, to make the billionaires pay their fair share. And because of their gutlessness, we as disabled people pay the price. Yeah. Well, no more. Not while the Greens are in this place. We have secured an additional 8-week inquiry into this legislation. 8 weeks of scrutiny, advocacy, evidence, opportunity to build the campaign to have this bill chucked in the bin. I know that already so many have given so much to this effort. and it is being asked of you at a time when you are already pushed to almost the brink of endurance. There are more hearings now to come, and every experience shared is incredibly powerful. If you can, get involved. Give evidence, organise, protest, agitate. And to all politicians listening to this debate, let me say this. When this sitting of Parliament finishes and people return to their electorates, take the stories and evidence that have been given to you by disabled people, our families and organisations. Go back to your parties, go back to your power brokers and tell them about the harms this legislation will do. Tell them about the impact that disabled people have shared with you, about what it will mean for us to no longer be able to get into our communities, to socialise, to be able to get out of bed in the morning, to be able to keep our jobs, to be able to keep supporting our kids to go to school. What it would mean for us to live with a perpetual sword swinging above our heads, wielded by a government which at any time might seek to balance their books by further cutting our social and community participation supports. Go back and tell them that message and return to this Parliament with open ears to actually address the needs of disabled people and our families and to fix the NDIS.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I move that the motion be now put.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now put the suspension motion as moved by Senator Steele-John. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No, division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension motion as moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call Senator Steele-John.
Yes. Yep. Thanks, President. I move a motion relating to the Community Affairs Legislation Committee's inquiry into the NDIS bill, that it may be moved immediately, have precedence over all other business, and be determined without amendment or debate.
Minister Wong.
I move that the motion be now put.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now put the motion as moved by Senator Steele-John. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the hours of meeting and routine of business for this sitting period.
Is leave granted? No. Leave is not granted, Senator Wong.
Pursuant to contingent notice, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to the hours of meeting and routine of business for this sitting period to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
Order. Order. So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the door. So the question is that the suspension motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move. The closure motion, beg your pardon, as put by Minister Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now put the suspension motion. So the question is that the motion to suspend... anyway, that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension of standing orders be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I move that a motion relating to the hours of meeting and return of business for this sitting period may be moved immediately and determined without amendment or debate, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Yeah. So the question now is that the procedural motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the procedure motion be agreed to. Those of that, the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
I move the motion as circulated.
So the question is, the motion as moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Noes have it. Division required. No. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Little as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Cash.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And Australia, guess what you've just witnessed? The dirtiest of dirty deals between the Albanese government and the Australian Greens to kill off aspiration in Australia. Gone are the days of the great Australian dream. It didn't matter who you were or where you came from. You know, if you did the right thing, if you worked hard, you saved your money, guess what? You could actually get ahead in Australia. But the deal that has just gone through, and shame on the government for dealing with the Australian Greens, because we all know the Australian Greens, my goodness, they have never seen a tax they didn't like and then doubled it. And that is what we have just seen. The government has just done a dirty deal to set up in expedited fashion the passage of some of the most regressive tax reforms that this country has ever seen. To all those young people out there who thought, you know, I'd save hard, I'd open an account, I'd put money away so that I could get a deposit on my home. Well, guess what? The deal has just been done for Mr Albanese to step in and take up to 47% of it. So to every young person out there, I give you this commitment on behalf of a future coalition government. On day one of a future coalition government, we will bring in the legislation to get rid of these toxic taxes. Why? Because we believe in you. We believe that your hard work should mean that you can save money to put away to buy a deposit for a home. We believe that if you're a business in this country, unlike the Albanese government who have the audacity to say to you, stay small. Stay small, and guess what? These changes won't have much an effect on you. What an insult to every man and woman in this country, to every young person who's ever had a dream to open their own business, to be an entrepreneur and to say, you know, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to build this business up, I'm going to employ people, I'm going to pay my taxes. And, you know, maybe one day when I sell that business through blood, sweat and tears that I've built up, maybe I'll have a bit of money left over to actually see me into the next phase of my life. Well, not under the dirty deal that's just gone through, because Australia, what you have just witnessed is Mr Albanese saying, I am the Prime Minister that is officially going to end aspiration in this country. I am the Prime Minister who, we're not allowed, colleagues, the bad news is we can't use the word lie or liar in the Australian Senate. So I would invite the Australian people, if you've been told 50 times before the election, to the point where the Prime Minister used to snap at journalists, how dare they ask him, if you are elected, will you change negative gearing? No. If you are elected, will you change capital gains tax treatment? No. And then guess what? He's changed his mind. And the bad news for Mr Albanese is this. Every time you stand up now, the Australian people see a man who, whenever you open your mouth, you could say the sky is blue. And do you know what I'd say, colleagues? Go out and check it. Because you see, this is a man who, it does not matter what he says. It does not matter what comes out of his mouth. Be careful, Australia. He'll just change his position. He'll just change his position. And Australia, you'll sit there saying, but hey, hold on, 50 times before the election, I was told by Mr Albanese that if I voted for him, he wouldn't touch negative gearing. I'd have the same advantage that he had in building up his property portfolio, $4.3 million home he's bought, plus all of the others, because he could utilise the negative gearing. But Mr Albanese, in good socialist fashion, is going to deny other Australians the right to build up a property portfolio so they too can buy a $4.3 million home. That is gone. And as for capital gains tax, God help any Australian under the Albanese Labor government who actually wants to be aspirational. Because Mr Albanese has made sure that with the vote that has today gone through the Australian Senate, as of the end of this week, any hope of aspiration, you growing your business and being a success without the government stepping in and taking up to 47%, that is now gone. Shame on Labor, shame on the Greens. Day one of a Taylor government, these taxes are being axed.
I call the clerk.
Government Business Orders today. Number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform Number 1, Bill 2026 and a related bill. Debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator Chandler.
Senator Hanson, in continuation.
Well, here we go again, a litany of broken promises. A blatant tax grab worth $77 billion, a two-day inquiry stacked with Labor's friends and sycophants to rubber stamp it. Assurances made more than 50 times that negative gearing and capital gains would not be touched. An embarrassing backflip, carving out a few token concessions worth less than $500 million. And an out-of-touch lying Labor government intent on remaking Australia in its broken Marxist image.
Senator Hanson,
That's
I
the real
will
story.
remind you of your language in this place. It's one thing to run particular language outside of this chamber, but I'll ask you to mind your language in here, please.
It's not a personal reflection. It's not a personal reflection on anyone.
Please continue, Senator Hanson.
That's the real story of this appalling budget. The Prime Minister has claimed his budget is a response to a rise in populism in Australia. At the Economic Summit hosted by Sky News and The Australian this month, he said, If people think the economy isn't working for them and they're working their guts out and they're not getting opportunity, I tell you what, they will turn to more simplistic grievance-based politics. Because it is real, the frustration that people have out there. One Nation is not simplistic grievance politics. We have continuously put forward policies that the Australian people relate to, policies that will improve the lives of Australians, take them out of poverty and give prosperity back to the people. See, the Prime Minister obviously can't read the room. He doesn't know what's happening out there. He's never been in the real world, and either has a lot of the ministers. When have they ever run a business, had a real job in the real world and understand what it's like? All they've done is got their money from the government taxpayer. They've never really had to do it tough. Well, Labor is blind to what Australians are really frustrated about because Labor does not listen and Labor does not care. Australians have had enough of being lied to. Unfortunately for the government, it's in the Labor's DNA. Australians are constantly told renewables are cheaper. Yesterday in South Australia, with temperatures plummeting, at no wind blowing, listen to this, it would have cost $5 to just boil a kettle. So the cost of electricity, because there's no wind, so then they had to, on a price balance here, it was capped, and at the cap, $5 to boil your kettle. That's the future, Australia. That's what we're heading for under this renewables, which this hopeless government keeps pushing on you. I support it by the Greens, supported by this mob over here, these bunch of hypocrites, supported by them as well. So Australians are constantly told renewables are cheaper, but they're not. Because without the handouts, taxpayer government handouts, that's what actually gives you some relief. But don't expect it all the time. They can't. They're running out of money. They haven't got the money anymore to keep giving you these handouts, to keep buying your vote, because then it puts you in the safe place, but you're not really safe. Yesterday, so anyway, renewables are obviously not cheaper. Also to tell you about not only boiling the kettle, I was visiting a cotton farm, Gundawindi, and you know what, they said, oh, we get constantly asked, turn off the power. If we turn off the power so that no one else goes in blackout households so they can deliver power, we get paid $150,000. So this is what's happening. They're actually paying the subsidies for people to stop using the power so the renewables work. Otherwise, they'd all go down in a heap. So you can imagine what's going to happen in this country. Oh, we've seen this before. We've had blackouts in the country. Prepare for it. Buy more blankets, will you please, out there. You're going to need them, and the coats and everything, so you're going to need it, especially in winter time now. Household electricity costs have risen more than 200% since large-scale renewables were first mandated. Around 337,000 Australian households can no longer afford their energy bills. Let me repeat that. Around 337,000 Australian households can no longer afford their energy bills. Let it alone going in the businesses. They're shutting up shop. Oh, let me remind you, 50,000 small businesses insolvent. Why? Because they can't afford their power bills. Industries, manufacturing, shutting down. Why? Because of the power bills. They're going overseas. And then on top of that, oh, who's that? Aluminium smelter? Tomico, that's right, New South Wales. Guess what? They gave them $1 billion to pay for their power, but the Australian people forget about that. Forget about every other small business. They're terrified of losing Tomico from New South Wales, so let's give them $1 billion in funding. Oh, this is great. This is good economics of running this country. Just absolutely love it. Then you've got Labor's obsession with net zero is evidently a major cause of Australia's cost of living crisis. But there's nothing in this budget which shows Labor cares about this impact. Australians are waking up to the scam. It is a scam. They don't believe, so don't believe this lie anymore. All they want is affordable and reliable electricity, like we had before the major parties started spending uncounted billions of taxpayers' dollars covering regional Australia in renewables. All they want is fair go, a chance to get ahead, to own a home and invest in their future prosperity, just like their parents and grandparents could. Many Australians no longer believe they have this sort of future. This budget confirms Labor has every intention of taking this future away from them. This budget intentionally kills aspiration. It seeks only to entrench mediocrity. It's classic Marxism. Classic Marxism. It doesn't make everyone equally rich. It makes everyone equally poor, except, of course, the ruling class. Having benefited immensely from negative gearing and capital gains tax discounts, Labor ministers are now pulling up the ladder behind them. Oh, they've all right, as we've heard, the Prime Minister, he's got his housing investments. I think it's a conflict of interest. I really do. He knew what was coming. He knew the laws are going to be changed, so they actually then have sold his investment properties and he secured himself his house at $4.3 million, that's all right, and now we brought in the negative gearing to stop other Australians with aspiration to own their own homes. Wonderful, fantastic Prime Minister. As I said, my campaign, fire the liar. That's spot on. But Australians aren't stupid and slowly they're waking up. It's taken them some time. I wish they'd wake up a lot faster over this scam over the renewables a lot faster because they're really paying for it. But they know what's going on. They're starting to realise. They see the direct connection between government policy and their declining living standards. It's not grievance which is driving support away from the major parties. It's not social media algorithms. Now matter how much of the Marxist Greens wish that was the case. They want that to be the case, but it's not. It's a simple recognition of everyday Australians that they've been lied to all these years. This is changing Australia's political landscape. The political establishment is still using the map for the old landscape and it's getting lost in the wilderness. One Nation makes no apology for successfully navigating this new landscape. We make no apology for listening to Australians and telling them the truth. Businesses are collapsing at record rates. Around 50,000 businesses have become insolvent since Labor took office. Productivity is at its lowest in almost 60 years, especially in the bloated public service. Oh, public service. Guess how many it's gone up under this government? 50,000. It's gone up from approximately 176,000 up to 216,000. It's gone up in this government. Who's paying for that? The taxpayers. Why do you need that many public servants? My God. Oh, that's right. You've put in all more regulations, restrictions, control over the people to control them, so you need all these people to now control the people more. Wonderful move, Labor. Absolutely fantastic move. You're really helping the Australian people out there. Business confidence and domestic investment have fallen to lows not seen since Paul Keating's recession of the 1990s. Our inflation is the highest in the developed world, thanks mostly to out-of-control government spending. Australian families have endured 15 interest rate hikes, pushing more than 1 million households in mortgage stress. GDP per capita has fallen from 10 of the last 15 quarters. Budget deficits will balloon by another $100 billion over the forward estimates. Budget deficits will balloon by another $100 billion over the forward estimates. Interest-bearing debt will climb another $300 billion to about $1.3 trillion. So much for the intergenerational equity. This budget only creates intergenerational poverty. The bill we're debating has only been firmly rejected by the majority of Australians. The recent carve-out of concessions is an acknowledgement the policy itself is fundamentally flawed. It should be completely scrapped. Capital gains tax discounts and negative gearing provide the housing so desperately needed by millions of Australians after state governments decimated public housing stock around the nation. They give many Australians the means to remain independent of the need for government handouts. One Nation will never support the changes to capital gains and negative gearing in this bill. One Nation will keep the capital gains discount where it is. We will support negative gearing for up to 2 investment properties. Incentivise people, give them that ability. This captures around 94% of the approximate 2 million property investors in Australia who own only 1 or 2 properties. They're not greedy property tycoons. Labor pretends they are. They're just hard-working Australians who've sacrificed and saved to invest in an independent future. There's no credible reason to tax these people out of investing altogether, but that's what Labor wants. This budget bill will drive more Australians into the working class poor. Labor hates independence. Labor loves dependence. Labor hates innovation and entrepreneurship. Labor loves to kill off with high taxation, record high energy costs and over-regulation. This mob is made up of idiots who've never run a business or had a job, not funded by taxpayer or corrupt union bosses. Labor believes it can tax and spend its way out of trouble. Never mind the impact of inflation and interest rates. One Nation puts forward a different way, putting the lie to Labor's assertion we have no solutions. We need to cut government's out-of-control spending, which will reduce inflation, alleviate the pressure on the RBA not to increase interest rates. One Nation has identified at least $90 billion in spending cuts. At least a third of it comes from scrapping net zero. We suspect there's a lot more to be saved because Labor carefully hides a lot of its net zero spending from the Australian people forced to pay for it. We know that a great deal more renewables infrastructure is in the pipeline, infrastructure that will cost taxpayers at least $1.4 trillion plus. Another white elephant blowout like the Snowy 2.0. One Nation will scrap both. Putting an end to government spending on this net zero obsession will reduce inflation and the cost of living. It will reduce the need for more taxpayer-funded handouts dressed up as cost of living relief. It's not rocket science or brain surgery. It's basically common sense. And the Greens deal with the Labor is absolutely disgusting. They are the biggest property holders. They've got theirs. They're passing this because they're grandfathered. They're looked after. They've got their properties. How many properties each are they? I think the most of any one party, of everyone else. And yet they're quite happy to see this go through, and you think you're looking after future generations.
Senator
what
Hanson,
a joke
your
you
time
are.
has expired. Senator Dean Smith.
This bill is presented as tax reform, but it is nothing of the sort. Instead, it is a package of higher taxes built on broken promises, bad economics and a fundamental misunderstanding of how
Senator
investment
Smith, please
creates
take your
prosperity.
Seat. Order.
Under this bill, the government proposes to abolish the long-standing 50% capital gains tax discount for many investors and replace it with an inflation indexation model that could see capital gains taxed at rates up to 47%. It also proposes to restrict negative gearing on rental property to newly built homes. These are not modest adjustments. They are fundamental changes to Australia's investment framework. Before the election, the Prime Minister repeatedly promised Australians there would be no new taxes. Instead, Australians have been handed higher taxes on investment, higher taxes on housing, higher taxes on enterprise and higher taxes on aspiration. This is a government that cannot manage spending, cannot manage inflation and cannot manage the budget. So it's coming after the savings and investments of ordinary Australians. Rather than growing the economy, Labor has chosen to tax it. Rather than encouraging investment, it's chosen to discourage it. That is why this is such bad legislation. The government claims these changes are about housing affordability and intergenerational fairness. But the housing market is already delivering its verdict. Across Australia's capital cities, auction clearance rates have collapsed below 50% for the first time in 6 years. More homes are now failing to sell than selling. Buyers are retreating, vendors are losing confidence, and investors are sitting in the sidelines. Housing markets run on confidence. Labor's changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing will inject even more uncertainty into an already fragile market. The government's own budget papers acknowledge these changes will result in fewer homes being built. Treasury expects lower house prices than otherwise would occur, while economists warn investor demand could fall sharply and market turnover by as much as 20%. This is not a housing strategy, it is a confidence strategy in reverse. The tragedy is that Labor has completely misdiagnosed the problem. Australia does not have an investor problem, Australia has a housing supply problem. Taxing investors will not build a single extra home. It will simply mean fewer rental properties, less investment and greater pressure on renters already struggling through cost of living crisis. But the damage does not stop with housing. The evidence before the Senate Economics Reference Committee made it abundantly clear these changes will reach well beyond the housing market. They will discourage productive investment across the Australian economy. They will weaken small business. They will undermine entrepreneurship. And for my home state of Western Australia, they threaten one of Australia's greatest economic success stories, the resources sector. Western Australia has been the engine room of the Australian economy for decades. Iron ore, gold, LNG, lithium, rare earths and critical minerals have generated hundreds of billions of dollars in exports, sustained regional communities and funded public services across Australia. Last year alone, Australia's resources sector generated around $383 billion in export earnings. None of that happened by accident. Every operating mine began as an exploration project. Every major discovery began with someone prepared to take a risk. Before there is a mine, there is a geologist, a drill rig, an exploration company with no income or certainty of success, and investors prepared to provide patient capital over many, many years. That is the investment pipeline this legislation now puts at risk. During the Senate inquiry, the Association of Mineral and Exploration Companies made one fact abundantly clear. Around 1 in every 1,000 exploration projects becomes an operating mine. Think about that. 1 in 1,000. That tells us two things. First, that mineral exploration is one of the highest risk investments in the economy. Second, investors require an incentive to commit long-term capital. That is precisely why the capital gains tax discount mattered. It recognises risk and it rewarded patience. It encourages Australians to back projects that may take 15 years to deliver a return or may never succeed at all. Labor's proposed changes weaken that incentive. Less investment means fewer exploration programs, fewer discoveries, fewer future mines, and ultimately fewer exports, fewer jobs, and lower government revenue. That is not productivity, that is economic self-harm. Perhaps the most extraordinary aspect of this legislation is the government's inconsistency. Last week, Labor announced a carve-out for eligible technology startups. The government accepted that early-stage, high-risk businesses relying on patient capital deserve special treatment. But it refused to extend that same recognition to junior mineral explorers. Why? Can the government explain? Mineral explorers are the original startups. They are pre-revenue. They rely entirely on patient investment. They create enormous national wealth when successful. The similarities are obvious. The inconsistency is impossible for the government to defend. If innovation deserves support, surely discovering Australia's next generation of critical minerals deserves it as well. The contradiction becomes even greater when the government's own rhetoric is considered. Labor talks constantly about critical minerals. It talks about future industries. It talks about the energy transition. But none of those ambitions happen without exploration. There can be no new lithium mine, no new rare earth project, no new copper discovery or critical minerals industry without someone funding exploration today. You cannot champion critical minerals while taxing the very investment needed to find them. Western Australia has more at stake than anywhere else. Nearly 3/4 of Australia's mineral exploration occurs in Western Australia. Regional contractors, drilling companies, local suppliers, country towns and future mines are all part of the pipeline this legislation now puts at risk. This legislation follows another damaging decision by the government. Only 18 months ago, Labor abolished the junior minerals exploration incentive. Independent analysis showed that every dollar of tax credits generated around $2 of private investment, $6 of exploration expenditure, billions in future mineral production and hundreds of millions in additional tax revenue. Labor removed that successful incentive. Now it proposes another measure that the industry says will further discourage investment. It is little wonder that confidence is deteriorating. AMEC told the Senate committee that 75% of retail investors regard the capital gains tax discount as either very important or extremely important when deciding whether or not to invest. Around half indicated they would reconsider future investment if the discount disappeared. Those warnings should concern every senator in this chamber. The damage will not appear overnight. Exploration decisions made today determine whether Australia has producing mines 15 years from now. Get this wrong today and the consequences will be felt for decades. Lower exports, fewer regional jobs, weaker economic growth and less government revenue. Those outcomes are entirely avoidable. Even the West Australian Labor government appears to recognise this. Premier Roger Cook and Rita Saffioti came to Canberra yesterday, all the way from Perth, to warn the Prime Minister and the Treasurer not to undermine the investment that drives WA's resources sector. The Premier made an important point. Exploration companies do not generate income in their early years. They depend on Australians prepared to invest in high-risk projects, knowing that success may be many years away or may never come at all. This bill weakens that incentive while granting concessions to other high-risk industries and leaving junior mineral explorers way behind. When the WA Labor Premier and Treasurer are asking the federal Labor government to rethink its own tax policy, the Prime Minister should listen. This legislation taxes risk. It taxes investment. It taxes productivity. It taxes aspiration. And it taxes one of Australia's most successful export industries. Whether it is young Australians investing to build a house deposit, a small business owner building a company, or an investor backing the next mineral discovery in Western Australia, Labor's instinct is always the same: to tax risk instead of rewarding it. The same legislation that is weakening confidence in Australia's housing market is now also weakening confidence in Australia's future resources industry. In both cases, Labor is discouraging the investment Australia needs most. That is why the legislation is fundamentally flawed. It will not make Australia more prosperous. It will make Australia less competitive. By contrast, the Coalition believes Australians who take risks, build businesses, create jobs and invest in Australia should be encouraged, not punished. The government still has time to correct its mistake. It should listen to the evidence. It should listen to the resources industry. It should listen to the Western Australians. It should provide junior mineral explorers with the same carve-out it has already granted to other high-risk, early-stage industries. If it refuses to do so, it will tax away the investment needed to discover Australia's next generations of mines and make West Australians poorer for it. That would be a profound economic error. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy President, I foreshadow that I'll move a second reading amendment regarding mineral exploration matters circulated in my name.
Thank you. Senator McKim.
Well, this was a moment that Australian politics could have stepped up and seized. This was a once-in-a-generation political opportunity to absolutely do something meaningful to address the housing crisis that is racking this nation. And Labor has met this moment in classic Labor form. Abject failure to engage in reforms that the housing crisis is demanding. And Labor's lack of ambition, their lack of political courage, means that the housing crisis in this country is going to go for longer than it should do, and it is going to cause more social harm than it needed to. And Labor's lack of ambition, their abject failure to seize the moment, means that the housing crisis in Australia is now Labor's housing crisis. They've been in government for 4 years. They've had every opportunity on multiple occasions to pull the levers that demand pulling to fix this housing crisis, and they have abjectly failed to do so. And this legislation is a continuation of Labor's failure to do the things that we need to do collectively to fix the housing crisis in this country. Now, having said that, taken as a package with the Greens' amendments, which will be supported through this Senate, this package constitutes a small step in the right direction, and that is why the Greens are going to support it. The capital gains tax discount currently is the most unfair and egregious tax break on the tax books in this country. 60% of the benefit of the capital gains tax discount goes into the bank accounts of the wealthiest 1% of people in this country. The 1% gets 60% of the benefit. And if you're poor, you get nothing out of the CGT discount because you are too poor to buy the assets that will allow you to benefit from selling them at a profit later. But it's not just completely inequitable in terms of favouring the 1% wealthiest and the highest income earners in this country. It is also responsible for driving a chasm between generations in Australia. 75% of the benefit of the capital gains tax discount went to people over 50, and only 4% of the benefit went to people under 35. So when you hear Senator Hanson from One Nation up in this chamber earlier defending this unfair tax break and trying to claim that she is doing so on behalf of young people, well, we call bullshit on that claim.
Senator McKim.
I withdraw that. We call that claim is untrue. That claim is untrue because what is unfair to younger Australians is the fact that people under 35 only get 4% of the benefit of the most generous tax break on the books, and older people and wealthier people who've had multiple opportunities to buy up investment properties or to buy up other assets get so much of the benefit. That is what is unfair. And what is unfair to young people is that an entire generation is being priced out of the housing market in this country. And this will not resolve that, but it will take a baby step in the right direction. Now, let's be very clear. The current capital gains tax arrangements were opposed by the Australian Greens when they were introduced in 1999, and we have been campaigning against those arrangements ever since. We have been campaigning for a generation against the overly generous capital gains tax discount arrangements, and finally we are getting a small step in the right direction. And a lot of that is because we use this parliament, where Labor has a stonking majority in the House, and Labor plus the Greens equals the numbers in the Senate, and where the Liberals and the Coalition are a rabble, we used this parliament to re-prosecute yet again the case to repeal the capital gains tax discount. We used the committee inquiry that we established with a Greens chair to bring in a whole bunch of people and organisations and voices to call time on this unfair tax break. The BCA, the Business Council of Australia, the CommBank CEO started lining up with ACOS and housing organisations, paving the way for change through our inquiry. We made clear to the government that we stand ready to take advantage of this once-in-a-political-generation opportunity. This once-in-a-generation opportunity to fix the housing crisis and actually give young people a fair crack at the great Australian dream of owning their own homes. And what happened? Labor squibbed the opportunity. They abjectly failed to step up and show the courage and ambition that is necessary to resolve the housing crisis. And they've done that by prioritising tax breaks for wealthy property investors over renters and young people trying to buy their first home. They left $33 billion of tax breaks on the table. People with 2 or more investment properties own a collective 1.7 million dwellings between them. And at its most extreme, people with 7 or more dwellings or investment properties own 94,000 homes and claimed $1.9 billion in tax deductions. And Labor chose that group of people, that tiny group of super wealthy people, over the 7 million renters in Australia. Now, to put Labor's abject failure of courage and ambition into context, Treasury expects about 75,000 new first home buyers over the next decade or so. Now, if Labor had stepped up and taken the kind of action we need to see, we could have had hundreds of thousands of homes available for renters and prospective first home buyers in the next few years alone. That would have been meaningful. That would have been an appropriate response to a housing crisis which is ripping our social fabric apart. But Labor failed to do that because they failed to show the ambition that was necessary. This is now Labor's housing crisis. And young people and people who are watching the great Australian dream of owning their own home disappear off in the distance need to understand quite clearly the message that Labor is sending. Labor is not going to fix this housing crisis. Labor now owns the housing crisis, and the only party that is prepared to do the things necessary to fix the housing crisis in this country is the Australian Greens. Young Australians are watching property investors keep all the tax breaks for as long as they like, as long as they want to hold on to their properties. They'll keep the negative gearing benefits and they'll keep the capital gains tax discount of 50% up until 1 July next year, and young Australians are just going to have to cop it and wait. And if they're saving up for a property, they'll have to wait patiently for investors to get bored of their tax breaks or their financial circumstances to change and sell up. Treasury told the Greens-led Senate inquiry into the capital gains tax discount that the average time that an investment property is held is 9 years. So we're going to have to wait, on average, nearly a decade for these changes to wash through in any significant form. A decade-long wait for a bit of fairness in the housing market. And it didn't have to be this way. The grandparenting or locking in of these tax perks could have been constrained to one investment property, not for people with 5 or 15 or 50 or 100 investment properties. The words of former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry to the Greens capital gains tax inquiry when asked about grandfathering bear repeating. I hate it, he said. I hate it. Or to quote Saul Eslake's testimony, it privileges people, in essence, on the basis of when they were born or when they took particular decisions.
Order. Thank you, Senator McKinney. Now being 1:30, we'll go to 2-minute statements. Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, hard-working South Australians will wear the cost of Labor's so-called tax reform bill. A Golden Grove small business owner, a renter in Plympton wanting to save for a deposit, a FIFO mining worker. In Mount Barker, a young couple saving for their future. These are just some of the people worse off under Labor's tax changes that will pass after a grubby, dirty deal done with the Australian Greens. Let me explain why. Labor calls this a budget of intergenerational fairness, but the truth is that's a slogan. Budget papers report 35,000 fewer homes will be built, while our state remains one of the most unaffordable in the world. This government's answer to a budget black hole it has dug itself is to tax Australians and overshoot its own migration targets year after year after year. The legislation inquiry was told more rental households will pay more, and that means the 200,000 rental households in our state. Developers say new homes will not follow. No small business sector has been spared. This legislation hands the government a 47% stake in business profit built after years of personal risk and sacrifice. I know that risk and sacrifice. I've run a business. How many people in here have? Not too many. The Coalition will repeal these toxic taxes. We'll deliver our tax-back guarantee, cap migration against homes actually built, and make the $50,000 instant asset write-off permanent for small businesses. Much better than the $20,000. South Australians who back themselves deserve a government that backs them too, and this legislation fails that test, just as it will fail Australians.
Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Ayres.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, a century ago, Australian science was at an inflection point. Australia was, as then Prime Minister Stanley Melbourne Bruce said, a land of splendid opportunities and difficult problems. Today we still face both. The world of the 2020s is more volatile and more uncertain than in recent decades. We've weathered a global pandemic, floods, fire, and just this week are witnessing the arrival of the H5N1 strain of bird flu. Public science is the bedrock of grappling with some of these great national challenges. 100 years on, as the CSIRO marks its centenary this week, Australian scientific and industrial excellence is more important than ever. From the invention of plastic banknotes to fast wireless connectivity, CSIRO has been central to Australia's spirit of innovation. The talent and creativity of our scientists will be crucial to meeting today's uncertainties. That's why the Albanese government has committed an additional $387.4 million to support research and development through the CSIRO, in addition to the around $1 billion that are spent every year by the Australian government to secure the bedrock of our applied science and industrial research. Additional funding for the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, boosting our agricultural resilience, and just so critical now as the nation confronts the spectre of the H5N1 bird virus. Together, this is how we build a more resilient Australia, by backing our scientists and working together to solve our great national challenges.
Senator Waters.
Today I'm going to read into Hansard a few comments that I've read this week about the cost of living. Quote, "I've cut down to 1 meal a day, but unfortunately the money I save by doing this will probably be eaten up by my next rent increase." Quote, "I've told my friends and family that I'm on Ozempic, but really I can't afford my usual groceries." Quote, The Australian economy got me doing maths in the supermarket aisle like a final exam I did not study for and still failing. Quote, I've just been living off cheap stuff. I only buy long life milk because I can make that stretch longer than already cold milk. End quote. This is the reality for people across the country right now. The system is broken. People know it and they're living it every single day. The politicians in this place just don't seem to get it. Every struggle to afford groceries while supermarket profits continue to soar, every worry about putting food on the table, every rent increase happens while the Labor, the Liberal and One Nation parties have dinner with the same billionaires and CEOs driving up those prices. I want people to know that you are right to be angry. I am. It should not be like this, and it doesn't need to be like this. The government has the power to ban price gouging, to make essential services public again, to fix the cost of living and to make the big corporations and billionaires who created this problem pay to fix it. They have the power, but they won't use it because they're completely captured by their donors and lobbyists. No one should be skipping meals to pay their rent. The fact that there are people in this country experiencing life like this means the Labor government has failed.
Your time has expired. Senator Smith.
The strongest critics to Labor's budget are now coming from Labor people themselves. In an extraordinary development, the Labor Premier of Western Australia and the Labor Treasurer of Western Australia had to travel yesterday from Perth all the way to Canberra to make WA's case against the budget and the dangerous budget measures that will hurt the very industry that supports Western Australia's development and prosperity, and indeed Australia's development and prosperity. Premier Cook was right when he said that mineral exploration is by its very nature an exercise in creating capital gains. Western Australians know that they are prepared to take high-risk exploration chances in order to grow the resources industry in Western Australia to the benefit of West Australians and Australians. But that is something that Labor Prime Minister Anthony Albanese fails to understand. Why is it that federal Labor representatives have been so silent? Why is it that the Federal Resources Minister, Madeleine King, why is it that Labor's Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, Patrick Gorman, why is it that the Minister for Small Business, Anne Arley, and why is it that the 5 Labor senators in this Senate chamber, Senators Gosh, Sterle, Whittaker, Cox and Lyons, have been silent in standing up for WA and making the case for a better WA deal from Labor? Without investment, projects stall. Without projects, discoveries do not occur. Without discoveries, future mines are never built. WA Labor says that it stands for Western Australia. But when it really matters,
Senator
WA
Smith,
Labor
your
just
time has
backs
expired.
down.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As a proud West Australian like yourself, I recently had the pleasure of attending a housing roundtable in WA, hosted by our Federal Minister for Housing, Claire O'Neill from the other place, and WA Minister John Carey. Housing is not a single problem. It is a supply, affordability, homelessness, disability access, rental stress, legal support, family safety, planning, finance, and it's about whether people can actually live with dignity in the communities that they belong to. This roundtable put people working together of different parts of the housing challenges sitting in the same room. Community organisations, service providers, local government, builders, lenders and government representatives. I sat at a table and facilitated a conversation with the Wunjinning Aboriginal Corporation, St Vincent de Paul WA, Uniting WA, Ability WA, Rocky Bay, 55 Central, Circle Green Legal Centre and Row Rock. These organisations see the housing crisis from the front line. And they work with First Nations people, people with disabilities, people experiencing homelessness, renters who are under pressure and families doing everything right but still unable to find a secure place to call home. We talked about what really matters: building more homes, levelling the playing field and making housing fairer. The Albanese Labor government has already put $47 billion into the Homes for Australia plan, and that includes our 1.2 million new homes across the country and, in fact, thousands in Western Australia. We're also making it easier to buy a first home with our 5% deposits, a fairer tax system and new homes built for first home buyers. It's forums like this that are making sure investments turn into actual homes, tenancies and support on the ground. And I want to thank those ministers for bringing people together and making sure that organisations are there for everyday West Australians.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Until last week, Australia was the only continent on Earth free of H5 bird flu. But that's changed and is likely to get much worse. Multiple birds have now been tested positive for H5 bird flu. Since 2021, this strain of bird flu has killed millions of birds and thousands of marine mammals around the world. On Australia's own Heard Island, it has killed more than 13,000 elephant seal pups and hundreds of king penguins. Now it has reached the mainland and experts are clear-eyed about what that means: a high likelihood of huge mortality amongst native birds and commercial poultry. The Threatened Species Commissioner has warned that once this virus establishes itself in wildlife, there is very little we can do to stop it. More than 560 bird species and 100 mammals have been struck overseas. Here, the animals in the firing line include the orange-bellied parrot, which is critically endangered, and the Australian sea lion, with just 12,000 left on the planet. The Invasive Species Council has called this a genuine wildlife emergency. They are asking the government to invest $200 million over 2 years to tackle invasive species, restore habitat and reduce the pressures already pushing these species to the brink, and I back that call. It's too late to stop this virus arriving, but we can give our most vulnerable wildlife the best chance of surviving it. I urge the government to act before it's too late. This is an opportunity for the Albanese Labor government to get on the front foot, to work with states and territories to actually safeguard our incredible biodiversity and to safeguard poultry farmers across this country.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Bragg.
And I thought to myself when I entered the building in which John Monash laid the foundation stone about 100 years ago, it is a great institution to have. And there are many hundreds of thousands of Sydney and New South Wales school children who have been through the Sydney Jewish Museum. But I thought to myself how far we've come, but how bad it is that these issues of anti-Semitism still require so much support and effort and consideration. At the moment, the museum is undertaking a significant renovation, and when it reopens next year, it will have a complete display of contemporary anti-Semitism, which encompasses the tragedy that happened only a couple of k's down the road at Bondi on the 14th of December last year. And so I wanted to acknowledge the great work that has gone over many generations in building up this institution. The Sydney Jewish community is one of many communities that has given more than it has ever received in our wonderful country. But it is a matter of huge regret that we must now teach the dangers of anti-Semitism in a historical but also in a contemporary context. Because the museum, of course, has always done a good job of representing the Holocaust, but now, of course, it must also speak of the extraordinary events that have happened in our own time, in our own city, at Bondi last year.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator Darmanin.
Every moment matters, or as it was so eloquently stated by Emma Voolan, State Labor member for Pakenham in South East Melbourne, Time matters, compassion matters, dignity matters, and people deserve to have their voices heard, particularly when they are vulnerable. Last Sunday was Global MND Awareness Day. Motor neurone disease is a progressive and ultimately fatal neurological disease that damages nerve cells controlling movement. As the disease progresses, people gradually lose the ability to walk, talk, swallow and breathe. I want to pay tribute to standout Victorians who have done so much to advocate and raise funds for the benefits of others. Neil Danaher, who passed so very recently from the disease, 2025 Australian of the Year. As the Prime Minister said, the difference he made can be measured in the national awareness and the tens of millions of dollars that he and Fight MND have raised to research a cure, and the ubiquitous Fight MND beanies you see all around Victoria. And then there's the fierce, determined and courageous Emma Vullen, my friend, who was diagnosed with the disease. Last week in her valedictory speech, she addressed the Victorian Parliament with extraordinary passion for her community, pride and grace. Her growing and diverse community has benefited immeasurably from her strong and unrelenting advocacy on their behalf. And her passionate and wise campaigning to improve voluntary assisted dying laws in Victoria are a legacy that many will be forever grateful for. Thank you to Emma, Neil, Fight MND, MND Australia and all the other advocacy bodies and the thousands of campaigners who are working every single day towards investment into research and to ensure Australians living with MND receive the dignity, care and support that they deserve.
Thank you, Senator Darwin. Senator McKim.
In a world where nature and climate systems are being destroyed at record rates, environmental and climate activists are being persecuted and killed. We've recently seen turtle conservationist Mona Khalil killed by Israeli war crimes in southern Lebanon, and in Cambodia, 5 young environmental defenders from Mother Nature Cambodia are currently serving long prison sentences for peacefully protecting the environment. Since July 2024, Foon Karawaxmi, Lee Chandravut, Long Kunti, Tun Rata and Yim Linghi have been imprisoned for documenting environmental destruction, opposing illegal pollution and sand mining and defending vital ecosystems. Their brave activism focused on exposing sewage discharges into the Tonle Sap River, destructive landfilling projects and environmental pollution that harms local communities. All 5 were convicted under charges of plotting against the government, with Yim Linghi also convicted of insulting the king, despite prosecutors failing to present credible evidence that they committed those crimes. They're serving sentences ranging from 6 to 8 years and face harsh conditions that severely restrict family contact. Mother Nature Cambodia has been internationally recognised for its work, and the continued imprisonment of these brave environmental defenders represents a serious violation of human rights and civic freedoms in Cambodia. They should be freed immediately, and the Australian government must call on the Cambodian government to immediately and unconditionally release the Cambodian 5 and overturn all of their convictions.
Thanks, Senator McKim. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Let's talk about immigration. It seems some people are hung up about it in this country. Let's talk about the first migrants here, arriving by boat, bringing disease and blankets laced with poison. Cook's legacy. Let's talk about how these migrants didn't conform to the laws of this land. In fact, they attempted to erase the oldest continuing culture on the planet. They didn't speak our languages. They didn't care for country and water. They caused mass extinction. They didn't assimilate. They brought weapons and violence and started massacres across this continent. They dispossessed, dominated and genocided. They stole babies. They displaced and imprisoned our people. They do so to this very day. When we talk about this country being swamped by migrants, don't forget that the migrants are all of you. Migrants and their descendants make up 97% of the population of so-called Australia today. This land was already inhabited by us, the first peoples of these lands. We have never been anywhere else. We welcome those seeking refuge here, those seeking to live in peace and with respect for our country and law and people. Those we do not welcome are the colonisers and the racists. We are the real sovereign people of this country. We have language, we have culture, and we have laws which protect and maintain these lands for all future generations, including yours. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Deliga.
Everyone who has chosen a career in the public servants, because it is World Public Service Day. Public servants devote their time and their energy to serving our communities, delivering essential services and making an overall positive impact. I've spent most of my working life being a proud public servant and fighting for their rights as a CPSU delegate and organiser, despite the best attempts of those opposite to shamefully politicise and undermine and cut the public service. The public service is particularly important for regional and rural communities, like my hometown of Devonport, Tasmania, in the electorate of Braddon. The public service's deep understanding of local communities is why they're so important. Not only do they provide a voice for their local communities, but they also ensure equitable access to essential services to safeguard community welfare and form the operational backbone of government departments, whether state, federal or local. The private sector simply cannot replicate the unique connection public servants have with local communities. The public service also provides evidence-based, apolitical, frank and fearless advice to governments upholding democratic integrity. I'd also like to highlight the crucial role that the Community Public Sector Union has played in making the public service one of the fairest, effective and stable workplaces. The CPSU has helped secure some of the best employment conditions and fought hard to ensure the public services workforce reflects that of our great achievements in this country. Unlike those opposite who've wasted billions of dollars on labour hire and outsourcing of public services in their final year, we have strengthened public services because we value them. We value and the commitment to the work that they do every single day, and we value the advice that they give us. So on World Public Service Day, I say thank you to public services and to public servants for everything that you do.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Deliga. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, 2026 has been a remarkable year in Australian politics. For the first time in our history, a party outside the political establishment has been setting the agenda in this country. Yeah. You only had to watch yesterday's series of 2-minute statements. You're all obsessed with me and One Nation's rise in the polls. This is due to your taking Australians for granted. Labor has even invoked One Nation in its latest effort to raise money for the party. We decided to respond with our own campaign, raising funds to help us get rid of this toxic, dishonest Labor government. Our original goal was $1 million by the end of the financial year. In the first 12 hours, we had already flown past this goal. The irony was no doubt lost on the Prime Minister, who, when asked about it, said, "Did she though? Did she though? Did she?" What evidence is there? Dishonesty appears to be in Labor's DNA. Their automatic response is to think everyone is the same. We've supplied the evidence that our fundraiser is genuine. Labor hasn't. In the meantime, Labor has refused to tell Australians how much their own anti-One Nation fundraiser has raised, $20,000. I want to thank Australians for backing up our campaign to fire the Prime Minister. To date, more than 76,000 individual Australians have donated almost $4.8 million in less than 2 weeks. Thank you, Australia. Yeah. We've already been making good use of these generous donations. We will be targeting Labor and Green seats, the toxic, un-Australian, worthless bunch of bench warmers need to go. Our campaign has hit the streets of our cities and the airwaves at one of our biggest sport events, Game 2 of the State of Origin series. Labor can look forward to more of the same as more Australians jump on board the campaign. Thank you once again to the Australian people for your generous donations in a time of crisis that's happening in Australia.
Expired. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Acting President. Well, many of us out west are thrilled to see the meteoric rise of the Freo Dockers. Week after week, our team is doing us proud on the field. But many supporters are asking a simple question. Why shouldn't our club have a sponsor that we can actually be proud of? Woodside's logo is everywhere. It's on our players, it's on the pitch, it's on our very fan T-shirts. But many Freo fans have had enough. That's why I am proud to support the Woodside Get Off My Chest campaign. Woodside has spent years trying to buy our community's trust through sponsorships and advertising, trying to buy goodwill to polish its dirty, polluting image. This isn't about taking away from the club. It isn't about reducing money for the club. In fact, Freo members contribute more than twice as much to the Dockers as all corporate sponsors combined. And really, Freo fans deserve better than a sponsor accused of greenwashing. They deserve better than a company driving new fossil fuel projects, threatening ecosystems like Scott Reef and damaging important cultural heritage. And let's be clear, gas corporations like Woodside should be paying their fair share of tax. They're driving up Australians' energy bills while reaping enormous profits. So, to Freo members, join the Woodside Get Off My Chest campaign. And to the Fremantle Football Club, listen to your supporters. It's time to give Woodside the old heave-ho.
Thank you, Senator Steele. John, you don't speak for all West Aussies there, mate. I'm a cat. Okay, Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Acting President. Labor makes a promise. Labor breaks a promise. When Labor came to power, Australians were told their power bills would be cut by $275 a year. Not maybe, not eventually, by 2025. Wasn't that last year? Well, Territorians surely heard it, Territorians believed it, and Labor repeated it again and again. The member for Solomon promoted it, the member for Lingiari promoted it, but last week, during during estimates hearings in the Northern Territory, the CLP member for Drysdale, Clinton Howe, asked a very simple question. Have Territory household power bills fallen by $275 a year? The answer from Jacana Energy was fairly simple. No, they have not dropped. Not according to politicians, according to the Territory's own electricity retailer. Then came another question. Has Jacana Energy received any correspondence from the federal government about delivering that promise? The answer? No. Any correspondence from the member for Solomon? No. Not one letter, not one request, not one follow-up. The only follow-up the member for Lingiari managed was to delete references to the $275 rebate off her social media. Meanwhile, the average Territory household bill sits at around $2,300 a year. Territorians are doing it tough. More families are seeking hardship assistance. More customers are falling behind on bills. And the promises yet remain unfilled. If you promise Territorians low power bills, you should be prepared to explain why it never actually happened. The promise was $275 off. There was nothing.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, Senator Hanson likes to pretend that she's not part of the political establishment, whereas in truth, Senator Hanson has been in Parliament for almost my entire life. You don't get much more part of the political establishment than that. Senator Hanson also likes to pretend that she stands up for workers, but let's talk about her record on workers. Just last week in the press club, she said you can't sack people these days. They're on their phones, they don't work, and they're actually lazy. She's consistently criticised increases to the minimum wage, opposed same job, same pay, voted against rights for casual workers, voted against criminalising wage theft, voted against better pay and conditions for gig workers, voted against banning pay secrecy clauses, voted against closing the gender pay gap, and argued that it should be easier for bosses to sack people. And while we're on Senator Hanson's voting record, she's also voted against reducing HETS debts, cheaper childcare, more funding for public schools. If there's one thing that is clear to all of us, Senator Hanson has been a politician for a very long time, and her record speaks for itself. Her record is clear. Senator Hanson does not stand up for Australian workers. She does not stand up for ordinary Australians who work day in and day out to make our country a better place.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. We'll now move to question time, and I'll call Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The government's consultation paper on arrangements for innovative startups proposes one set of capital gains tax rules for small businesses and another set of rules for so-called innovative businesses. Can the Minister explain the difference between a small business and an innovative business?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And I'm very grateful to I thank Senator Patterson for the question, and I'm grateful for him referencing the paper itself, because I was surprised yesterday that so many questions were asked when clearly senators from the other side had not looked at the consultation paper which was put out. And Senator, I want to make the first point that is in relation to small businesses, we have also announced amendments which would ensure that some 98% of active businesses, small businesses, will gain access to concessional CGT treatment. And what is remarkable, well, my point is, because I know you don't want to know this. I know you don't want to know this. But if you care about small business, which is what the question appears to be about, one wonders why those opposite are going to vote against this. Why are you going to vote against provisions which enable—
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
On direct relevance, how the coalition may or may not vote on an upcoming piece of legislation is not relevant to our question.
Thank you, Senator
What's
Patterson.
the difference between a small business and an
Senator
innovative
Patterson,
business?
the minister is being relevant, but I have to warn the opposition particularly, I'm finding it very hard to hear the minister's answers because there's so much interjecting. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. And as you would, I hope, know, I think page 6 goes through some of the business activity requirements which are the features of what might be included as an innovative small business. But this is a matter that is being consulted. They don't like consultation. They don't like consultation. Isn't it interesting? This is the party of small business. They don't want consultation with the startups. They do. Oh, what are you going to point your finger? Why don't you point your finger at me? Actually, Senator, why don't you just go join Pauline Hanson's party?
Wong,
that's where you actually want to be, mate. We all watch you backing her in. Sorry.
Order. Senator Henderson, you were out of order, and I don't want to see that again. And Minister Wong, please direct your comments to the chair. Please continue.
Thank you. And as I said, page 6 of the discussion paper discusses some of the features of an innovative business, but of course—
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Patterson, please.
Thanks, President. So perhaps we'll work it out after the legislation is passed. The consultation paper refers to concepts such as innovation, commercialisation, scalability and growth potential. Who will determine whether businesses satisfy those tests and what objective criteria will be applied?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
My recollection of the discussion paper is some of these terms are actually drawn from existing legislation and existing policy, Senator. So, well, my point to you, I know that the coalition, on the day that the day we have achieved agreement for passage to the Senate of these ambitious reforms which are about delivering for Australians, the opposition is complaining about consultation with small business.
Order.
Now, work that out. Work that out. Work out that political strategy on the day that we have achieved agreement of passage through this chamber of taxation legislation that is good for Australia, is good for Australian workers and good for Australian business. You are complaining about consultation with the small business sector.
Senator Hume. Yes, we are complaining about that. Had you finished, Minister Wong? I'm assuming you'd finished. Senator Patterson, second
Thank you,
supplementary.
President. I think the minister might have. If the government cannot tell businesses who will make those decisions or how those decisions will be made, how are businesses and investors supposed to make decisions with any certainty, and why doesn't the government just scrap these toxic taxes instead?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, now we see the whole point of the question, which was re-asking yesterday's question, is so Senator Patterson could deliver that grab in the last minute. And I look forward to his social media clip on this, but it will not hide the fact that two things: you are a policy-free zone, first, and secondly, that you went to the last election with higher taxes. Senator Hume, higher taxes. Senator Higher Taxing Hume. Senator Higher Taxes Hume is now the deputy leader of the Liberal
Minister
Party.
Wong. Minister
She
Wong.
has to withdraw that.
Minister
she
Wong,
has to withdraw
please,
that.
please.
You can't handle the truth.
Minister Wong. Order. The last time I read the standing orders, I'm in charge here. You will withdraw, Senator Hume, when I require you to. Senator Hume, withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Minister Wong, please continue.
You did the opposition did go to the last election with higher taxes. Higher taxes. And now they're complaining. They're complaining about a tax reform agenda which is ambitious and which will deliver real change for Australians. Real change for Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Polley.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Today, the Prime Minister has announced the Albanese Labor government is another step closer to delivering its tax reforms that will help working Australians and making it easier for first home buyers to own their own home. Can the Minister update the Senate on the progress the government is making in delivering these very important reforms?
Thank you, Senator Polley. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Polley. Thank you, President. Thank you to Senator Polley for her question, for her ongoing advocacy for workers and businesses and for first home buyers in the great state of Tasmania. Now, the Albanese Labor government is another step closer to delivering our ambitious tax reforms that have three goals. First, to level the playing field and better align the tax treatment for income earned through working and income earned other ways. Second, to help more Australians recognise the dream of home ownership and to be able to get into the property market. And third, to improve productivity by encouraging investment and innovation. Labor's tax package, President, is pro-aspiration, pro-worker and pro-investment. And our reforms will build a better, simpler, fairer tax system and will cut taxes for more than 13 million workers. Senator Hume, this is for you. 13 million workers. It will support 75,000 more homeowners get into the market and deliver $3.8 billion in new measures that lower taxes for businesses and start-ups, and we are reducing compliance costs by $540 million a year. We on this side understand the pressures Australians are under, and that is why we know we have to make change, why we are making real change that delivers for our economy and for working people. The question now is whether the three right-wing parties, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, will again try to block these reforms. I figure they probably will because we know what they have done before, which is consistently team up to block real change for Australians. We know they only offer anger. They do not offer any answers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Polley, first supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government's tax reforms will also support small business and start-ups. Can the minister please outline what they will mean for Australia's small businesses, including how many will benefit from the government's capital gains tax concessions, and how this support backs the businesses that employ Australians in every community across our nation?
I remind those on my left that any senator has the right to have her question heard in silence. Minister Wong.
Well, then you would have trouble, wouldn't you? Because
Minister Wong. Minister Wong, I've called you.
Thank you, and thank you to Senator Polley. And Senator Polley speaks about every community across the nation. I use this opportunity to welcome 3 mayors from South Australia to the Senate chamber. The Albanese Labor government's reforms will mean 2.7 million active small businesses. 98% of all active businesses will be eligible for capital gains tax concessions. 98%. This is what they're going to vote against. We are also consulting on the new innovative business capital gains tax, which would mean a 50% discount for early-stage investors, founders and employees in innovative start-ups. We back workers and we are backing small business. Unlike you, you're going to vote against these changes. Our reforms are about tax relief and tax reform to make our economy work for more Australians, more businesses and for future generations.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Order. Senator Polley, second supplementary.
98% of small businesses. That's amazing. As the minister has outlined, the Albanese Labor government's reforms will make it easier for Australians to buy their first home, cut taxes to over 13 million working Australians and better align the tax treatment of labour and asset incomes. Can the minister outline if there are any risks to the government's plan to deliver real change for Australians, including another round of tax cuts and helping 75,000 additional Australians own their own home?
Your time has expired. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And I noticed in that question the Coalition shouted over Senator Polley when she was outlining the benefits of these tax changes, because they don't want to acknowledge that our tax reforms will benefit workers, first home buyers and the Australian economy. And of course the biggest risk to these reforms is those across the chamber. It is the Liberals, it is the Nationals and it is their great mate One Nation. It's like they're in a race to the bottom to see who can be more anti-aspirational, who can be more anti-worker. Now the Liberals and the Nationals, with Mr Taylor as Shadow Treasurer and of course Senator Hume as Deputy Leader, went to the as Finance Minister, Shadow Finance Minister, went to the last election promising they would unwind taxes for working people. Senator, higher taxes, Hume. No matter how much you point your finger and shout at me, you can't get away from it. And they're rewarded you by elevating.
Has expired. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, can you name a single country with a higher tax rate of real capital gains than Australia?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I note the question, and I thank the Shadow Finance Minister for that question. And I also note the fact that those over there on that side of the chamber are opposed to our tax. Well, Senator Cash, I do have 2 minutes to answer your question. But I want to say that this question has the backdrop of those over there that are voting for the status quo, that want to see no change, that want to see the continued distortion in the housing market that works against young people continue. Let's be clear about that. Those over here are for the status quo. They want to see no change. They don't want to see 75,000 first-home buyers get into established properties. They don't want to see—
Minister Gallagher. Senator Cash.
Direct
relevance, it is a very narrowly drafted question that requires an answer. Single country.
Thank you.
Name one.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Before I direct the minister back to the question, I will also remind opposition members not to interject because, as you are aware, the minister is quite entitled to take your interjections as well. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And as we've had, and I think we discussed it at estimates, a like-for-like on taxation arrangements, a genuine like-for-like in this area of tax law is difficult because they are all quite different. But if you let me answer,
order.
And I would remind those in the chamber that the changes we are making are so that is to better align the tax paid on certain assets with the tax paid on income. Just to be clear about that. So on real gains, because working people pay tax on their real income. Now, that is the changes that we are proposing. Again, I accept that you don't agree with that you think there should be significantly beneficial arrangements that don't apply to working people. But if we talk about that on reasonable assumptions with a 5.1...
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Chandler.
President, I have given the minister plenty of time and she has gone nowhere near the question, which was name a single country with a high tax rate of real capital gains.
You do not need to repeat the question. The minister is going to your question. Order. Senator Hume. I think it would be very inappropriate for me to name a frontbencher, but you are coming very close today because you have constantly interjected, despite me asking you to come to order personally. So I remind you, I think it would be highly inappropriate to name you, but I will name you if you do not be quiet. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. But if, for example, on a reasonable assumption of 5.1% rate of return for an S&P ASX 200, the tax rate is around 21.4%, for example, that is lower than the UK at 24, it's lower than Germany, 26 to 28, it's lower than France, 35,
Minister, the time
34 to 35.
Senator Chandler.
Minimum 30%.
Order.
Minimum 30%.
Order. I have Senator Chandler on her feet. Order. Senator Watt. Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, can you confirm that Labor's new capital gains taxes can tax real gains up to 47%, making them the highest capital gains tax in the world at more than double the international average?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, if I can just finish, because I was rudely interrupted by the clock before. Lower than France, 34 to 35. It's lower than Ireland at 33. It's lower than the Netherlands at 36, and it's lower than Denmark at 42. And it's not a country, but also lower than California, which is the tech capital of the world. So the point we are making here is these reforms are about tax in Australia. It's what's in our national interest. It's about decisions that make it fairer for working people, better align the tax system, make it more productive, support innovation with our investments in small business, $3.8 billion in investments in small business, which I note none of you have raised. All of that is part of the package, Senator Cash. Now, you've said you're going to oppose all of that. Then all of that investment that's going into small business, that's making the tax scheme fairer, is at risk under your policies.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, do you acknowledge that the Albanese Labor government is not only the highest taxing Australian government on average ever, but one of the highest taxing in the world?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Well, thank you. Well, frankly, coming from those opposite, which went to the last election raising income tax on millions of Australians who came here, who would have had bigger deficits, more debt and higher taxes on working Australians, to come in here and ask that question when this chamber is on the cusp of passing reforms that will work in the interests of millions and millions and millions of Australians, whether it be those who benefit from our tax reductions, our income tax cuts, which come on the 1st of July, another one next year, the instant deduction for $1,000 off when you put your tax return in, or the working Australian tax offset. All of that, millions, 13.3 million Australians who will benefit from this reform. And that is what Australians know. They know that the Albanese Labor government will look after them and make sure their income taxes are lower.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you. To the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. Minister, Australians are watching energy prices rise as the fallout of Donald Trump and Israel's war on Iran ripples through global gas markets. At the same time, multinational gas exporters are profiting from our resources that they pay little tax on. The Senate inquiry into the taxation of Australia's gas resources, including Labor members, found that the case for a gas export tax should be revisited once the conflict in Iran is resolved. Just last week, your own press release welcomed this supposed peace deal, saying, "We are pleased the agreement between the US and Iran includes steps towards reopening the Strait of Hormuz." Minister, will your Labor government now finally have the courage to take on the gas corporations and implement a minimum 25% tax on gas exports?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Thank you to the Senator for her question. And what I would say to her is, first, I think we want the agreement for the ending of the conflict in the Middle East to hold, but I think we are also aware that this is a challenging process, and even if the agreement continues to hold, it will take some time for global supply and global markets to return to where they were, and in fact they may not return to precisely the same shape and dimensions that they were prior to the conflict. The premise of your question, I understand what you're advocating, but the premise of your question is we're back to normal now. We aren't. And it has been the largest energy shock, the largest shock to energy markets ever, even more than the 1970s, and so it will take some time to recover from that. In relation to the substantive issue, which is your proposition, we do agree that gas companies should pay their fair share of tax, and that is, and we also believe Australians should have a fair share of the benefit of gas. And I think you might have asked me questions before where I've explained why we believe the priority at the moment is the gas reservation scheme, which has benefits for our economy, for workers and for businesses and for households, is the priority at the moment, and that is what the government is focused on delivering.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgins-May's first supplementary.
Minister, you've had millions, literally millions of Australians calling for a gas export tax, yet from what I can gather, you only seem to be taking advice from a handful of gas executives and Donald Trump. Why won't you ensure that there is a fair public return on Australia's publicly owned natural resources? Your reservation policy will not raise a cent of revenue. Please answer that question for me, for my colleagues and for the millions of Australians demanding more.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Wong.
Senator, I do find this tendency where we disagree with you for the Greens political party to suggest it's on some other grounds than a genuine assessment of what we believe is best for the Australian people. Our judgment is based on what is best for the Australian people, what is best for our economy and what is best for households, what is best for businesses. Now, so I think the casting aspersions on intention and motivation really is not a reasonable thing to do. We just don't agree with you. Well, you can laugh, Senator Shoebridge. You always, you sneer regularly, but it is really unfair to suggest anything other than we have a different view. We have a different assessment about what is good for workers. We have a different assessment about what is good for businesses, and we have a different assessment about what is good for the economy. And as Senator Ayres has gone through in detail many times, we believe the priority at the moment should be a domestic gas reservation
Thank you, Minister.
scheme.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hodgins-May, second supplementary.
Minister, isn't it the truth that Labor simply adopts whatever the arguments the gas industry puts forward at the time? Shortages when a new gas project needs approval, oversupply when its weak reservation policy needs defending, all to avoid taxing gas exports and making multinational corporations pay what they owe.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister.
domestic gas reservation scheme is a very, very substantial reform. I have to be honest, it has not been universally supported by the gas sector. And you've seen that various Conservative parties, I think including One Nation, but I could be wrong, but certainly parts of the coalition have not been supportive of it. It is a very substantial change to Australia's economic position. As I said, not universally supported by every company in the gas sector. So again, the premise of your question is wrong. We make judgments about what we believe is the best thing for Australian workers, for Australian businesses and Australian households, and our judgment is those interests are best served by the creation of a domestic reservation system for Australian gas so that we can get a fair share of that gas here in Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government's tax reform package makes the system fairer while backing housing supply and small business. As flagged in the budget, the government has since undertaken consultation on the package. Can the Minister outline what came out of the consultation and how further initiatives give small businesses greater certainty?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Cox very much for that question and for the work that she's done in supporting this important tax reform package for our country. We are reforming the tax system for workers, businesses and for future generations. We're delivering the new round of tax cuts, including more tax cuts for every taxpayer from next week, and we're helping more Australians realise the dream of home ownership and also supporting investment and innovation. We were upfront on budget night that we were consulting on certain details of our reforms, including for small and start-up businesses with a low-cost base. And last week, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer announced the details of those post-budget consultations. The government's additional amendments are all about providing more clarity, confidence and support for small business and more incentives for innovation. And they go to a number of areas, including raising the threshold for small businesses for concessions on CGT from $2 million to $10 million in relation to the 50% tax discount. Also, our consultation is now open on the new innovative business CGT concession. We're making it clear that testamentary discretionary trusts will be exempt from new tax rules for trusts. We'll remove the ministerial discretion relating to new residential dwellings in the definition. Now, these details mean that the Albanese government is now delivering over $3.8 billion in new measures about lowering taxes for businesses and start-ups, on top of the fourth and fifth round of tax cuts for workers and a fairer housing market for first home buyers. Consistent with all big tax reform, we've always intended to legislate our reforms in multiple tranches, and there is more consultation to come, including on the arrangement for start-ups and implementation of the trust reforms.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Young people are key beneficiaries of the government's budget policies. Can the Minister outline how the Albanese Labor government's tax reforms are levelling the playing field and giving younger people a fairer chance at owning their own home?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Cox for that supplementary. This budget had young people at its heart, helping 75,000 homeowners get into the market and delivering tax cuts to help young workers get ahead. Treasury analysis finds that around 90% of Australians would have been better off by the age of 30 had these tax reforms been in place from 2000, before factoring in housing affordability. We know that most young people get most of their income from work. 84% of young people earn 90% or more of their taxable income from working. Only around 4% of tax filers under the age of 35 have a capital gain each year, and just 4% of the benefit of the CGT discount goes to those aged under 35, compared to 32% of the discount that goes to those aged 65 and older. That's why it's important that we are rebalancing the tax system to lower the taxes on workers and make housing more affordable for young people.
Senator Cox, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. With consultation complete and the details settled, this fair and responsible package is now ready to pass the Parliament. Can the Minister outline why it's so important these reforms are legislated without delay and encourage all senators to support the passage of this through this place?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Cox, and I thank the supplementary question. Well, with the agreement that we have reached with the Greens today, and we thank them for the work that they have done with us since the budget has been announced.
Left on the bench again.
The government will be able to deliver those first tranches of tax reform as we outlined on budget night. We have agreed to support an amendment that will be moved by the Greens to ban future limited recourse borrowing arrangements for residential property by superannuation funds. Other super funds are generally prohibited from borrowing money to invest, with the exception of LRBAs that are used by SMSFs. Multiple issues have been raised with concerns around these arrangements since, with multiple reviews, including many of the reviews that reported under the former government, who chose to do nothing about it. The three right-wing parties voted against these tax cuts in the House. Now they're planning to do the same in the Senate, which will mean voting against concessions.
I advise the chamber that Senator Lambie has passed her question to Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe.
She has. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Sadly, we've had another death in custody of an Aboriginal man on the weekend. A year ago, another Aboriginal man lost his life in that same prison. When he told police he was going to kill himself, the officer replied, "Yeah, whatever." Minister, on the 35th anniversary of the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, in April you offered thoughts and prayers. But what actions have you actually taken to hold state and territory governments accountable for the state-sanctioned murder of our people in jails?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Thorpe for the question. There are way too many deaths in custody, President, and not just of Indigenous people but all people. Unfortunately, it continues in terms of the incarceration rates. What I have certainly worked on here, and I know that there has been a committee of the Senate, and I do welcome that Senate inquiry that's currently underway into the justice reinvestment programs that we are rolling out across the country. We see as the Commonwealth that our part in all of this, knowing that the states and territories are the ones responsible for the jailing of any citizen, but what we do at the Commonwealth level is push out the justice reinvestment programs. There are justice reinvestment programs, over 30, President, that are running out all across the country, and we know that there are, in places like the Northern Territory, success in those. In places like Brood Island, for example, where I know the inquiry has visited, we are having success. And that success only comes when local people and First Nations people are at the table to ensure that there is support for First Nations people so that they don't go into jails. It's a long road, President. It's a very difficult one. And I do call on the states and territories to work harder in this space and to certainly work with us as we try to reduce the numbers of Aboriginal people in custody.
Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
We all know that closing the gap targets around incarceration will not be met by the 2031 deadline. Outcomes in many areas are getting worse. Shouldn't we overhaul or get rid of closing the gap now, rather than let this hopeless agreement continue for another 5 years while people keep dying?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, the answer to that is no, Senator Thorpe. We don't just give up. We don't just roll over and say no. We have 80 organisations, over 800 members in those organisations are part of closing the gap. And this is First Nations people at the grassroots level, Senator Thorpe. It is grassroots people who are fighting hard to close that gap. What I have to do is keep working with the state and territory ministers, not just First Nations ministers, but also every single minister around a cabinet table, which includes here at the Commonwealth, President, that every single minister, because every jurisdiction, Senator Thorpe, has signed up to this. We don't roll up We don't roll up and roll away. We stand there and fight. We stand there and fight to improve the lives of First Nations people. Just because it's hard, just because it's difficult, doesn't mean we give up.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
Why can't you do things like tie funding to actual progress and set minimum standards around cops and jails in this country, given that, stop it, I'm speaking, given that state and territory governments will not protect our people's rights?
I'll wait for order.
Need you to speak over me.
Senator Thorpe,
pull him up, Greens. Pull him up.
Senator Thorpe, I will manage the chamber, and I've asked those people to come to order. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator Thorpe, I have. I've spoken in this House. I've spoken about the need to ensure that through the federal funding agreements that the Commonwealth has with state and territory governments, that there has to be accountability. And I've done that with the Northern Territory through the Northern Territory Remote Area Investment, President. You've had a briefing on it. You've got the paperwork. You asked through an OPD here for all the information. You have it in front of you. Read it, Senator Thorpe.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Minister. Senator David Pocock. Senator Thorpe, silence. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Science and Industry, Senator Ayres. Minister, on the 26th of October last year, the Attorney-General issued a statement categorically ruling out a text and data mining exception in Australian copyright law. Minister Burke told a conference, and I quote, "We have no plans, no intention, no appetite to be weakening these copyright laws based on this draft report." On the 6th of August, you told the ABC that the government had, and I quote, "no plans to make changes." Minister, is it still the case that the government has no plans to allow AI companies to mine Australian creatives' data, either via some form of carve-out, an extension to the licensing system, or other means?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Senator Pocock for that question. The position that was outlined by myself every time I've been asked, by the Attorney-General and by the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for the Arts, has been very clear on this question. Firstly, that there will not be an undermining of copyright protections for Australian artists or Australian copyright holders. I'll come to that in a moment. It is also that it is in Australia's interest, not just in economic terms, not just in terms of productivity and growth, and that is certainly the case, but in our strategic interest as a middle power economy in the world, for us to secure as much of the technology stack, particularly those parts of the stack where Australia has competitive advantage and where we can exercise agency and control in the interests of Australia. Because it is not this government's view that we should just be a cork bobbing on the ocean of other people's technology and a customer at the long end of technology supply chains. That is not in our interest. It sells out future generations. And some of the things that have been said in this debate by some of the participants have been reckless about that, have sold out future generations and their security and our national resilience. And we will meet these objectives in a careful way in the Australian national interest.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Minister, it's been put to me that the government is in fact considering competing proposals allowing some form of carve-out or an extension to the licensing system in exchange for a new creative arts fund and an additional multi-billion-dollar investment in data centres, which you seem very keen on, with expedited approvals, and that the Prime Minister intends to announce this plan on or around the 15th of July. Is that or any element of it correct?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
I always find a question that starts with the premise, it's been put to me. It's been put to me. Yeah, you know, where? Order.
Order,
here's...
Senator Henderson.
Senator Henderson, what you find with this government is we are a cabinet government that works together. And he is...
Minister Ayres,
I'm entitled to respond to interjections
Minister Ayres, order. Senator Henderson, I've said order 4 times and you've continued to interject. Either come and be quiet or leave the chamber. Senator Pocock.
So, President, just on a point of order on relevance, I'd really like an answer to my question.
Senator Henderson, resume your seat. Order. Senator Pocock, you would be aware that I did call the Senate to order and senators chose to ignore me. As you are aware, Minister Ayres is entitled to take interjections. I am doing my very best to stop those interjections. I appreciate you standing up and making that point, and perhaps those senators will listen to you more than they will listen to me and respect this is your question and you are entitled to an answer from the Minister. Minister Ayres.
I will come back to that, but I will just say, what I won't cop is denigrating very capable assistant ministers with expertise and background in this area who are making a real contribution. And Mr Charlton does every day. And, you know, we have a rule over here about dual ticket holders. We do. We don't put up with it. We don't put up with it. You can only be a member of one political party.
Ayres,
only a member of one political party at a time.
Minister Ayres, I'm going to draw you back to Senator Pocock's question, please.
Well,
not much support.
Senator Pocock, we are absolutely determined. We have set out our approach on these questions.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Mr. President. Minister, can you categorically rule out that the government is in any way contemplating any form of change that would act as a carve-out or licensing extension for AI companies and data centres from copyright laws and expose Australian creatives?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, I can certainly reiterate what we've said publicly, and that is that there will be no undermining of copyright protections. I won't do what I wasn't listening to Triple J yesterday, Senator, but I was given a transcript when I had a glance over of your reckless speculation about these issues. Reckless speculation about these issues. It is absolutely our intention to do what we can to make sure that people who produce content in Australia, who are currently getting ripped off all around the world, we are looking at that question. We are looking at that question. We are looking at the questions that go to our national interest, not just about economic opportunity and growth. They are important questions, but the national interest here of having Australian sovereign capability in tech. That makes a difference for future generations and for our national security.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher, regarding the cost to taxpayers of the Snowy Hydro 2 scheme. Minister, can you inform the Senate how much Snowy Hydro 2 will cost to complete, including cost of construction, capital costs through to the end of the financing cycle, meaning interest on the debt, maintenance through the same period, the cost of transmission lines dedicated to this project, including maintenance, and finally, the industrial wind and solar installations, including cyclical replacement needed to generate the power. In short, if it's built and it's paid off, how much all up is this thing going to cost?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Gallagher. Order, Senator, order. Minister Gallagher is on her feet.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to update the chamber with the information that I have available to me on Snowy Hydro, Snowy 2.0, and I think you'll remember that when we came to government, we inherited a project that was significant difficulties. If you remember, I think the former Prime Minister Turnbull announced this project and said it would cost $2 billion. It had not had a business case done. There had been no scoping done. There had been no surveys done of the geological environment that the project was going to be built in. And so there was a significant reset probably in the first couple of years of our government, and that increased the project total cost to in the order of $12 billion. Now, currently, the Snowy Board is undertaking a cost reassessment for the total project cost. We have not received that work yet. It is due to the government towards the end of July. I would say that it is more than half built, Snowy 2.0. It is an important project for the nation in terms of the security and stability of our energy grid. So it is an important project, but as to any further reassessment of the costs, the work that the information that I have is the ones where we took that initial reset to properly scope the project, get it back on track, and work with the organisation to deliver the project when it was raised to $12 billion.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, the Australian National Audit Office audit released this month found significant shortcomings, including no reliable system to track future costs, no baseline for project completion, and no quality data with which to work these things out. In short, we don't know how long it's going to take and how much it's going to cost. Just like the uni-party's net zero, there's no plan. Minister, will you cancel this project?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Order, order, order. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. Well, no, the government will not do that, Senator Roberts. As I said, it is an important project. It is, I think I saw a figure that said it was 72% complete, but I will correct that if I'm wrong. I can't find that number in front of me, but I was reading some documents about Snowy Hydro on the weekend. In relation to the ANAO report, I should say that, because you didn't, it did say that the project, the management of the project has been partially effective, and there were, I think, 5 recommendations or so which outlined deficiencies in some project governance arrangements, which Snowy 2.0 has accepted. I think the vast majority of those recommendations. It is an important project for the stability and security of our energy system, Senator Roberts. It's an important project to get done, but it has been a troubled project from the beginning, including when it was so poorly implemented initially by those opposite.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Labor appears to be upset about Senator Whitten signing a contract to sell his shares in September 2023, almost 2 years before his Senate nomination. Minister, at what point do you accept that a clean coal power station provides cheaper power, much more of it, than this fantasy project costing taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars before it's paid off, perhaps $1 trillion? When will you give up this fantasy?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Order. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, again, Senator Roberts, this project is important for the security and stability of the energy grid. In relation to coal-fired power stations, there have been none built in this country for decades, and indeed, under the former government, I think there was $3 million allocated to Collinsville to explore that. I don't know what happened to that, where that project ended, but we heard nothing from it. The market is not building new coal-fired power stations. They're not, Senator Roberts. I mean, if they were able to deliver the energy that you say they would be able to do in a way that you want them to do, the market would be investing in them. They're not. The market is investing in renewables because it delivers cheaper and more reliable energy, and we've seen that, indeed, in some announcement that Minister Bowen has made in recent times about the wholesale price of electricity coming down because of the amount of renewables in the system.
Thank you, Minister. Senator De Liga.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Global energy markets and supply chains have been significantly disrupted by the conflict in the Middle East. In response, the Albanese Labor government has been focused on ensuring Australia's fuel security. Minister, what actions has the government taken to shield Australians from the worst impacts of the conflict?
Thank you, Senator De Liga. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you, Senator De Liga. And if I can just take a moment to acknowledge the young workers union members from the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association of Australia who've come to talk to us about their experience working in retail all over Australia. From the outset of the war in the Middle East, this government has worked hard to shield Australians from its worst impacts. Although the conflict is on the other side of the world, the impacts have been felt here in terms of prices and supply. However, since the 28th of February, we have seen in Australia an increase in the amount of fuel that is available to Australians before the conflict. On Saturday, Minister Bowen outlined that Australia has 44 days' worth of petrol. That is 8 days more than when the conflict began. 39 days' worth of diesel, 7 days more than the 28th of February, and 32 days' worth of jet fuel, 3 days more than the 28th of February. The last week we have reached the highest level of fuel held in Australia since the minimum stockholding obligation came into force in 2023. 51 ships on the way to Australia, 3.9 billion litres of fuel contracted to be delivered here over the next 4 weeks. And they're very quiet over there, because when the war started, what these characters were on about was sowing division and trying to create fear in the community. But can anybody imagine that Mr Taylor or Mr Canavan or any of these people could have ever picked up the phone and delivered a litre of fuel, let alone shiploads of fuel, delivered a litre of diesel, let alone shiploads of diesel for Australian farmers and Australian industry?
Senator De Liga, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and thanks for waking them up. Earlier this year, the Albanese Labor government passed laws to ensure that Australia was able to secure additional supplies of fuel and fertiliser. Minister, how has the government used these laws to secure the fuel and fertiliser Australia needs for this uncertain time?
Thank you, Senator De Liga. Minister Ayres.
Thanks, Senator De Liga. On Saturday, the Prime Minister announced that Export Finance Australia has secured, jointly with the private sector, an additional 50 million litres of diesel. That shipment is now headed for Port Botany. Yesterday, a shipment of urea docked in Brisbane. And I want to thank the Indonesian government on behalf of the farmers of Australia and the government of Australia for their efforts on assisting us to secure that supply. Through Export Finance Australia, we've now secured a total of 800 million litres of diesel, 155 million litres of jet fuel and 340,000 tonnes of fertiliser, using every lever at our disposal in the national interest to deliver real change for Australia and good outcomes for Australian industry.
Thank you, Minister. Senator De Liga.
Thanks, President.
Second supplementary.
Thanks, President. The Albanese Labor government is securing Australia's energy security because it's vital for our national resilience. How does this year's budget further strengthen fuel security?
Thank you, Senator De Liga. Minister Ayres.
Well, we're focused on, of course, the immediate challenges, but we're also focused on delivering real change for Australia in the national interest and in the interests of our future energy resilience. That's why there was a $14.8 billion package for fuel security and cost of living relief in the budget. Central commitment, $3.2 billion for a strategic fuel reserve owned by the government for Australians. It's been welcomed by grain growers, the National Farmers Federation and the Australian Livestock and Rural Transporters Association. I'll tell you who hasn't welcomed it is Mr Taylor. Mr Taylor, like Mr Morrison, without the charm or the charisma, like in the sort of do-nothing brigade, did more to damage Australia's energy security when he was the Energy Minister than any other living person, and now wants to say no and now wants to say no to the sensible measures that this government's undertaking in the national economic interest.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last year, the Prime Minister stated the only tax policy we're implementing is the one we took to the election. How many times does this Prime Minister think he can get away with breaking his promises to the Australian people, doing dirty deals with the Australian Greens and slugging Australians with higher taxes?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, we are making changes to the tax system that are about making sure that young people get a fair crack at a first home, and because we want more houses built in this country. And we have been upfront about this being a change in our policy. We have said that, but you see, the problem is, Senator Colbeck, is you have no answer to housing affordability. You have no answer to young people entering the market. You have no answer for first home owners. You have no answer to the question of how we get more Australians the ability to fulfil that aspect of the Australian dream which matters so much, which is the ability to own their own home. So we are clear about why we are doing this. The status quo we do not believe is acceptable, so we are acting. We are delivering change that will work for Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Colbeck, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. At the last election, the Prime Minister stated changes to negative gearing were off the table. But today the Prime Minister has done a dirty deal with the Australian Greens to ram through these changes through the Parliament. How many times does the Prime Minister think he can get away with saying one thing to Australians in an election and then doing another thing when it suits him?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong.
This government's focus and this Prime Minister's focus is doing what is needed to make change that benefits Australians. We are focused on how we can benefit Australians at a time where we know many Australians are doing it tough, and there is many areas where we know policy change is needed, and that is why we are acting. We're acting when it comes to wages. We're acting when it comes to energy prices. We are acting when it comes to tax. And I remind you, Senator, that you are setting up to again vote for higher taxes for working people. I remind you of that you are again setting up to vote for higher taxes for working people. So unlike those opposite, who want higher taxes for working people and to want to lock more Australians out of the housing market, we on this side want to deliver real change, and we will.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Colbeck, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, at the last election, the Prime Minister repeatedly ruled out changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. I rule out 50 times. But today he's done a dirty deal with the Australian Greens to break his promise to Australians. How many times does this Prime Minister break his word which he told the Australian people was his bond?
Dirty deal. Before the interjections have started, I haven't even called the Minister. You are to listen in silence, otherwise I invite you to leave the chamber. Minister Wong.
Thank you. We have been clear that unless we act now, we have a generation at risk of missing out. And you might be content to defend that, to defend the status quo, and you might be content to defend a broken system that is not working for Australians, but we are not. We are here to change things for the better, and we will.
Order. Minister Wong. Oh, you'd finished. I beg your pardon. Senator Anand-Rajah.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. Helping Australians get the healthcare they need when they need it is one of the Albanese Labor government's top priorities. We know how much of a difference a stronger Medicare makes to the lives of everyday Australians. How has the government delivered on its commitment to provide Australians affordable and accessible urgent care?
Once again, I haven't even called the minister and the interjections have started. I'm serious. If you can't be quiet, leave the chamber. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, the Albanese government has fully delivered on our election commitment to open an additional 50 Medicare urgent care clinics. And that means every single one of the 137 Medicare urgent care clinics we promised when we came to government are now open across the nation. And for your home state, Senator Anandaraja, that means 29 clinics providing bulk billed urgent care for Victorians when they need it most. And what does it mean in practice? Well, that just means that mums and dads taking their kid to a clinic after a bad injury at Saturday Sport without sitting for hours in the emergency department. It means a tradie with a deep cut can get treated the same day close to home. It means an older Australian with a bad flare-up can get urgent treatment quickly without waiting days for a GP appointment. Around 4 out of 5 Australians now live within a 20-minute drive of an urgent care clinic, and we have seen 3.1 million visits to Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia since the first one opened in June 2023. We have heard that around 45% of patients going to an urgent care clinic would have otherwise sought treatment at an emergency department or called an ambulance. So can make no mistake, these clinics are filling a gap, they're filling a gap in our health system, and they're giving our hospitals and our doctors and our nurses the support that they need. And they work for one important reason, because the only thing that people need to access these clinics is their Medicare card, not their credit card. And thanks to this Labor government, these urgent care clinics are here to stay, because this is what Labor governments do. We focus on the interests of the Australian people, not on fighting with the other parties who compete for the same political territory, the Libs, the Nats, One Nation fighting amongst themselves. We deliver for working Australians. The time for answering has expired. Senator Anandaraja, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. I, like my colleagues, understand that when it comes to getting quality health care, all you should need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. How is the Albanese Labor government's record investment in Medicare helping more Australians see a doctor for free?
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President, because thanks to our Labor government's historic investment in Medicare, the number of bulk billing practices in this country gets bigger every week. And we know that in the first quarter of this year, the bulk billing rate had risen to 81.9%. That is a 4.6 percentage point increase on the same period last year. Bulk billing rates are up in every state and territory. Well, what does that mean? It means that the numbers do not lie. Our historic $8.5 billion investment in bulk billing has delivered a historic result. It means more and more people are able to go and see a doctor with just their Medicare card. Not a credit card, their Medicare card. And again, our sole focus is on delivery for the Australian people. And meanwhile, the three right-wing parties are focused on themselves and their own base interests. They are focused on division. We are focused on delivery.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Anandaraja, second supplementary.
Thank you. The Albanese Labor government is focused on strengthening Medicare so it can deliver healthcare to everyone that needs it. Why are these investments to Medicare needed, and why has the government chosen this approach?
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President. We had no choice but to make these investments. The future of Medicare depended on it, because the Coalition had a clear plan to demolish Medicare by neglect. Under Coalition, bulk billing was in freefall. The rate for children and concession card holders was just 75.6% because their 6-year freeze ripped billions of dollars out of Medicare. The AMA estimated that the Coalition would have taken $8.3 billion out of Medicare by 27-28. And so while we are working to expand access to universal health care, those opposite haven't learned the lessons. They have not learned a single thing. The Liberal Party, the National Party, One Nation have never valued universal health care. They voted against cheaper medicines, and they all represent a huge threat to Medicare. And in their chaotic competition for supremacy, the last thing they have in mind is the Australian people.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I'd just like to clarify an answer that I gave in response to Senator Thorpe's question. In question time today, for the benefit of the chamber, I referred to an inquiry into justice reinvestment. I'd like to clarify, President, that I was referring to the inquiry into Australia's youth justice and incarceration system.
I'll just give senators a few moments to leave the chamber if they're not planning on participating in this debate. I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions? Senator Collins.
Deputy President, I rise to take note of all coalition answers. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't once, it wasn't twice, but it was more than 50 times our Prime Minister lied straight to the Australian people about changes to capital gains and negative gearing. Last year, the Prime Minister stated that the only tax policy that we're implementing is the one that we took to the election. My word is my bond, he said. My word is my bond. At the last election, the Prime Minister stated changes to negative gearing were off the table. Off the table. But today, as we have all heard, the Prime Minister has gone and done a dirty deal with the Australian Greens to get these tax changes on the table. At the last election, the Prime Minister repeatedly ruled out changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. I rule out, he said. But today, he has done a dirty deal to get these changes on the table. He broke his promise to the Australian people. And I was reminded today by an Australian constituent of a quote from Jean-Baptiste Colbert in the 17th century, the finance minister to King Louis XIV. And he said, "The art of taxation consists in so plucking the goose as to obtain the largest possible amount of feathers with the smallest possible amount of hissing." Well, let me tell you, Labor, there is not just hissing out there across Australia. There is absolute outrage. And had you done the consultations with the Australian people, with business owners, with startups, innovators, with investors, you would have known that this is a destructive tax bill and one that the Australian people would never have voted for. Now, we have seen that there's not just been a dirty deal done with the Greens, but there are backflips and carve-outs. And one of those carve-outs was for innovative startups. Now, there's one set of capital gains tax rules for small businesses and another set of rules for so-called innovative businesses. Now, for 2 days, we've asked this government what that actually means. What is the difference between a small business and an innovative small business? No idea. They can't tell us. They can't tell us. There is no detail backing up this carve-out. They just don't know. We asked who will determine whether a business satisfies those tests and what objective criteria will be applied. I think these are very sensible questions to be asking. No details, no answers. They don't know. All we got was a rear-view answer. They talked about the coalition's time in government, which, of course, was 2 terms ago. But what the Australian people want is hope and vision. They want certainty and confidence. And this tax bill gives them absolutely none of that. They will be absolutely stymieing high-risk, high-growth businesses, and we will be fighting this every single step of the way.
Senator Collins, I would just remind you, and it wasn't raised by anyone in the chamber, but it was raised with me, that you used a certain word in relation to an individual, in which case that is a breach of 1933. So I will ask you to withdraw.
What did I? I withdraw, Deputy President.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
Well, there is no greater illustration that the Liberal Party of Australia is not fit to govern than the attack on the budget here today. This is one of those things that illustrates the lack of capacity on that side, and I'm going to deal with 3 points. The first is you have no credibility on taxes. The second is you ignore the details in the budget and you ignore them in order to mislead. And the third is that the values that this budget embodies on this side of the House are the values of Australia. They are the values of the Australian people. And Senator Henderson, you can interject all you want on me. The facts speak for themselves. But let's go to those facts and let's go to the circumstances, because the one thing that's been a theme on that side is that the government shouldn't have changed its position on a number of topics and taxation issues. But when the facts change, when the circumstances change, when working Australians are desperate for changes and some assistance to their cost of living, when working Australians are desperate to get into housing, then we change our policies because that is the right thing to do. And that's what we're explaining and we're taking to the Australian people. But there's no better illustration of the values that differ on this side of the House and that side than the fact that my colleague was quoting from the Finance Minister, King Louis XIV of France, the Sun King himself, and we are engaged in a piece of tax reform that helps working people, and we're engaged in tax reforms that will help get people into housing. In terms of working people, what have we done? We've delivered a Working Australians tax offset to reduce the tax that working people in this country pay by $250 a year. Since 2023 and 2024, that brings the total reduction in the average tax that working people pay in this country down by $2,816 a year on average. That's significant. That's money in people's pockets. That's a lower tax burden. And that contrasts by those opposite who took to the last election a tax increase. The second point I want to make is around housing, and let's deal with negative gearing and these tax changes to CGT in relation to housing, because it's important to understand where the values lie and on whose side of the debate each of the parties in here lies. Because in spite of their nocturnal flirtation with One Nation, when you go back to it, the Coalition are for the top end of town. That's why they oppose these capital gains changes. Now, this is from the Australian Financial Review. About a third of all capital gains were realised by people who earned incomes in the highest 1% during their working lives, while more than half of all gains went to the top 10%. So if you want to know whose side they're on, it's the top 1% and it's the top 10%. It's not working Australians, it's not young Australians trying to get into a house. In terms of negative gearing changes, which they oppose, and then again from the AFR, the same article, for almost 1 in 3 negatively geared investment properties sold in 2022-2023, investors ultimately paid less tax than they would have if they had never bought the property at all. However, they still made a profit on the property. That's effectively a government subsidy in the tax system through negative gearing. We're fine for people to invest, we're fine for people to make money, but they shouldn't be able to put it through a loophole, and they shouldn't be able to do it in circumstances where we have a housing crisis and where investors are taking stock off the market and keeping young Australians out of their first homes. So what it comes down to in the end, what this budget comes down to and where this debate lies is values, and where you will find the Australian Labor Party, where you will find the Albanese government, is on the side of working Australians and on the side of young Australians.
Senator Antic.
Thank you,
Acting Deputy President. Well, we heard this afternoon about the government's consultation paper on CGT reform regarding arrangements for innovative startups. And we heard the government's going to look to concepts like innovation and commercialisation, scalability and growth. All great words, all very interesting. Of course, one way of dealing with taxation in this country would be to simplify it and reduce it. But anyway, we'll go down this path for a minute just to humour ourselves. What we didn't hear, of course, from the government in question time today is how they're going to determine whether a business is sufficiently innovative and who's going to be the beneficiary of this in general terms. You would think if you were releasing a tax policy you'd have a little more detail over it, but no, we've got a consultation paper. Which companies are going to be involved? I mean, we're going to get these for their friends in the pharmaceutical business, pharmaceutical companies. We don't know, because the Labor government is proposing effectively to let Canberra bureaucrats make those decisions. And, well, I mean, this side of the chamber would say, what's wrong with that? Well, does anyone remember COVID? Does anyone remember what happens when we let the bureaucracy run rampant and wild in relation to making decisions about these sorts of matters? One thing, though, I will say off the topic is that pharma are innovative. We've got to give them that. They are always finding innovative ways to sell us their products. Like this week, we heard all about the two birds they found. Did you hear about this? They found two birds in WA. They got them. They're two birds. One of them had the sniffles, and the other one appears to have been listless at his home drinking chicken soup. But these birds are almost like the bell ringing on the pharmaceutical companies saying, we're entering the winter season, we're about to lean on you to get your flu shot guilt trip, and now we've found two birds with the sniffles. So two birds are going to make you, and you've got to hand it to them. That's innovative. I'd give them a tax break every day of the week, because these companies have made some of the best public relations steps you'd ever seen. Protect yourself, protect grandma, protect the vulnerable, and now we've got avian influenza doing the heavy lifting. Same pattern. Year after year, new variant, new scare. And so when Australians are home wondering whether they should book their annual flu jab or just sit in front of the TV with chicken soup, they are getting this innovative spin from pharmaceutical companies. Now, I'm not saying that the birds are in on it, but if they start claiming superannuation, I think we've got a problem. The history's taught us anything, though, that fear is a real sales tool and winter's the favourite season. That's innovation for you. But back to the issue of taxation, I think, I mean, we now are at a point where this system has become so complicated and so difficult to navigate. It's like the AFL draft now. You simply cannot negotiate it without people that are heavily invested in it. This is an endemic problem that I would say this government have ably contributed to over the last period, where you almost can't navigate your life as an average Australian citizen without employing a team of experts in order to help you. If you're a tradie out there now, this tax system has become so complicated that you need to spend thousands of dollars a year just in order to stay compliant. We're not talking about getting a particular edge or whatever, just to simply stay within the confines of the law. And what we're getting here from this government, rather than simplifying matters by, say, reducing the tax burden, is actually making it more complicated, because we don't know who's in and who's out. We don't know. There's a range of things that we simply do not understand, and that's because it's been done on the fly, without a proper plan, and with, I guess I would say, a particular backlash from industry, and now they're trying to pick favourites. And it's worse than that. They're going to let the Canberra bubble pick favourites. That's not the way you run a country.
Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy, when I came into this place 4.5 years ago, I said that I wanted to do politics differently. And I think I've proven that in the last couple of years, that I'm definitely doing politics differently. Well, and also leaving Jackie Lambie and becoming an independent and exploring all the colours of politics. It's one of those things, though, it's like eventually you find a safe home and a place where you agree and you collaborate and cooperate holistically. And I believe that's what politics should be all about. Well, you know, that's what Jackie thought. It's one of those things where I want to do good for the people of Tasmania, and I found a place where I think that will happen. The changes that we're doing for the tax reform are going to show workers, businesses and future generations that the reform is required to improve the quality of life that we have within Australia. That we're going to deliver a new round of tax cuts, including more tax cuts for every taxpayer from next week. We're helping more Australians realise the dream of home ownership and supporting investment and innovation. And that's one of the things that I wanted to come into this place and make a difference with, showing that the people in Tasmania, that there is hope, opportunity and choices that they can make to ensure that they have a better future. And some of the things that I've done in this place is to ensure that housing in Tasmania is better, that they have better opportunities open to them when it comes to health and education. Reducing the tax burden for over 30 million workers is an important thing. We want people to have money in their pockets so that they can build a home, have a life, raise children, have a family. We want to ensure that the housing market increases and doesn't decrease like it has over the past few years. We want to ensure that businesses and startups are here in Australia because it's important that we have industry, business and money within our homes and our country, and in Tasmania in particular. And it's one of the focuses that I have is that we should have money and industry and business so that we can maintain families in my home state. We shouldn't have to worry so much about what is going away from our homes, what is going away from our state. And it makes me sad that when we look at change, that it's a bad thing, that learning and educating yourself about what differences can be and how they can improve things are seen as a bad thing. It's not backflipping, learning from change, learning from different data sets, learning from different people. I've learnt many things from the people across the floor and also from the crossbench and the Greens. They have helped me become a better politician and understand where I stand within my community. And I will work hard for the next 2 years to ensure that the people of Tasmania have industry, business, money and opportunity to build families, homes and industry within my home state. And as I said the other week, I do not apologise for backflipping and changing my colours. I'm proud to be a senator for Tasmania. I'm proud to be a Labor senator for Tasmania. And you know what? Come on down, join the party. It's a great place to be. And you know what? You've all encouraged me to be a bigger, better version of myself, and this is the bigger, better version. It's loud, it's proud, it's Tasmanian, and it's also a Labor senator. Through the chair, I'm a proud Tasmanian and a proud Labor senator. Have I said that before? I might say it again, but thank you for listening. Oh, look, you know what? I disagree with you too, Sarah, and I disagree with Ross and Penny, but you know what? It creates a better Tasmanian senator, and I will be holistic and agreeable.
I'm sure Senator Tyrrell was enjoying it, but there was too many interjections going on. Point of order. Senator Wong.
Thank you. I asked for the call. Point of order. The senator from your party, the senator interjected numerous times. I asked you informally to call it to order. You did not, and I would ask you to stop allowing her to interject, Deputy President. Thank you.
Senator Wong, I was absolutely called Senator Henderson and Senator Cadell to order on numerous occasions. Senator Henderson.
Of order, I would trust that Minister Wong takes her own lessons and also applies
Senator
that in relation to her interjections.
Senator Henderson, it is not required. Let's move on. Senator Cadell, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. It's an interesting question time we had today where we heard the catchphrases over and over again. Couldn't maintain the status quo. The status quo being people with their money in their pocket. We had to change that. The government wants your money in their pocket. That's what the change we bring here. Because we hear the things about the WATO, and what a great thing. Bring it forward, we'll vote for it now. Let's do it now. Bring on the WATO, we'll vote for it now. $250 in people's pockets, what a great idea. But what they're not saying is while they're giving you $1 in your hand, $5 in your hand up front, they're reaching around and picking your pocket for the rest of the money behind you. They are taking a net gain in tax out of what they are doing here. So much so, the highest ever percentage of taxpayer government on average over 4 years is what they are doing. But we don't want to talk about that. We're here and we heard the finance minister sit here. 2 minutes she was given, 2 minutes. She herself pointed out she had 2 minutes to get to an answer. On countries that have higher marginal tax rates than Australia now. And she rattled off. She rattled off England at 24%. She rattled off United States at 24%, Germany at 26%. But this is the Finance Minister, and I am confident that our Finance Minister knows that all of those percentages are lower than the 47% that you get to pay in Australia. That's how maths works. 26, 26, 30 is all lower than the 47% of your money you get to pay to the government now. So take your $5. There's nothing this government likes more than your money, except maybe the Greens. Protect their deal. The deal doers in this. The Greens would love to reach around and grab every cent you've got, because it's not about fairness, it's not about anything, it's about socialism. And they want to sit there and say the three parties of the right. Let's talk about the two parties of socialism that take away the very things they talk about: aspiration and productivity. How is it aspirational for young people to invest in ETFs or crypto or stocks, now get taxed 100% more on their savings to afford a house? How do they get taxed 100% more to afford the deposit for their house? How is that going to help anybody get into a house? How do you justify 100% higher taxes than they paid before for a deposit and say that gets young people in a house? It doesn't. Even their own Treasury documents, you know, that massive right-wing conspiracy organisation, the Treasury of Australia, they say 35,000 less houses will be built under this taxation plan. That is their own documentation, I think on page 158, I believe. So here we have it. We're taxing young people more on the way they save to get a deposit. We are building 35,000 less homes. We are taxing the highest capital gains anywhere in the world, and this is the plan. This is why we had to change the status quo as they go through these things. This government should not use big words they don't understand, like productivity and aspiration. They should stick to the words they do know, like taxation, because that is where they are, that is where they specialise, and Australians deserve more. When we look at all these changes, let's not forget this is from the same Treasurer and the same Prime Minister that said they wouldn't have a look at taxing superannuation. But they went and they wanted to do unrealised gains in superannuation till they realised even the Greens wouldn't agree with them on that one. This was a step too far, even for the socialists in the room. But now they've come back, they can do a deal with capital gains tax, they've got it. They are taxing you because they don't want people to get ahead. It is only controllable society when everyone races to the bottom and no one has anything. And that is what we have with this. That is why it's wrong, and that is why this deal is being rushed through, because they want no more debate, no more investigation into it. Pass it and put up with it.
Senator
Take Australia.
Cadell, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answers given by the Minister representing the Prime Minister about a gas export tax. The Minister says Labor wants what is best for the Australian people. What is best? Apparently what's best for Australians is giving away $17 billion a year in revenue while multinational gas corporations make billions exporting Australian gas. It's a remarkable coincidence that what Labor says is best for Australians is always what is best for those multinational gas corporations. What a coincidence. We're told that these corporations are paying a fair share, but who decides what a fair share is? Under Labor, these corporations are marking their own homework. Then we get a lecture about global instability, conflict in the Middle East and uncertainty in energy markets. Well, the Minister even suggested that things may never return to normal. So is that the most recent excuse? Is that the new reason that Australians can never expect a fair return on their gas resources? Because if we're waiting for the gas industry to tell us the conditions are right, the answer will always be the same. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. We're told Labor's gas reservation policy is the answer, but that policy will not raise a single cent of revenue. Not one extra dollar for housing, not one extra dollar for energy costs and cost of living relief, not one extra dollar to fund the transition to clean, secure energy. The truth is there will always be another excuse, another delay, another reason to kick this can down the road. After 4 years in government, Labor has made it incredibly clear who they are in this place working for. They are in here working for the gas industry, working for their donors. They are not working for the Australian people, and they have got to go.
Senator Shoebridge. Order. Order.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy.
Senator Shoebridge, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Well, that got Senator Wong agitated, didn't it? That got Senator Wong agitated. A bit of truth-telling from my colleague, Senator Hodgins-May, about the fact that we know who writes Labor's gas policy. We know who writes Labor's gas policy. Woodside writes Labor's gas policy. Santos writes. They probably come together in a nice little room and then deliver it to the Labor Party and say, this is in Australia's national interests because the member for Woodside agrees with it. Sorry, the Resources Minister agrees with it. That's what they say. And isn't it just a surprise that every single former Labor federal resource minister ends up, when they leave politics, where do they go and get a job? The resources industry, the gas industry. And what we find time and time again, when there's a debate about whether or not there'd be a 25% gas export levy put on, what we find is that Labor members, particularly from WA, which is, let's be frank about it, a petro state run by WA Labor, we find WA Labor members come out here one after the other and just read onto the record the talking points from Woodside, time and time and time again. And now we get this linguistic gymnastics from Senator Wong. Senator Wong is asked about the position that the Labor members put in the gas export inquiry. And in that position, the Labor members agreed to a finding that, you know, when things settle down, when there's some kind of, next stage in the war in the Middle East, then Labor will consider a 25% gas export tax. When things settle down, of course, on the 15th of June, Senator Wong came out and welcomed Donald Trump's, apparent peace deal in the Middle East. Now, the Greens have always said, why on earth did Labor support the war in the first place? Are they embarrassed by that position, Were they surprised when supporting Donald Trump and Netanyahu's war of aggression went off the rails? Apparently Labor was surprised when that went off the rails. Maybe they should learn more. But what we find is this. On the 15th of June, Senator Wong comes out, welcomes this peace agreement, and is talking about the positivities. And then when she's asked, well, OK, well, now will you put a tax on gas exports? Now will you do it? We get a different set of talking points. You see, it's one conversation to keep Donald Trump happy, and then it's another conversation here to keep the gas lobby happy. And who gets cut out each and every time? The Australian public, the national interest. You see, if you've got a government that on the one hand is trying to please Donald Trump and on the other hand is trying to please the gas lobby and the gas exporters, who gets cut out every time? The Australian public. It's about time they got to stay in this place.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Pocock. David.
Deputy President, I seek to take note of the answer to my question to Minister Ayres.
You have the call.
Thank you. The Minister accused me of reckless speculation, but rather curiously couldn't just rule out the speculation and gave us 3 answers of it's hard to say exactly what we learnt from those 3 answers, but he could have simply ruled it out. The Minister also thinks that selling out our future is simply asking that we have guardrails in place for AI, is simply asking that we have policies in place where the Australian people benefit from data centre investment. Policies that actually recognise the difference between Australian-owned sovereign data centres, where our data stays here in Australia, and investment from big multinational hyperscalers who want to come here, use our resources, use our land, use our water, use our electricity to train AI models, which it seems the end point of which is simply to replace human labour at scale. The government doesn't want to hear about that. When you ask Minister Ayres about job losses, he asks you, what are you talking about? Where did you get that $600,000 person figure? Jobs and Skills Australia. Jobs and Skills Australia. You'd expect the Minister to be across that. So I don't see how it is selling out our future to actually ask these questions. I think they're very reasonable questions to be asked, and Australians expect the government to have a plan. We're selling out Australian artists, we're selling out Australian authors, and we're selling out journalists, any creative who relies on copyright, if the government is going to do a deal with data centres, AI companies, to undermine copyright in this country. It must not happen.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I take note of Minister Gallagher's response, wasn't an answer, to my question regarding the urgent need to close down Snowy Hydro 2 before it sends us broke. Robert Gottliebson, not a man to be taken lightly, has projected the cost of this project at over $1 trillion after allowing for capital costs, maintenance, transmission line construction and maintenance costs, industrial solar and wind installations necessary to provide the power, regular renewal of these renewables, they only last 15 years, from now through to until the project is finished and paid for, likely in 2060. Then add in the annual subsidies, because Snowy 2 will always run at a loss and you'll be paying for it. How much will the power have to be priced at to get our money back? They don't know. They're making this up as they go along. What a metaphor for the whole claimed so-called net zero transition, a transition to poverty. One Nation will close this project down, remediate the environmental damage and replace the generation of power with beautiful, clean, coal-fired power, lowering the cost of living for all Australians and helping us balance the budget. Thank you.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it, and we'll just have a change of chair.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Clerk? Oh, should I go there next?
The only thing I have.
Okay. It's a little bit of coaching here from the front. I'll now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Sheldon.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence for senators.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Sheldon.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senators Dowling and Marielle Smith, Richard Dowling and Marielle Smith, from 22nd of June to the 2nd of July 2026 for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Sheldon be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move a motion in relation to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senators Sharma and McGrath from the 22nd of June to the 2nd of July for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of general business notice of motion number 479, postponed to the 30th of June 2026, and business with the Senate notice of motion number 2 for today, postponed to the next day of sitting. A committee has also lodged an extension notification as shown at item 10 of today's order of business.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to formal business, and we will begin with general business 511, standing in the name of Senator Ruston. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Thank you. It's the introduction of a bill. On behalf of Senator Ruston and others, I ask that general business notice of motion number 511 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
For an act to amend the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
Senator Askew.
I move that this bill now be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Askew.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Askew. I'll now move to general business 513, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 513 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 513, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 514, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic.
On behalf of Senator Kovacic, better call me. Better call me.
Oh, sorry, didn't I call you?
No.
I'm sorry, Senator Askew. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 514 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 514, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now deal with 515, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 515 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
Move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 515, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to 516, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 516 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 516, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business 518, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you again, Senator Askew?
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 518 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 518, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 518, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Now, Senators, I am advised there may be further divisions, and so there'll be 1-minute bells if necessary. So I'll now go to general business 517, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, and it's Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 517 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 517, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 517, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business. Notice of motion number 512, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 512 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 512, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 512, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now deal with business of the Senate 1, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate 1, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That concludes formal motions. And we'll move to the urgency motion standing in the name of Senator Colbeck. I'll just let senators leave the chamber and get themselves back to their spots. Senator Colbeck has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Yes, it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Colbeck to move the motion.
Thank you, President. And it's with some disappointment that I feel the need to move this urgency motion today, the need for the Albanese Labor government to explain why Australians are being forced to pay the price for Labor's spending problem through a toxic tax agenda that punishes hard work, investment, ambition, while empowering Canberra bureaucrats to decide which businesses and Australians deserve relief and which do not. And it's a sad situation that we're in this particular position, President. This toxic agenda of this government, driven through broken promises, breaking of the government's word, and driven by the politics of envy. And the really tragic part of this toxic tax agenda is that despite all of the things the government says this is supposed to do or they want it to do, it's not doing any of those things. They talk about it them wanting to make it easier for people to buy a house. This toxic tax proposal actually makes it harder for a young person to save for a house. By taxing at a higher rate the saving mechanisms that young Australians are using to save their first home deposit. So when the government goes out and tells young Australians that they are trying to help them to get into the housing market, it's actually the other way round. The higher taxes that this government is seeking to charge Australian people with their dirty deal with the Greens are actually making it harder for young people to save. It's not making housing any more affordable, as the government promised that they would do in 2022 at that election. They promised more affordable housing. That hasn't happened, another broken promise. But it will put up rents. It will put up rents. The government's own budget papers says that. It also says that these measures will mean that 35,000 less houses will be built. So there will be less stock in the market for young Australians to compete against, others for. And of course, that's on top of the fact that this government, under this government, we are building 30,000 houses less per year than we were building under the previous government. 170,000 houses a year now, 200,000 houses a year previously. And that's because of the toxic policies of this government. Now, they'll get up and they'll tell you this is all meant to be about intergenerational fairness. It is not. Particularly when this government went to the last election saying there would be no changes to capital gains tax. That was their promise. 50 times they promised that. No changes to capital gains tax. And of course now they say, oh, well, we've changed our mind. So what does the government's word mean? What does the government's word mean? You add that to the fact that they said that there would be no changes to other taxes. And they broke that promise too. So how does anyone believe anything this government says? Including in this debate. They'll get up and tell you everything's fine, we're about intergenerational fairness, we're about doing this for young Australians. But you can't believe a word this government says. Because as they've proven so many times, time and time again, a $275 reduction in our power bills by 2025. They said that 97 times at the 22 election. Never come to pass, only increasing power prices. Lower cost of living, they've driven inflation the other way. Lower housing prices, we know how that's going. And then they promised no changes to capital gains tax, no changes to negative gearing. And they bring this toxic policy in through a dirty deal with the Greens. And the effect of this process is that Nick McKim is effectively writing tax policy for the Australian government these days. That's what's happening now. Nick McKim from the Greens, the party that wants to drive the economy down, is writing tax policy for this Labor government. They should be ashamed. They should apologise to the Australian people.
I call Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to oppose this urgency motion. While I respect my learned colleague, Senator Colbeck, this motion comes straight out of central casting for the Liberal Party. It defends vested interests over working people. And we all remember it was the Liberal Party who went to the last election with a toxic tax agenda. The Liberals proposed higher taxes. The Liberals wanted to repeal our tax cuts for workers. Every Australian worker would have been financially worse off under a Prime Minister, Peter Dutton. Thank God that didn't happen. So we will not be lectured to about taxes by the party that ran to government proposing to increase them. A party who deliberately set policies to stagnate wages for a decade. Under Abbott and Turnbull and Morrison, life got harder year on year for ordinary Australians. A decade of stagnant wages, a decade of falling productivity, a decade of bulk billing rates and absolute free fall. That is the Liberal Party record. Now let's talk about Labor's. Our budget backs Australians who earn their living through work. This is unashamedly a budget for working people. It cuts taxes for more than 14 million Australians. A permanent reduction in the lowest marginal rate from 16 cents down to 15 cents and then to 14 cents. That is money in the pocket of every worker every year ongoing, not a one-off sugar hit. That is permanent relief for working people. We're also rebuilding the healthcare system that the Liberals deliberately ran into the ground. We promised urgent care clinics across the country at the last election, and we've opened 137 of them right across Australia. I'm proud to say there are 26 clinics just in Queensland alone. In Brisbane, Buderim, Cairns, Capalaba, Carindale, Gladstone, Deception Bay, Greenslopes, Mackay, and most recently Caloundra, which we opened last week following the Prime Minister's visit to the Sunshine Coast. And since then, the Caloundra Urgent Care Clinic has seen over 110 patients in the first few days of opening. No appointment, no out-of-pocket costs, just your Medicare card. And we know that urgent care clinics are driving competition in the marketplace, coupled with our bulk billing incentives. And bulk billing is going back up under Labor after those opposite tried to end it. From November 2025 to January this year, more than 18% of GPs visits were bulk billed, the biggest quarterly increase since the pandemic. And in communities like Longman, in the north side of Brisbane around Caboolture, bulk billing rates have jumped 30%. That is real cost of living relief for real families. Senator Colbeck's motion talks about who this government's budget empowers, and I will tell him proudly that this budget empowers working people. We've delivered a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators, who are predominantly women. Workers who were chronically underpaid and undervalued under that side of politics. A typical educator is now earning more than $150 more a week under Labor. And from July next month, paid parental leave rises to 26 weeks. 6 months of government-funded leave for families welcoming a new child, up from 18 weeks when we first came to government in 2022. The Liberals didn't support it. One Nation didn't support it. It was Labor. And Australians got a front row seat in last week of what a Liberal One Nation government would look like and deliver for working families. And that is a slap in the face to the 1.4 million children in early education and childcare and their families who rely on childcare. Those opposite don't support the childcare subsidy. They'd rather see families pay more for childcare every single day. The 3-day guarantee, they didn't support it. They voted against it. A pay rise for early educators, One Nation mocked it last week. And what is an offer from those opposite under a Liberal One Nation government? Questioning women who take time off to be with their new child. You cannot champion family values in this country and undervalue the work of working women in our society. You can't say you support workers while undermining working women in this country. Australians are being sold a pup from those opposite, with One Nation who say they stand up for working people. But all they do is take their marching orders from wealthy billionaires.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. I call Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This government does have a toxic tax agenda, but that toxicity is less about who this government chooses to tax and more about who this government refuses to tax. This government had a choice to make about who it valued: disabled Australians or multinational gas corporations, and look, their answer could not be more clear. Because that is the choice sitting behind these cuts. Disabled Australians and their families have told the Parliament what the proposed changes to the NDIS would mean for their lives, for their independence and for their dignity. They have asked to be heard, they've demanded to be heard, and they've demanded that this government listen. And yet, instead of just staring down a handful of gas exporters in this country and demanding they contribute more, Labor is forcing disabled Australians to carry the burden of its budget choices. Just a handful of companies who should be bringing in more than $17 billion per year in revenue that could be used to strengthen, not cut essential supports like the NDIS, to make it easier, not harder for everyday Australians, but instead that money is being siphoned offshore. Maybe not all of it's going offshore, because tens of thousands of it are going back into the campaign coffers of the corporate parties in this place, Labor, Liberal and One Nation. And of course, a few million need to be put aside to fund the PR campaigns against reforms like a tax on gas. Billions remain untaxed instead of going out to help everyday Australians who need it. This is not about whether they are difficult decisions to make, because governments are forced to make decisions every day. We appreciate that. But the question is, who gets protected and who's sacrificed? Why is there always a reason not to tax the super profits of multinational companies, but never to strengthen the supports that people rely on every single day? The Greens have fought to give the disability community more time, more scrutiny and more protections. But the message from that community has been clear. These cuts cannot proceed. They must not proceed. This is Labor capitulating to the right, to the Liberals, the Nationals and Gina Rinehart's One Nation, who are constantly inventing new ways to punch down on Australians who are needing support. For months we have heard the same rhetoric about cracking down on rorts and getting spending under control. But when the inquiry heard from the people who will actually be impacted by these changes, we heard that these cuts aren't targeting waste, they're targeting people. Instead of listening to those Australians, Labor has chosen to echo the talking points of those who have spent years undermining public support for the NDIS and looking for opportunities to shrink it. The government cannot claim that there is no alternative while billions of dollars in gas profits leave Australian shores untaxed every single day. Disabled Australians are not a budget repair measure. If this government has the courage to ask people who are already struggling to do more, then it should have the courage to ask multinational corporations or demand multinational corporations making billions from Australia's resources pay what they owe. Because political courage is not balancing the budget off the backs of disabled people. Political courage is not letting lobbyists write the rules in this joint. Political courage is not taking the path of least resistance and hoping nobody notices. Real political courage is taking on the vested interests. It is making gas corporations pay what they owe Australians. It's staring down the gambling lobby and banning gambling advertising on our screens. It's being prepared to stand up to industries with money, access and influence when the public interest demands it and when the Australian people demand it. Instead, this government takes the easier path, the path that sees them beating down on disabled Australians. It's asking more from people who already have less, while refusing to demand more from corporations making billions of dollars of profit off our resources, off Australian resources. Disabled Australians should not be paying the price for that failure of political courage from the government. And they should not be treated as collateral damage because Labor is too afraid and too timid and too gutless to stare down those corporations and to actually take them on.
Senator Bragg.
I think a lot of people in this building have been a bit shell-shocked about the changing dynamics in our political system. And they may be confronting for some, they may threaten individual or even political interests. But I think it probably shows that the system is probably buggered. And I think when you look at the fundamentals of the country, people know it's buggered. And in fact, the sentiment after the budget was so bad that it didn't really surprise me that having $77 billion in new taxes would be considered to be bad. But I think it's important to separate between people understand their own economic interests, but people also think about the country. And people know the country's heading in the wrong direction. They know that the trajectory is bad. They know that the trajectory is bad. They know that every time politicians stand up and announce new funding, it's not funded, it's borrowed money. They know about the $1 trillion of debt. They know that they're heavily taxed. They know that. They can feel that. And even though we're not in a technical recession for many people, it feels like what a recession would feel like. And it's been a long time since we've had a prolonged technical recession. But I think that's the dynamic, that people are angry and frustrated with the system, and I think that they are right to be, because I think in the main there hasn't been enough contestability, there hasn't been enough competition about some of these fundamental issues around the basic things, just getting the basics right, around how are we going to fund this nation's government, how much debt are we willing to take on how are we willing to tax our people, and then how are we willing to spend that money. I guess the main thrust of a lot of these tax reviews over the past 15, 20 years, and I think the Henry Review would have been the main one, was, well, we accept that we are a heavily taxed nation when it comes to the comparisons on people and on companies. So we're heavy on the direct taxation, and there are other areas where we're not so heavy. And so the general vibe has been, well, maybe we should recut that, recalibrate that. And maybe we should find a way to reduce the burden on individuals and companies, and particularly on individuals, and then find a way to rebalance that. Maybe that happens through some sort of a grand deal with the Federation, or maybe it doesn't. I mean, I've come to the view that I think it is a waste of time to sit here and whinge about the states. It's like complaining about the Swiss Alps. You're better off spending your time here trying to focus on the things that we do actually control. There are a lot of things that are under federal control. Whether you're in government or crossbench or opposition, there are things that you can apply pressure to in the federal domain. And so I don't think that anyone would have believed that after all the literature and all the studies that we would have ended up with nothing really much to alleviate the pay-as-you-go system, but a great, huge capital gains tax, minimum 30%. With nothing to rebalance. So you end up with a very high pay-as-you-go income tax system and perhaps the highest capital gain system anywhere that we can find. So, I mean, no wonder people are going bananas, because they're like, oh, hang on, how's that right? And so I guess that's really the point, that these tax policies have been a shambles. I mean, the Dr. Chalmers, he would have been sacked if he was working somewhere else. He's had 2 tax policies in 4 years. He had a tax policy on unrealised gains, that's collapsed. Now he's had this CGT/housing thing he calls, which is also partially collapsed. But the Australian people are going to get stuck with this because of this deal that's been done with the government and the Greens, and we're going to get stuck with this 30% CGT. It's going to be an ugly time for many people, particularly people that don't have a lot of money. They'll be hit with a minimum of 30%. But of course, the people who won't pay are the government's best friends at the super funds. They'll hit out at the SMSF people, but they won't touch the APRA-regulated super funds, because those are the people that pay for their campaigns and support them. These are the people that they're personally close to, and when they leave this place, they'll go and be on a board of one of these funds. So of course, they didn't want to crimp any of their tax beneficial treatment. So ultimately, it's the government vested interests, and I think this tax system is only going to get worse now, not better, sadly.
I call Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Coalition have come into the chamber claiming to defend hard work, investment and ambition, while preparing to vote against tax cuts for more than 13 million working Australians, and against reforms that will help 75,000 Australians buy their first home. That is not a defence of aspiration, that is a defence of the status quo. Apparently, aspiration is sacred when it belongs to a property investor buying a 5th house, but it becomes dangerous when it belongs to a nurse, a teacher or a young family trying to buy their first. This so-called matter of urgency is not an economic argument. It's a political stunt from a coalition that still cannot accept that the Australians have rejected its priorities. The 3 right-wing parties, the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, now have 3 different logos, one tied script and not a serious economic idea between them. They offer anger, but no answers. They offer slogans, but no solutions. And every time they're asked what they would actually do, the cupboard is bare. Labor is delivering a new $250 tax cut for every working Australian. We are delivering a $1,000 instant tax deduction so workers can claim common expenses without keeping a shoebox full of receipts. For an Australian on the average income, our tax changes will mean $2,800 back in their pocket from 2027-2028. The Coalition calls that toxic. Most Australians call it help with the bills. The Coalition loves talking about hard work, yet they keep voting against letting workers keep more of what they earn. Madam Acting Deputy President, we are also making the housing system fairer. Existing investments are protected, but from the 1st of July 2027, negative gearing for future residential investments will be directed to new homes. That means tax concessions will help build supply instead of helping investors outbid first home buyers for homes that already exist. That's a sensible reform. It supports construction, adds new homes, and gives first home buyers a fairer chance. But the Coalition believes the tax system should continue to favour the person buying their next investment property over young Australians trying to buy a place to live. They call that ambition, Australians call it being locked out. The motion also repeats the scare campaign that Labor is attacking small business. The facts say the opposite. The government listened and acted. Small businesses with turnovers below $10 million will have access to generous capital gains tax concessions. That covers 2.7 million active small businesses, or 98% of all active businesses. We are delivering $3.8 billion in new business tax relief, including a permanent $20,000 instant assets write-off, loss carrying back arrangements and support for start-ups and investments. So much for the claim that Labor is punishing business. Now, Senator Colbeck wants Australians to believe Labor has a spending problem. This government is strengthening Medicare, making medicines cheaper, delivering 137 Medicare urgent care clinics and extending paid parental leave to 6 months and cutting taxes for working people. Those are not wasteful choices. They are the services Australians work hard and pay taxes to support. The real issue before the Senate is simple. Will those opposite vote to give working Australians a tax cut? Will they vote to help more Australians buy a home? Will they back a fairer tax system that supports new housing and protects small business? Or will they join the same old Liberal National One Nation chorus of no?
Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Oh, I'm going to have to divert from what I was thinking of saying. Senator Brown, it's not Senator Colbeck that thinks the Albanese Labor government has a spending problem. It's actually a fact. The RBA governor has said directly that this government is spending too much. It is a fact. There is a sense of delusion on the other side of the chamber as to what is actually happening in the real world on the streets of Australia. But what happened in here today is a really bad moment for our country, because today Australia has entered its quasi-socialist era based on the deal between the Greens and the Australian Labor Party. And what I find extraordinary is that you enter this deal in suggesting that you're protecting disabled Australians. You cut a deal with them today on negative gearing and CGT without the knowledge that you're going to get anything from them. You've actually traded away the rights of disabled Australians for a tax bill that is actually going to harm young Australians and harm other people. There are actually no outcomes for what you have done. It's quite extraordinary. You know, today in your speeches you talked about Australians being punched down. Guess who was punched down today? A young person saving for a home via shares. They were punched down today. A small business owner was punched down today by your deal. Someone with an SMSF who wanted to buy residential property was punched down today by your deal. Because guess what? If you're a young person saving through shares, if you're a small business owner, or if you're someone that's got your own self-managed super fund because you've decided you don't want industry super to have it, you're a bad guy according to the Albanese Labor government and the Australian Greens. You are bad and you must be taxed. However, if you're the CFMEU, you get a free ride. If you're a CFMEU participant in corrupt and criminal conduct, you get a free ride, because the Greens will never support an inquiry of their friends from the CFMEU who rorted Victorian taxpayers of $15 billion. But we'll pretend that's not happening. We won't talk about the Victorian taxpayer being punched down or what impacts that's had on Australian construction, on Australian small businesses in the construction sector. We won't talk about them being punched down. We'll look the other way and pretend it's not happening, because that's our mates that are doing that. Because you're also protecting Labor's sacred cows of industry super, the CFMEU, and global institutional investors. Because guess what? While a mum and dad investor or a young person who's investing in shares to own their own home, or somebody that's starting up a small business, they can't get tax concessions, but industry super can, and so can a global institutional investor who can come here and build dwellings for Australians to rent forever. They can get a tax concession, but Australians can't do that. It is insane. It is absolute madness, and you facilitated that today. You allowed that to happen. You've said Australians can't have the concessions while you are handing out that cash to institutions. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Absolutely ashamed. I actually can't believe it. And Senator Hodgins-May called it a toxic tax agenda. They were her words. Who facilitated that? How did their toxic tax agenda get a free pass from the Australian Greens? That's how. Senator Hodgins-May talked about political courage. Where was the political courage to say no? Fix the terrible NDIS legislation, make the amendments, do it now. Show us what you're going to do. Let the proof be in the pudding. No. We don't know what's going to happen with that. Disabled Australians don't know. But we do know what's going to happen with the taxes. That's a done deal. It's extraordinary. Senator Hodgins-May also said we should be prepared to stand up to industries with power, people with influence and money, and call them out. How about the CFMEU? Influence, power, money, corruption, criminal conduct. Maybe it's time to call them out and say enough is enough. Australians are saying there's enough of that. How about that for a change?
The question is that the motion moved by Senator Colbeck be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the urgency motion is moved by Senator Colbeck be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative.
Thank you, Senators. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which is also shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? That being the case, with the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And before I give the call to the honourable senator, I just ask colleagues to depart the chamber to allow us to proceed in an orderly way. Thank you. Senator McKim, you have the call.
Well, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. What we now know is what we've suspected for some time, and that is Labor and the Liberals are colluding to ensure that Tasmania's precious, beautiful native forest estate is being destroyed and plundered using public subsidies, that some of the logs from that plunder are being shipped across Bass Strait using public subsidies and then being milled in Victoria timber mills using public subsidies. Every step of the way this mendicant industry is destroying nature, emitting massive amounts of carbon and bleeding the Tasmanian, Victorian and Australian taxpayers like leeches on the public purse. This environmentally destructive, this socially destructive, this climate-destroying industry is bleeding the public purse because it cannot stand on its own 2 feet to survive. And Four Corners last night laid this whole sorry, sordid saga to bear. And it is the Tasmanian taxpayers, it is the Victorian taxpayers and ultimately the Australian taxpayers who are being ripped off every step of the way by this mendicant industry that would collapse in an instant if the public subsidies were withdrawn from it. Now, not only did Four Corners lay this whole sordid, saga bare and obvious to the Australian people last night, we were faced with the Tasmanian logging minister, Forest Minister, Mr Felix Ellis, blatantly lying about what was going on when he confirmed that, in fact, whole logs were not being exported across Bass Strait from Tasmania's public forests, when in fact they are. And one of the people who has the contract on behalf of Neville Smith was interviewed on Four Corners and confirmed that Neville Smith was shipping whole logs across Bass Strait. So the Tasmanian Forest Minister, Felix Ellis, was caught out blatantly lying on Four Corners last night. Make no mistake, native forest logging destroys nature and it emits massive amounts of carbon while leaching off taxpayers. The Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme was not designed to be exploited in such a way, and the Commonwealth should immediately close the loophole that is allowing whole logs to be exported across Bass Strait while being subsidised by the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme. And I might add, they should prevent diesel fuel credits from being used by the companies that are transporting those logs. And if state governments, particularly in Tasmania and New South Wales, won't act to stop native forest logging, the Commonwealth Government should use all of the many powers that are available to it to shut down native forest logging in Australia. Our native forests are too precious, they are too sacred, they are too beautiful, they are home to too many complex, amazing creatures and fabulous complex ecosystems to keep sacrificing to prop up a mendicant industry that is a destroyer of nature, that contributes so massively to climate breakdown and that bleeds the taxpayer dry at every opportunity. The time to end native forest logging is right now.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Oh, would it be that life is so black and white as they would have you had over on the Greens, that everything is so absolute and it's easy? Because we see the interesting conversations here, that we've heard the Speaker talk of a complex creatures that are wonderfully magnificent by these forests. But these same creatures, things like the wonderful koala that we love so much in Australia, becomes nothing but a tree rat when it's on a wind tower location. It needs to be eradicated and knocked over the head and got rid of if it sits where a wind tower should go. The inconsistency is amazing here when we go forward. And what we see is a fine ignoring of what happens when you can stop logging. I give you the Pilliga example in New South Wales. We lost timber jobs, we lost regional jobs, I see that. And it was all to save a native koala habitat in there that they estimated 18,000 koalas in the Pilliga across New South Wales. Acting Deputy President, I hear you say, what happened after we shut that down? Well, let me tell you, unmanaged, a bushfire went through and destroyed everything because we didn't maintain the fire trails, we didn't have logging trails, we didn't have anything, and we now have a functionally extinct koala habitat in the Pilliga. Functionally extinct. We didn't protect them, we didn't protect the animals, we didn't protect the area. In fact, invasive species of trees have taken over because of these fires. The Pilliga is now nothing like it used to be when it was being managed. They talk about the massive carbon output of having these things. They don't talk about the carbon sequestration that forests have when they're growing. They take carbon in at a much faster rate when they are growing than they do when they are there. In fact, recent studies have come to show that forests in states of decline can emit more as rotting timbers come out than they get soaked up during their life. It is best practice to take timber and let it grow and absorb carbon in the world. When we see what the alternative is if we don't take Australian hardwoods, there's a joke that goes around the timber industry. Why does Merbau flow red when it gets rained on when you're building an industry? Because it is the blood of orangutans when they come from Borneo and Indonesia and other sources when they go there. Because if we don't take Australian hardwoods, we take them from Indonesia, we take them from Papua, we take them from Brazil, we take them from other sources where they are Russia. Well, let's talk about Russia. What a great interjection, Acting Deputy President, because we talk about that. We are seeing timber being dumped outside of sanctions in Australia by not following process. We are seeing Chinese timbers, LVLs, processed timbers and these other things, Russian birch coming here via systems because we are promoting Russian breaches of trade sanctions by stopping Australian hardwoods being produced. This is the reality of the world and the timber industry. The only thing we are stopping, if we stop Australian timber industry, is Australian jobs. Native animals, just not to Australia, will still be heard. We heard native animals in Australia get damaged by this. We have this great thing called the Great Koala National Park that is being proposed in New South Wales. And what that is doing is if timber will happy to work and do reserved areas and say, yeah, we'll make a koala park slightly bigger than it is now. We'll give you 70,000 hectares more. But no, they wanted more. They want 170,000 hectares. So we've virtually stopped what we call logging on the mid-north coast of New South Wales. But the studies show this. The koalas in the managed forest, where State Forest was undertaking, where logging activities were undertaking, were healthier and more numerous than those in the national parks. The national park koalas were malnourished and unhealthy compared to where it was managed. We don't want to tell that story because the truth was said by the previous state speaker. They want to ban all native logging, full stop. Not a reason for it. We can cut down trees where we want to build wind towers. We can kill native animals where we want to build solar farms. We can do all of this. We can cause the rest of the world to lose their forests, lose their animals. We just can't do that in Australia. Because there are people in this parliament, and they're consistent, I get that, they want to see the shutting down of all extractive industries, everything that brings money to Australia, because that is their agenda. Ruining the economy, not protecting the environment. That is the main reason we stand here today, and we see it consistently time after time after time. And so when you see, these things are the ACCUs and carbon credits, why should there be money put aside for forests to just do their thing, to grow and do no additionality? We are locking up the Great Koala National Park, the areas around the North Coast, for no reason. The forests are there, they're being managed, we have a healthy koala population, we're living through it. In Tasmania, I'm not going to speak with the authority, Senator McKim, on Tasmania, I'll give that to them and the other Tasmanians here. But let's get down here. The end of all native logging in Australia is the wrong policy. It doesn't take into account the carbon leakage, it doesn't count the death to animals right across the world, and it doesn't support regional jobs. Just ask the people of Barradine who have nothing to show for it, no koalas and no timber.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. And I also rise and echo the words of fellow colleague Senator Cadell, who's the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Forestry and Timber Products, and someone who proudly stands up for jobs in our regions. But what we have before us in the Senate today, Deputy President, is yet another motion that is anti-worker, anti-regions, anti-manufacturing. And guess what? And it's no surprise that it's sponsored by the Australian Greens, who continue to misunderstand the importance of forestry and its industry here in Australia. Australia is a global leader when it comes to sustainable forest management, something that we have been proud of for decades. Whether it's in plantation or native forestry, our forestry industry harvests timber with a level of environmental care that is unmatched anywhere else in the world. But beyond that, the research and the development undertaken by our industry plays a major part in global efforts to improve forest management and to help mitigate climate change. Now, the environmental commitment is most clearly reflected in the Australian Forest Products Association's recent announcement that our forestry industry can achieve net zero emissions by 2029. That's right, this industry is so irrationally demonised by the Australian Greens that it can reach net zero in 2 decades ahead of the general economy if we get the policy settings right. Now, the Building a Low Carbon Future for Australia report by the Forest and Wood Products Association also shows that this path is real and it can meet our ambition to achieve net zero. Australian forests, both native and plantation, are carbon vacuums. They store around 14 billion tonnes of carbon and they remove 15.8 million tonnes of carbon annually, which is the equivalent of taking 3.4 million cars off our roads each year. Expanding new plantation sites will only increase this capacity, and I am just surprised and gobsmacked that the Australian Greens actually are against that. Now, there's also great potential and a boost to decarbonisation in this country,
by encouraging timber use in construction all across our economy, in sectors like residential, in commercial and industrial. We should back our timber industry, not demonise it. Homes that are built predominantly from timber have a 46% lower carbon emission profile than conventionally dwellings that are made with steel and concrete. That is the fact. But this commendable vision cannot be achieved without a reliable supply of sustainable Australian timber, Deputy President. And despite what the Greens might claim, this includes timber from both native and from plantations. Of course, plantation timber is critical. That is why the Albanese government is proudly investing in plantation. It is making record investments, expanding our plantation estates right across Australia. But plantations alone cannot meet our current domestic demand on producing the full range of timber that is required by a modern construction and forest products industries and a modern economy. If we shut down the Australian timber native forestry sector, we do not reduce the amount of timber that is used here in Australia. Instead, what we are simply doing is pushing the problem elsewhere. And as Senator Cadell had mentioned, we are effectively replacing Australia's world-class industry with timber that is imported from overseas jurisdictions that have significantly weaker environmental and weaker worker protections than what we have here. Unfortunately, we are already seeing one of the worst examples of this risk, with revelations that imports of Russian timber via third countries into Australia supporting Putin's war efforts against Ukraine. And I want to thank and take this opportunity to thank the Ukrainian ambassador for bringing this particular issue to my attention and for his constant advocacy for the people of Ukraine. Timber of Russian origin is being rerouted through other countries to get onto our construction sites and avoid sanctions that we have put in place. This is a serious matter and it is unacceptable. And I would have thought Senator McKim would be backing that, backing the people, backing those industries saying we don't want this dirty timber in our economy. We want to back local jobs in our regions and support the manufacturing of this great country.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We're hearing a radical ideology that would try and convince people that we exist outside of nature, that we can somehow destroy the very thing that we rely on and not hurt ourselves. In the middle of the last century, Aldo Leopold, the great forester, conservationist and author, said, "A thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise." And these are words that we need to heed more than ever in this country. A country that still does not make decisions like we plan to be here for a long time. That is still willing to turn ancient native forests into wood chips, paper pulp and box liners, a high volume, low value product. That is a shame on all of us in this place, that we are willing to not only allow that to happen, but to subsidise an industry so that can continue. Native forest logging belongs in our past. It is no longer profitable. It employs a very small number of people who can be transitioned to plantations where there is a great future. There is a demand for timber. The timber for housing and all these other things that both sides of politics tell us we need come from plantations. The vast, vast majority of native forests go into wood chips. We've got to stop doing this as a country. We are destroying our natural heritage. We are destroying life that sustains us. Even if you don't care about nature, it's in our self-interest to make these changes. Taxpayers have bankrolled losses and bailouts, more than $1.3 billion in accumulated losses in Tasmania, handouts exceeding $1.5 billion in Victoria, and about $1 billion in New South Wales. What a tragic use of taxpayer funds. Yes, we need a transition. It should have happened a long time ago, but with that sort of money, every worker could be looked after. Every community could be looked after. We could get people into plantations, invest in the types of economies of the future, in tourism, in land management, in carbon. Instead, we have this short-sighted clutching on to the past and a culture war coming from both sides of politics. We've got to do better.
Senator Delegar.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And the central claim of Senator McKim's motion just simply doesn't stack up. To begin with, the Australian government does not subsidise native forestry operations. The day-to-day management of forestry operations is the responsibility of state and territory governments throughout the country. That said, the government remains firmly committed to a sustainable forestry industry, one that delivers positive economic, social and environmental outcomes. These outcomes include employment and income for regional communities, as well as a sustainable source of wood products that supports the housing and the construction sector. Australia needs timber to build the homes that Australians need. Demand for wood products in the construction sector is growing, and our domestic forestry industry, native and plantation combined, is central to meeting that demand. With that in mind, ending native forestry does not make housing more affordable or more available. Instead, it makes Australia more dependent on imported timber at a time when global supply chains are already under significant pressure. Our support for the sector is clear. It's shown through the new $300 million Forestry Growth Fund, alongside our existing $300 million investment that is already expanding plantations, strengthening the workforce and upgrading manufacturing capability. Importantly, this new fund will see the government invest with industry to build a larger, more sustainable forestry industry, one that delivers more secure jobs and higher value outputs. It will secure retooling, training and upskilling for workers across the country. Ending native forestry means more imports, not less logging. There is a key point here that the Greens consistently refuse to engage with. Australia is a net importer of wood products. Plantations alone cannot meet domestic demand. Therefore, native forests remain an important source of wood products that complement our plantation industry. If we shut down Australia's native forestry sector, we do not reduce the amount of timber that Australians use. What we do is instead replace domestically produced, sustainably managed timber with imports sourced from overseas jurisdictions that may have significantly weaker environmental, labour and governance standards than our own. And this is particularly concerning, given that Australia's native forestry operates under some of the most rigorous regulatory frameworks in the world. Senators who genuinely care about forests should think carefully about what they're actually advocating for. It's also important to put the facts on the record. Australia has 133.6 million hectares of forest, covering 17% of the country's land area. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization ranks Australia second globally for increases in forest area. In addition, production native forests are currently a net carbon sink, sequestering around 30.2 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent in 2022-2023. This government takes its environmental obligations seriously, and the data reflects that commitment. Beyond timber production, native forestry also plays a vital role in forest management. Forestry workers bring critical expertise, experience and equipment into fire management efforts. This includes hazard reduction burns, frontline firefighting capacity and post-fire recovery work like road clearing. And these are highly skilled workforces embedded in regional communities throughout Australia, carrying out work that protects lives and property. Turning into investment, this government is committing almost $600 million to the sector, and it includes the new $300 million Forestry Growth Fund to implement the industry-led timber fibre strategy, $83.83 million to modernise wood processing, $100 million for research and innovation through Australian Forest and Wood Innovations, $73 million to expand plantation estates across all states and the Northern Territory, and $10 million for workforce training. Behind these figures are real jobs, real economic contributions in regional communities. In fact, the native hardwood harvest was $274 million in 23-24. The Albanese government will continue to support a sustainable forestry industry that delivers for workers, communities and the environment.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
What Four Corners exposed last night, Acting Deputy President, was absolutely shameful. Absolutely shameful. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Basil O'Halloran, who was featured in that last night, ex-Greens MP, along with Patrick Johnson, also a Greens member, and a number of other people that have spent so many years tracking the movement of these logs, these whole logs, and saw logs from our beautiful native forests onto the ferry, the Spirit of Tasmania, and across to Victoria under the cover of secrecy and apparently the complete ignorance of the Tasmanian government. And I also want to, while I'm here, thank all the forest protesters over the many years who've done everything they can to try and stop this insane destruction of some of the most carbon-rich, biodiverse forests on the planet. Senator McKim joined the Greens not long after he was arrested in a forest protest at Farmhouse Creek. And I came to the Senate on the back of a long protest to stop one of the world's biggest pulp mills in Tasmania that would have consumed 4 million tonnes of our old-growth forest every year for 30 years, would have literally destroyed the Spirit of Tasmania. So we come armed with a lot of knowledge and information on this debate. And I think I can speak for Senator McKim, and I know you're going to hear it from Senator Shoebridge and others, my other colleagues who have campaigned for many years against forestry destruction. Acknowledge the work that Christine Milne, Janet Rice, Bob Brown, many other Greens that have stood up in this place for many, many years have tried to stop this. We are in disbelief that this is still happening in 2026. Not to mention that it couldn't happen without taxpayer subsidies. You know, we found that was $1.5 billion went into transition the Victorian industry away from native forest logging. And now we find out that the Victorian government is paying for logs to come over from Tasmania to be milled. Not to mention the taxpayer is funding on the Spirit of Tasmania the freight charges for these logs, which displaces tourists, who, by the way, come to Tasmania to see our forests, to see the wilderness and the natural beauty. That is what is the Spirit of Tasmania. That is what is rare about Tasmania and needs to be defended. And it's really frustrating to hear senators come in here who clearly know nothing about the facts talk about the fact that, for example, the federal government doesn't fund or subsidise forestry. Senator McKim just reminded me, in the last budget they put $300 million of taxpayer funds into subsidising native forest logging around this country, and another $28 million in the most recent budget. And you know what? When I was campaigning against this giant factory in my valley that would have literally burnt night and day these forests to make paper or toilet paper for Chinese markets, for some of the oldest, biggest trees on the planet, back then they said, well, if we don't do it, someone else will. That's exactly what we heard here today. It's what we heard from the forest industry today. Drug dealers' defence. Don't buy drugs from the person down the street. Mine are purer than theirs. It's the same old argument. We, in this day and age, can use plantation for our timber needs, and the Greens wholeheartedly support the development of the plantation industry, as we have done for many years. Leave our precious old forests alone. We don't have many of them left. The tree that was featured in Four Corners last night would have been around in the age of Napoleon, living and breathing the clean air off the Southern Ocean, and it's gone because some idiot has gone and knocked it down and burnt it. This has got to stop. People are horrified when they come to Tasmania and see this destruction. And I invite all senators to come for a walk in the forest with their Greens colleagues and see the beauty for themselves.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Well, last night's Four Corners was genuinely shocking. Shocking to see the way in which public money that was set aside to end native forest logging was actually being used to subsidise it and to continue it in some of the most destructive logging you could imagine. We know that it's across the country, wherever native logging is still running, and it's largely in the beautiful forests of Tasmania and the beautiful forests of my home state of New South Wales, two of the most magical parts of the planet. Extraordinarily biodiverse forests. Part of this great southern forest that used to just cover the whole southern part of this landmass. And it can only happen. The burning, the napalming, the chainsawing, the hacking, the gouging, the death, it can only happen with public subsidies and large-scale public subsidies. And what is really obscene is that out of the $1.5 billion that was put aside for the Victorian government to stop native forest logging, because for decades, forest protectors have been going out into those beautiful forests in Victoria, looking up at these majestic, incredible, impossibly beautiful sentinels that have stood there for centuries and said, protect these, don't log these, don't chop these, don't mill these, don't chip these. Finally, there was a decision made to stop logging Victoria's state forests and to finally transition them across to protection. And what happened to the money put aside by Victorian Labor? It then finds its way into subsidising the same destruction at those same forest giants, those same sentinels of nature, only this time in the Tasmanian public forest. You couldn't believe this was happening unless you saw how utterly crooked the forestry industry is in Tasmania, how it's protected by a protection racket in the state parliament by both the Liberals and Labor Party, and how there's the same protection racket that continues to run in the New South Wales Parliament, and it turns out is still providing that flow of money out of the Victorian Parliament. What should be happening with that money is it should be setting aside to protect the forests, to build the plant, to plant the plantations, to actually end native forest logging. And in New South Wales forests, the southern forests, there is this extraordinary plan to create a new Great Southern National Park, to link more than 55 current state forests to hundreds of thousands of national parks and create this extraordinary protection area in the southern parts of New South Wales. And I want to thank the National Parks Association, the forest protectors, all those campaigners who have been spending years, decades out fighting for that. And why are they fighting for it? They're fighting to protect places like the Glenbog State Forest. And those locals and those campaigners who have been fighting to stop the logging in Glenbog State Forest, beautiful high forest, where logging activities bury wombats alive, and they're still fighting to protect that, or in the North Brooman State Forest, where I'd invite anyone to come along and have a look and stand under Big Spotty, one of the tallest hardwood trees on the planet, and to look up at this extraordinary piece of nature. And it's only able to be protected because it's in a deep forest with layers and layers of protection. Come into these forests. Look at these magical parts of our world. Look at it with eyes that actually see nature for what it is. And join with the Greens and join with forest protectors to stop the subsidising and to protect these magical parts of nature.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. The question is the motion moved by Senator McKim agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. There were two. Ring the bells. Thank you. Pipe down, you. Oh, sorry.
Lock the doors.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Collins, tellers for the noes. Nick. Thank you, Nick. Important one. You did well. Very well. There being 12 ayes and 28 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. And I'll allow senators, please take your seats or quietly leave the chamber. And I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on pages 4 and 5 of today's order of business. To any senator... Oh yes, sorry, Senator Collins.
Thank you. I rise to take note of and seek leave to continue my remarks for government documents 4, 6, 7, 8 and 9.
Is leave granted? Oh, I thought you sought leave. Okay. Yeah.
But I do recommend.
Yeah, leave is granted. Okay. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition signed by 43,216 Australians asking for the Minister to expand the Commonwealth Prac payment scheme to medical and allied health students to ensure we can end placement poverty for our future healthcare workers.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted.
I table the petition.
Anyone? Do any other senators? No, we're still on 13. Do any other senators wish to speak to any document, contribute to the consideration of documents? No? Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
I rise to take note of document 8 on page 5, the Surveillance Devices Act report, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. If there are no other senators wishing to speak to 13, we'll move to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator Collins.
I rise to take note of and seek leave to continue my remarks for items number 3 and 4 on page 5, and on page 6, items number 5, 6, 9, 12 and 13, and on page 7, items number 15, 17 and 19. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, I rise to take note of and seek leave to continue remarks on reports on page 5, numbers 3 and 4, and on page 6, numbers 5, 6, 9, 12 and 13, and on page 7, numbers 15, 17 and 19.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Top of the list of the tabling of reports now. Senator Darmanin.
Pursuant to order and at the request of the chairs of the respective committees, I present 7 reports from legislation committees in respect of the 2026-27 budget estimates together with the accompanying documents.
Yep.
I present additional information received by the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee for its inquiry into the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present Human Rights Scrutiny Reports 6 and 7 of 2026. I present the 3rd report of the 2026 of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works. And last one, I present the report of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026, together with accompanying documents.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present 4 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 13 on today's order of business, and I seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Committee reports and government responses. No further. Oh, yes, sorry, Senator Collins.
My apologies, I left a couple off. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of Senator Little, I present additional information received by the Economics References Committee on its inquiry into funding and resourcing for the CSIRO. And on behalf of Senator Kovacic, I present additional information received by the Education and Employment References Committee on its inquiry into the quality and safety of Australia's early childhood education and care system. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the report of the Community Affairs References Committee on the transition from the Community Home Support Program together with accompanying documents and move that the Senate take note of the report. This is a report that came out of the committee's previous aged care service delivery report that was tabled in October 2025, and as a result of that inquiry, the committee recommended that 2 further inquiries be put on foot, one of which was this inquiry, which looked at 2 things. Firstly, the preparedness of the government to transition the Commonwealth Home Support Program into the Supported Home Program, which is slated to happen no earlier than 1 July 2027. And we also were tasked with looking at whether the provisions for home modifications and the end-of-life pathway under the Supported Home Program were sufficient. Can I begin by thanking older people, their carers, families and advocates and providers who gave evidence to this inquiry. There are a number of aged care inquiries on foot And we know that the sector is experiencing change fatigue, and we know that older people and their families and carers are really struggling under the weight of a system that is not meeting their needs, and the continued need to advocate for change is something that takes a lot of emotional labour. So I want to thank everybody across the sector, both providers and, more importantly, older people and their families as well, for taking the time to continue to show up to our inquiries, to continue to provide submissions, so that the government has the evidence that it needs to take into account what should be happening in this sector to really serve the needs of older people and the people who care for them. This inquiry is happening in the context of an aged care sector that is in crisis. The transition to the supported home program has actually left many people languishing on waiting lists, whether that be a waiting list for an assessment or a waiting list to actually receive care. It's also seeing older people struggling under the weight of a co-payment system in supported home that is forcing many older people to have to make decisions about the level of care that they can access. So it's in that context that the committee looked at the government's proposal to transition the over 800,000 older Australians who are currently receiving care under the Commonwealth Home Support Program into the supported home program no earlier than 1 July 2027. And there were some really consistent themes in the evidence that we received. Across the board, whether that was providers, advocates, older people or their carers or advocacy networks, nobody who came before the inquiry said that the government should be transitioning CHSP into supported home on the 1st of July 2027. In fact, the evidence before the committee was that if that was to occur, the outcome would likely be catastrophic. It's important to note that while this inquiry was on foot, the Auditor General conducted an audit into the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and that audit report basically said that the government fails to undertake appropriate modelling, monitoring and reporting in relation to the Commonwealth Home Support Program. We also heard from the Inspector General for Aged Care, who said that they had not seen any modelling or cost-benefit analysis that demonstrated that the government has done the work that would need to be required to transition people from Commonwealth Home Support Program into support at home. We also heard very clearly that CHSP is providing aged care, particularly in remote and regional areas, particularly for First Nations people who have trouble accessing any other forms of care, and that the block-funded nature of CHSP really allows care to be provided in thin markets, and it gives providers flexibility to provide the sorts of services that people need at the entry level of aged care. We heard that transitioning community support into the supported home individualised package model would be catastrophic. It would be virtually impossible for many providers to provide the services that older people need to stay mobile and active in their communities if block funding is lost. And we also heard from service providers that they have a high level of anxiety regarding this proposed transition because they've been given no information from the government about what it would entail. And I think that was a theme throughout this whole inquiry, that everyone is in the dark on what it even is that the government is proposing in relation to this transition in terms of the work that providers will have to do. There is no information out there in terms of cost-benefit analysis. In fact, the department told us that they hadn't recently done any cost-benefit analysis that was potentially going to happen. So there is a lot of work that has to be done before the government could even contemplate a transition of this kind. And I think it's worth highlighting that the government really needs to learn from previous programs. They need to learn from the NDIS. It took 3 to 4 years to stand up the NDIS. And there are only around 400,000 people now on that program. There are over 800,000 people on CHSP. It is inconceivable that in 12 months' time they could be successfully transitioned into support at home. So the committee made a number of recommendations, and I just want to briefly allude to them here. And I know that there will be many providers, older people, advocates out there in the community who have been waiting for this report to be handed down, and I hope that they support the recommendations that the committee has made, because it is based on their evidence. So the first thing that the committee has said is that the government absolutely needs to implement the recommendations of the Auditor-General. The government has accepted those recommendations, but the committee is saying that they need to be implemented immediately, and any decisions in relation to CHSP should not be conditional on the implementation of those recommendations. The committee has also recommended that the government must commission an independent cost-benefit analysis that examines the value of CHSP against the cost of delivering aged care through things like supported home and residential aged care. And importantly, the results of that cost-benefit analysis need to be made public. Throughout this entire inquiry, getting information out of the Department of Health and Ageing has been like getting blood out of a stone, and people are really still none the wiser as to what it is that the government plans to do or the modelling on which it's based. So it is really important that that cost-benefit analysis is made public. We've also recommended that there needs to be genuine consultation and co-design in relation to any changes to CHSP, noting that it is a program that is highly valued by the people that use it, but it has been underfunded and neglected for quite some time. Committees also recommended that there needs to be an extension of funding for CHSP for 3 years beyond the 1st of July 2027. Providers need to have certainty, workers in the industry need to have certainty, and most importantly, people who access CHSP need a level of certainty into the future. The government needs to retain separate block funding to make sure that people get the care that they need. We need automatic funding in thin markets to make sure that people get access to services that they need. And in relation to the lifetime cap on home modifications and the end-of-life pathway, the committee heard clear evidence that the $15,000 lifetime cap on home modifications is simply going to push more people into having to access higher levels of support earlier. So the committee has recommended that that lifetime cap be abolished, and we have a new funding framework that's more responsible to people's needs. And finally, the committee has recommended that the time restrictions and funding restrictions placed on the end-of-life pathway also be abolished, and we need a flexible, clinically guided, needs-based model that provides funding for end-of-life care for older Australians wishing to receive care in their home. And finally, the key finding in this report, a consensus report, there are no dissenting comments to this report, is that the government should not be transitioning CHSP into support at home. Thank you. And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Yeah, leave is granted. I might move us back to committee reports and government responses. Are there any other contributions, pages 5 to 7, before we move on? Okay, I'm informed that there are no ministerial statements or committee memberships, so I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform number 1 Bill 2026 and a related bill, debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by Senator Chandler.
Oh, Senator Chandler, sorry, yes.
Thank you. I foreshadow on behalf of Senator Liddle the second reading amendment in her name on behalf of the Coalition. No one voted for these new taxes. The Prime Minister promised, in his own words, more than 50 times before the last election that he would not introduce them. And in a complete act of bad faith and the disregard for all Australians, he's turned around and broken every single one of those commitments. And when we think about that, when he spoke and he said this 50 times to media, to the Australian people, he said his word is his bond, and he has broken that more than 50 times equally. Now, these new taxes are designed to manage the decline of the Australian economy. None of these tax hikes will grow the Australian economy at a time when we desperately need it. Now, Australia has always been a very lucky country, and when I look back just 20 years ago, Australia had zero debt. Zero debt. So when I was younger and looking to purchase my first home, the country that I lived in did not have any debt. Well, for my daughter today, who is looking to purchase her first home, the country that she lives in has over $1 trillion worth of debt. And you would think that any responsible government would look to reduce spending at a time like this. But no, this Labor government isn't going to cut spending. Instead, what they're doing is they are going to increase the tax on every single hard-working Australian. And I think it's important to note the government has $0 of its own. The only money that government has is the money that it collects from hard-working Australians. Every single dollar that the government spends is a dollar that it has taken from an Australian who has had to earn it. And that inequity is so clear in this budget. So Labor can't manage and live within its own means. So instead of cutting spending like you would have to do in a household budget or you would have to do in your own business, Labor is just going to tax the Australian people even more. So we have a death tax, a tax on family savings, a tax on renters. We've got a tax on first home buyers, and young Australians are just trying to get ahead. The dream of owning a home in Australia for young people is getting further and further out of reach. We have a tax on small businesses. We've got a tax on startups and entrepreneurs. And let's remember that businesses and startups are the engine room of the Australian economy. This is a budget of broken promises, a budget that is going to break the back of Australians and break the Australian dream. It is an assault on aspiration. It is pulling up the ladder of opportunity from all young Australians before they have even had a chance to climb that ladder. This is a budget that is going to make sure that no young Australian is ever going to want to go out and start their own business. No young Australian is ever going to aspire to take a risk, to back themselves and start something great. Because, as we've seen on social media, their new not-so-silent partner is Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, and his Labor government, because they are looking to take that hard-earned sweat capital from small businesses before they have even made any gains. This budget is not just a bad faith budget that does nothing to improve intergenerational inequality. It is going to make the problem even worse, because all of the rules that existed for people my age and above are now out the window. So everything we were able to use to create wealth here in Australia and opportunity has been pulled out from under the next generation of young Australians looking to forge their way in the world. This budget is unravelling faster than anything I think we've seen before. Every week is symbolising another broken promise from this Labor government.
There are secret taxes and tax hikes littered everywhere in this budget. And let's be honest, we've got inflation running out of control here in Australia. Inflation means that real wages don't grow. We've seen productivity grind to a standstill. And this budget is going to do absolutely nothing to improve the state of our economy here in Australia. And that breaks my heart, because I love Australia, and I love that this has always been a place where you could pursue your dreams and opportunity abound. If you worked hard and you saved, you could get ahead. But what this government is proving is that none of those rules apply anymore, because this government cannot live within its means, and Australia is now hurtling towards $1.25 trillion in debt. So this Labor government needs to tax hard-working Australians even more. And I think about that, and I think about some of the global shocks that have come Australia's way over recent decades. And we haven't had significant debt here in Australia. So we have weathered the storm of global shocks very, very well. What I fear is that this budget is not setting us up to weather the next global shock. What this means is when there is another crisis, Australia has no money, just an incredible national debt. And that is going to put us at risk. That is going to make it very, very difficult here in Australia. It is going to make it very difficult for us to attract international investment. It's going to make it very difficult for us to keep Australian businesses here in Australia. Because honestly, why would you keep your capital in Australia if the government is just going to take your hard-earned money? Now, the Coalition opposes Schedules 1 and 2, but we do support Schedules 3 and 4. So we are going to fight these taxes tooth and nail, and if they become law under this Labor government, which we've seen today that Labor are going to do dodgy deals with the Greens, then a coalition government will repeal them. Because we have a vision for Australians. We want to unlock the potential of all Australians. We want to see Australians flourish and thrive here. We want to see investment. We want to see young Australians going out there and starting their own business. We want to see them keep the earnings from that business and that sweat capital that they pour into it. We want to see young Australians owning their own homes. We want to see them able to build their wealth here, because I'm not sure when it happened, but when did working hard, creating wealth for yourself become such a bad thing? When did we become a country that wanted to look at wealth redistribution rather than allowing people to work hard and keep more of what they are earning? So our plan is the complete opposite to Labor's. We want to see lower taxes, lower inflation, an economy that is designed to back self-starters of the nation. We don't want to kneecap them. We want to see them pulling Australia forward. I think if businesses are willing to do the work and individuals work and they take all of the capital risk, then they should be able to get ahead. But that's not how Labor sees this budget, and that is certainly not the economic environment that Labor is creating. I look at housing and I look at the broken promises from this Labor government. Higher taxes, lower living standards and fewer homes. The government's own budget papers say there will be 35,000 fewer homes to be built as a consequence of the new taxes that they are introducing. So we've got a housing crisis here in Australia, and rather than putting in things that will allow the economy to build more homes and allow private enterprise to thrive, what we're going to actually see is the direct opposite. So these proposed tax changes by Labor will actually mean that 35,000 fewer homes will be built. That's 35,000 young Australians, families, that are going to miss the opportunity to get into their first home. So when you tax something, and this is a pretty fundamental principle, if you tax something, you will end up with less of it. That is just basic economics. And so the more that we are going to tax housing, the more that we are going to tax housing investment, the less housing investment we will get, and the less houses we will get. And this Labor government is quite happy that young Australians here are going to pay the price for that decision. Their budget is built on a narrative around intergenerational fairness, but it's going to strip away any kind of fairness for young Australians here. It is going to pit young versus old. Any kind of settings for our economy should allow all Australians to be able to thrive. We shouldn't be punishing older Australians for saving, investing in their super. We shouldn't be moving the goalposts, and we shouldn't be changing the rules after they've done everything they were told to do. So they're being punished instead of rewarded for doing the right thing. That is not how a government should operate. Now, Labor's taxes will act like a wrecking ball. We have seen auction clearance rates and volumes down substantially in the housing market. We are going to see less and less Australians achieving their dream of owning a home. But let's not forget those who still are struggling to save a deposit to even get into that housing market. As inflation has been running out of control, inflation has been outstripping what young Australians and families have been able to save. And we see the age of first home buyers continually going up because you need to work longer and you need to work harder to be able to save for that house deposit. So we've got to also think about what these reforms will mean for renters in Australia, and it will mean higher rents. And this is a government who is going to capitalise and cash in on all of this, because let's remember, as they're pulling all of this tax out of the economy from hard-working Australians, ultimately it's the government that will benefit from this. And what are they going to spend your money on? I certainly know that any individual is going to spend $1 far more responsibly than any government ever will. We've got layers of bureaucracy. We've got layers of red tape, and this government is going to make it harder and harder for first home buyers and for renters. That's not even to go into small businesses, which are the engine room of our economy here. There is going to now be a 47% state claim in any small business. That's a pretty awful silent partner to have when government is going to come in and take nearly 50% of everything. You as a small business have put in the sweat capital, you've taken the risk, you've done the hard work, and government is going to come in and take nearly 50% of it. Now that's not fair, and that certainly doesn't allow for any kind of aspirational achievement for these businesses. Because we know that if businesses can keep more of what they're earning, they're going to reinvest, they're going to employ people, they're going to help keep Australia moving. But under this government, we will see exactly the opposite. And this is an absolute assault on small businesses right across the country. And it is devastating to see businesses that are struggling already with cost of living, with their electricity prices, with everything else that they are facing. Now they have a budget that is out to take 50% of everything that they have. That's not fair. It's certainly not going to encourage self-starters to come along, and certainly we're hearing that there are a lot of businesses who are looking to move their operations offshore, where they can keep more of what they earn and reinvest in their own aspirations and invest their capital back into their business. So what we see here is an absolutely disastrous budget. It's not good for young people, it's not good for old people, it's not good for businesses, it's not good for anyone except for the unions and except for Labor. And that is not in the national interest, and Labor should be ashamed of their budget.
Senator Brockman.
And I just wish to thank Senator Barbara Pocock for allowing me to jump ahead in the order due to other duties that I have to take on in the not too distant future. But I did want to speak on this bill because it is such a retrograde step for our taxation system. Since the budget was handed down, I have met with, visited with, gone to after-hours events with chambers of commerce talking to small businesses in Western Australia. And apart from the uncertainty that this Labor budget has generated, the one thing that I have heard universally from every single one of those businesses, they have had to go and talk to their financial advisors, talk to their accountants about what these changes mean for them. Think about the dead weight loss that is applying to the Australian economy. And then, just in the last few days, another dirty deal done with the Greens, changing the rules from the budget once more, attacking self-managed super funds, often controlled by small business people to whom it was the best way to invest for their future. They've changed the rules again. And so now every single one of those small businesses, plus a whole new raft of people involved in self-managed super funds, are going to have to go and seek advice from their professional service providers, from their accountants, from their fund managers, from their auditors. This is a deadweight loss on the economy that will, over time, thanks to this Labor government, add up to billions of dollars. Billions of dollars, because this is a Labor government that just cannot get enough of your taxation. It wants more and more and more. It is drunk on spending your money and is coming after even more of it. Now, we have already far too many definitions of small business in this country. The ATO, just one agency, the Tax Office, has multiple small business definitions. The Fair Work Act has a different definition for small business. ASIC and the ACCC, they have a different definition again. The ABS has a different definition of small business again. There's a different definition in the Privacy Act. There's a different definition for the Australian Financial Complaints Agency. And now this government is going to slice and dice small business once more in terms of taxation to say that there are innovative small businesses over here who deserve one tax treatment and non-innovative small businesses over here that deserve a different tax treatment. And now every small business in Australia, is going to have to work out whether they fall into one category or another. Now, I've heard those opposite, and I'm not talking about those up at the far end of the chamber. I'm talking about those in government, the Labor Party, talking about how mining is just digging it up and shipping it out. Digging it up and shipping it out. Well, mining in my home state of Western Australia is not just digging it up and shipping it out. It is a highly technical, highly innovative, highly technical business, ranging from the smallest of businesses to the largest businesses in Australia. These are businesses that contribute enormously to the Australian economy. These are businesses that, in my opinion, are the foundation of the Australian economy. These are the businesses from which wealth flows. But this government's budget is putting a cap on our desire to aspire to wealth generation. They're attempting to force everything in
to their mindset, to their union-dominated mindset as to how people should live and how they should generate wealth and how they should get ahead in life. And this is not what Australians want. This is what the union movement wants. They want big businesses they can control, not small businesses that are flexible, dynamic and innovative, that are hard for the unions to sink their teeth into. Now, these two bills we're discussing are yet another two bills that are being added to the shameless list of guillotined bills that have been pushed through this place under the Labor government, 99% of the time with the support of the Greens. The Liberal Party has supported a couple of important defence and national security measures going through under a guillotine, but 99% of the more than 100 bills that have been guillotined by this government have been supported by the Greens. And so we're up to around, I think I may have lost count, but I think we're up to around 146 bills under this Labor government guillotined through the Senate. And in the hours motion move today, they're just going to add not just these two bills, but another 11 bills are added to this seemingly never-ending list of bills that are just rushed through this place without proper scrutiny. And then we end up finding out a few weeks, a few days, a few months later that the bills didn't actually do what the government thought, or they're acting in a way that the government didn't understand because they hate scrutiny. And with their alliance partners, the Greens, they push these bills through this place without proper scrutiny, without adequate attention to the drafting of the provisions they are putting in place, and without allowing this Parliament, this Senate chamber, to do its job, which is to scrutinise legislation both through the committee system but also in this chamber, to adequately debate, to have extensive committee stages where the minister is forced to appear in this place and actually answer questions of any senator. That is the rigour we want from our democracy. That is the rigour we want from our parliament. Not a deal that we don't even know the content of, that was done behind closed doors between Labor and the Greens to rush this bill and another 10 bills through this Parliament in the next 4 or 5 days. And we don't know what the deal is. The Australian people certainly don't know what the deal is. That is just not acceptable to democracy. That is not an acceptable way to treat this Parliament. That is not an acceptable way to treat the Senate. The Senate is the House of Review. This is where the hard work gets done. And by treating the chamber in such a cavalier fashion, by allowing the Greens' tail to wag the Labor dog, is just not an acceptable approach to passing legislation in this place, particularly not when the lives and aspirations of so many Australian businesses and so many Australian individuals and families are at stake. The Labor Party has no clue what the impact of their changes are going to be on the Australian economy. They have no clue. Their own budget papers reveal that there's going to be 35,000 fewer homes constructed under Labor's own policy formulation. Now, what is the Greens, the changes forced on the Labor Party in this dirty deal that we don't know the content of? What is that going to do to that number? Is that now going to be 40, 50,000, 60,000 houses, fewer houses that will be built? By eliminating non-recourse loans in self-managed super funds, you are effectively taking a house builder, a funder of house builds, out of the market. And isn't it interesting that they're willing to attack self-managed super funds in this way, but not a word about industry super funds, not a word, Senator McKim, about industry super funds who are buying in the market, competing to buy houses against Australian families, competing to buy houses against Australian young people. Not a word about those institutional industry super funds who are in exactly the same markets competing to buy those houses that young Australians want. But you'll knock the self-managed super funds out of that market. You'll knock out those people who are trying to provide for their own future as they were encouraged to do. And effectively, you're also locking out any future self-managed super funds. So young people who would like to look after their own future retirement needs, who wish to be self-managed, are now eliminated from having this avenue to secure their own future well-being. Well, this is a disgrace. The nature of the deal is a disgrace. The fact it was behind closed doors, the fact we really don't know the content of it, we don't know what's been agreed, we have no idea what the implications are, except that we do know it will be a hammer blow to aspiration in this country. It will be a hammer blow to those young people who are seeking to generate their own capital gains, their own returns, to see their own wealth improve, to secure a positive future for them and their families. This is not the Australia we want. This is not the Parliament we want. This is not the way we want to see the Senate chamber treated. It is an absolute disgrace.
Thank you. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026 and the Income Tax Rates Amendment Tax Reform No. 1 Bill 2026. These bills are a small step, a very small step in the right direction. Could have been so much better, but they are a step heading the right way. And today the Greens have secured changes to these bills to make it harder for wealthy property investors to outbid renters. And while today the Greens confirm we will support these tax changes to pass the Senate this fortnight, the fight does not stop there. There's so much more that this Labor government must do to fix this housing crisis that is only growing more urgent by the day. For over 26 years, the Australian Greens have been pushing hard to get rid of the extraordinary property investor tax perks that have priced so many people out of owning their own home. When the bill to implement the CGT discount changes was debated in this Senate in 1999, former Greens leader Bob Brown made it clear that this change would turbocharge economic and housing inequality in Australia. He said these changes would give advantages to the rich and take from the poor. Well, he was spot on. He was right. The CGT discount, all these years later, is the most egregious and unfair tax break on the books. Treasury calculated that 54% of the lost revenue from CGT discount in 2022-23, that's $12.7 billion, went to the richest 1% of taxpayers. It is a Robin Hood tax. Takes from the top end and takes from the bottom end and gives to the very, very wealthy. The Greens' persistent and long-term advocacy, which culminated in the recent Senate Select Committee into the operation of the capital gains discount, led by my colleague here, Senator McKim, has been a significant factor in this legislation being introduced into this parliament. The CGT discount is responsible for driving a chasm between generations in Australia. Former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry called this intergenerational injustice built into our tax system an intentional act of bastardry. He's so right. People under 35 get only 4% of the benefit, and they have to stand up at auctions with those getting the benefit alongside them, outbidding them, year after year. What is unfair to young people is entire generations being priced out of housing. The Greens have managed to win some important amendments to these bills. We've won an amendment to close self-managed superannuation funds exemptions from the prohibition on being able to borrow to fund investments. This is a recommendation that's been consistently made by financial stability reviews. It's long overdue. We've also won an amendment to remove the Treasurer's ability to add any additional classes of assets that become eligible for the 50% tax discount, and to rein in his power to prescribe any type of property investment that can be eligible for deducting losses against salary and wage income. This prevents a minister undoing these changes at the stroke of a pen by extending the discount to other assets. These powers were unworkable, they were unprecedented, and they needed to be reined in. These are important changes, and I want to commend my colleague Senator McKim for winning them. They're important, they're significant, and they were hard fought. This was once in a generation moment to help Australians. Unfortunately, Labor has missed a critical opportunity here. Labor's decision has to lock in $33 billion in tax handouts for those with 2 or more investment properties means that 1.7 million properties will remain in the hands of wealthy property investors, not first home buyers, and they'll leave renters to continue fighting the housing crisis for longer. The Parliamentary Budget Office analysis, based on ATO data in 2023-24, reveals people with 2 or more investment properties claimed that eye-watering $33 billion in tax handouts that year. That is what Labor is baking in. That is what we would have had available to us to spend on public housing to address the housing crisis. That includes 11,000 landlords with 7 or more houses who claimed $1.9 billion from 98,100 investment properties. Incredible. It's intergenerational highway robbery. After 4 years in government and multiple failures to act, Australia's housing crisis is now Labor's housing crisis. It is now on Labor that we continue in a crisis that has become worse through their policy failures. The housing crisis confronting Australia today is not an accident. It's the predictable result of decades of bad government. It's a result of governments treating housing primarily as an investment asset rather than a human need. It's a result of tax concessions that have overwhelmingly benefited those with greatest capacity to accumulate wealth, and boy, has it rewarded them. And it's a result of a sustained failure by governments across this country to invest in public and social housing, which so many Australians are so desperately waiting for decades on lists to get into. The evidence of the housing crisis is overwhelming. According to the Labor government's own Housing Affordability Council, Australia is currently experiencing record low affordability on rents, record low home purchase affordability, and record high rental stress. We've got vacancy rates that are at historic lows. Home ownership rates among younger Australians have fallen year after year. Rents have surged. Public housing waiting lists have grown, all while the current Labor government has overseen the lowest average rate of public housing construction of any post-war federal government. Shame. Shame on a government that should see housing as a central plank of a decent life. Homelessness has increased, and the Treasurer himself has acknowledged that house prices in Australia have risen by an incredible 400% since 1999, when these tax breaks were first introduced. This is more than twice as fast as average incomes. So rents have done the same, increased at 2.5 times the rate of wage increase. The Senate Select Committee on Intergenerational Housing Equity that I'm chairing at present has heard around our country a great deal of very devastating evidence from all sectors of the community about the housing crisis and how it is affecting people in country towns, in our regional centres, in our cities and our suburbs. Just last week, we heard evidence from one witness, Elise, who's been on the public housing waiting list in South Australia for more than 2 decades. Her latest rent increase means she is now paying 60% of her income on rent. How does the government expect people to live like this? Last week we also heard from an incredible young 13-year-old Sebastian, whose dream of owning a home one day feels impossible as house prices continue to rise like they are. He's collected 22,000 signatures of his peers and others about the crisis his generation face, and he spoke of the despair and hopelessness amongst his peers. In the city of Onkaparinga in South Australia, our largest local government area, house prices have increased by 80% in just the last 5 years. We've got homelessness in our outer regional suburbs in South Australia, in Adelaide, like we have never seen before. And that's just the people we can see. We know there are many, many, many women, many of them with children, in cars, on couches, who are invisible to us in this crisis. So the Greens were very disappointed on budget night with a lack of ambition by Labor in its budget. There was nothing in their budget for the 31% of Australians who are renters. There was nothing in that budget for people experiencing homelessness, which is increasing so quickly in so many parts of our country. These bills are a small step in the right direction, but Labor's low ambition means that inequality and the housing crisis will be worse for longer than it needs to be. This government could have done so much more. Could have collected $33 billion in tax and put it into public housing and make such a difference to play catch-up on the failure to invest in the recent years of the Labor government and in the decades leading up to it. This enduring housing crisis now is squarely on Labor. Labor has fuelled demand with its 5% deposit scheme, pushed housing prices up, and it's an uncapped scheme available to all. It has done the wrong thing and made the crisis worse in so many parts of its policy, and most importantly, it has failed to address the scale of the crisis, which is so obvious across our country. The HAF has built just over 1,000 homes. It is an absolutely inadequate response to the crisis for our young people and so many people who are living in housing insecurity. This moment requires so much more from Labor. Unfortunately, their ambition is pathetic. It is not adequate. It is so unlike the response our country needs. And it's a betrayal of those who are living on our streets and in cars and insecurely. We Greens will not stop fighting for renters, the 1/3 of our country who rent. We will not stop fighting for young people or for first home buyers, and we will not stop fighting for all Australians to be able to put a roof over their head. It's a central pillar of a human rights regime for a decent life for Australians, access to free education, to healthcare and to a roof over your head. We know what we need to do, and we can do it. We've done it before, and we have the budget available to us. If we tax people right, if we tax gas, if we end absurd spending on AUKUS, we have the resources as a wealthy country to put a roof over everyone's head. So we urgently need to remove investor incentives, to build more public housing directly, to cap rents and adequately fund homelessness services. The Greens have consistently argued that reforming tax concessions must be linked to a significant increase in public investment in housing. Just as governments invest in roads, in hospitals, in schools, public transport, infrastructure, governments must invest directly in housing. And that means public housing. That means community housing. And it means genuinely affordable housing. It means rejecting the failed idea that private markets and a private housing market can solve this crisis. It has made it worse. And tax reform is necessary. It needs to be meaningful. It needs to be ambitious. And tax reform on its own is far, far, far from enough. Even those who support changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax arrangements acknowledge that broader structural solutions are essential. Australia still needs a massive program of social public housing construction, and we need stronger protections for renters. We need greater investment in homelessness services, and we need to continue examining the tax settings that contribute to the widening housing inequality in our country. We believe housing is a human right. We believe public housing is essential infrastructure, and we believe tax policy should reduce inequality rather than deepen it. And we believe that every Australian deserves the security and the dignity that comes with owning their own home.
Senator Collins.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Look, I rise to talk about the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill, and I tell you what, I'm pretty surprised to see the Greens up and ready with such formed speeches after only just striking such a dirty deal with the government to get this bill through. And very telling to hear that their perspective of this, the government's budget that was passed just last month, was that it was not ambitious enough. And what that says to me is that they wanted more tax on the Australian people, and they got that. They got that today in this dirty deal that was done on not one, but 12 bills. I've just counted 12 bills. And this bill, this set of bills, this budget, is a tax on Australian dreams. It's a tax on aspiration, it's a tax on confidence, it's a tax on vision, it's a tax on the blood, sweat and tears that Australian people put into their business, into their investments, into trying to get ahead and grow this economy for the rest of Australia. And no one voted for these new taxes. This wasn't taken to the election, even though the Prime Minister promised 50 times, at least 50 times before the last election, that he would not introduce them. My word is my bond, he said. I rule out changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. Now, this budget is in bad faith with the Australian people. The Prime Minister has broken his contract that he took to the election. Now, these new taxes are designed to manage the decline of the Australian economy. It will not grow it. And we have now a death tax, a tax on family savings, a tax on renters, first home buyers, and any young Australians just trying to get ahead. Even though this was supposed to improve intergenerational inequality. Well, we all know, and the Australian people know, that it's only going to make it worse. Now, I just spent last week on the Central Coast, where there's 29,000 small to medium businesses, about a $20 billion economy there on the Central Coast. It's thriving. But I spent all day talking to businesses, and they are concerned, they are deeply troubled by this budget that's been handed down by the government, about what it's going to do to what they've built over the years. And a very familiar story that we heard from these businesses is that these people started from nothing, that they started the business out of their family home, out of their garage, out of their spare bedroom, and they built it up to have 1, 2, 5, 10, 50 employees, passing it down through generations, and now all of a sudden they've got another shareholder. Well, they didn't vote for that. We've heard about the backflips and the carve-outs that the Australian Prime Minister has done over the past couple of days. And there's one for innovative small businesses, and they can't even tell us what an innovative small business is, because I don't understand small business. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand the details of their own policy. And quite frankly, for the small business operators here, they've been telling me that it's too late, that they're looking overseas already. They're looking to Dubai, Hong Kong, United States, Singapore. Thank you, Senator Scarr. New Zealand. Canada. Anywhere but Australia. And what a disaster that is. We will have the highest taxing government in Australian history. The highest taxing government. And I'll just take it back again to what the Greens just said before, that the budget that was handed down was not ambitious enough. There's not enough tax in it for the Australian people. We've got a big spending government. It's got some very big bills. It's got an interest bill that is $80,000 a minute. $80,000 a minute. Somebody's got to pay for that, and guess what? It's the Australian people. And the taxes that they will raise from this budget, we've got $50 billion of higher taxes, $273 billion in taxes that Australians can vote for over the next 9 years, and guess what? Most of that money will be going towards paying off $80,000 a minute. $80,000 a minute. Won't be going to defence spending, we know that for sure. Now, the Coalition opposes Schedules 1 and 2, and we support Schedules 3 and 4, but if the Coalition wins government, we will be repealing these bad taxes. We will be repealing them. Because our plan is for lower taxes, lower inflation, and an economy that backs entrepreneurs, backs small business, backs self-starters, backs people that are willing to take a risk. Because we believe that if you risk, you should be rewarded. Now, Schedule 1 introduces changes to the capital gains tax regime. We will be opposing that. Schedule 2 introduces changes to the negative gearing regime. We will be opposing that. Schedule 3 introduces the Working Australians tax offset, and Schedule 4 introduces the $1,000 standard deduction for work-related expenses. Now, we heard before about the housing from the Greens and the HAF, the Housing Australia Future Fund, $10 billion that's gone into that HAF housing project. And we heard that about 1,000 homes will be built, but no one can tell me whether any of those homes have gone to the vulnerable women and children that they've been promised to. 4,000 homes under the HAF, supposed to go to vulnerable women and children, and nobody in the government is tracking it. Nobody seems to care. It's a disaster of a policy. But this budget puts new taxes on homes. And my colleague, Senator Bragg, is always asking the good question to explain why, if you want more of housing, why would you put a tax on it? How does that get more supply? Well, the simple answer is it doesn't. Very wise, Senator Bragg. And the government's own budget papers say that 35,000 fewer homes will be built as a consequence of their new taxes. The government's own budget papers say that. 35,000 fewer homes. And yet, we have 90,000 more people than planned arriving in the next 2 years. So how do we expect to house these people? What is the government going to do about that? We have an overshoot of 90,000 people. That means high demand, lower supply, higher prices. But we've also got changes to negative gearing, which will bring down investment, which will raise the rental prices. And independent experts have suggested that rents could rise by up to $160 a week in Sydney. That's up $160 a week. Because when you drive investment out of the rental market, well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to work it out. Prices are going to go up. supply will go down. And when you've got real wages declining, you've got higher tax, you've got Australians taking home less, well, it's a recipe for a perfect storm. And we heard the Greens today talking about the cost of living and how people are turning up at the supermarkets and having to make some very extreme choices about the things that they can and can't buy. And yet their dirty deal is only going to make it worse. It's a shame. We in the Coalition back small business. We back vision, we back hope, we back consistency and clarity for the economy. We back Australians who believe in themselves, Australians who back themselves, Australians that aspire to have a roof over their heads. But as a result of these changes, just in the past month, in speaking to real estate agents, they're saying that the auction clearance, nobody's even doing auctions anymore. There's no point, nobody's turning up. There's no confidence in the housing market. And they're looking at the housing market like it's back in the global financial crisis. Already. And this budget, these bills have not even been passed. They're absolutely ripping the rug out of Australians in the housing market. It's a shame. What we need is more supply. What we need is more infrastructure. What we need is more builders in the country bringing on that supply. And of course, the Labor unions have a stronghold over who comes into this country. I tell you, dog walkers are not going to build us more houses. And so here we are with a budget that doesn't bring intergenerational equality or fairness. It's intergenerational fraud. And there is absolute outrage from the Australian people. I had a round table with some startup companies just last week in Sydney, and they are despairing that they have built these companies from nothing. They put everything into it, waking up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for years on end. They were. Families throwing everything into it. I know all about it. My dad built his business from scratch. My husband, I had a business when I was raising my kids. My brother built a business. I know what it is to throw everything into these things and then to have the government come back and say that they want half of it. Well, that's just not fair. And that's just not on. So the Coalition will never back that. The Coalition will repeal these bad taxes because the government has done none of the work, they've taken none of the risk, and they want nearly half of it. And small businesses are the self-starters of our nation. They sacrifice holidays, they work weekends, they do everything to put themselves in a position to get ahead. And here we have the government's answer to that, government's answer to the fact that they've run out of money is to come after yours. And the Treasurer is doubling the tax rate on small businesses when they go to sell. And he's raised the threshold to $10 million for a small business. Is that right? It's raised the threshold for small business. And the effect that that's going to have, it'll be a tax on ambition. Small business will want to stop growing once they reach that threshold. That's never going to be a good idea. If we want to grow this economy, we've got to step back as a government and give the businesses the freedom they need to excel. The rules of the economy are rigged against self-starters. the compliance burden of industrial relations law, tax law. I've seen the size of the tax law book, the summary, growing and growing and growing. Got regulatory laws.
Senator Collins, your time has expired. Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, there's a little thing called democratic mandate, which is supposed to be a system where people put forward their ideas before an election and people can either vote for or against those ideas. In the UK, they call it a manifesto, and here we would call it a platform. Now, here in this country, the Prime Minister said that there would be no changes to these tax arrangements, and he was at great pains on occasion to say that there would be no changes to the CGT or to the negative gearing arrangements if he was to be re-elected. Now, of course, he has broken that promise, and he will now have to wear that broken promise like a crown of thorns, and that's not really going to be productive use of my time this evening in the Senate, because everyone knows that these commitments were made and they were breached. They were breached. But it is important to note, because we are custodians of a system. We are all custodians of a system where the Australian people are allowed to decide who they want to run the show and what policies they should be pursuing. Now, that is something that the Prime Minister will have to consider over the coming years, and no doubt that his colleagues will also closely consider these matters, and I suspect we won't need to prosecute them too much more. The other theory, this other old theory, is a difference of opinion on tax policy. Now, in the Liberal Party and the Coalition, we have a view that the government has no money of its own. The government has no money of its own. And if the government wants to get money, it needs to raise the money from the citizenry and from the businesses in order to take that money to spend it on public goods. Now, we've always had a view that it's a reasonable proposition that taxes should be raised as efficiently as possible, and public services should be provided as efficiently as possible. But I go back to this point around the theory. On this side, we're firm in our belief that taxation is effectively legalised theft. We're taking something from the citizens and we are going to spend it on something for the greater good. On the other side, you hear things like tax handouts. Or, from the Greens we heard before that there were handouts when people were paying less tax. I mean, this shows you the mentality of the other side of this chamber. That they believe that the tax money belongs to the government. We believe that the tax money belongs to the people. That is a clear difference of opinion across the board, a core value. Thank you, Senator Scarr. Now, the other great theory is, well, what is a reform? What is a reform? Now, I would have thought that a reform of the tax system would be something that moves the whole show forward, moves the nation forward with a more efficient way of doing things perhaps, or a better way of doing things, or maybe a way that will attract more stuff and we get more stuff as a result.
Increase productivity.
More things, exactly right. Now, in this case, it is clear that the other side thinks that a tax reform is when you just raise more money. And so if you look at the budget, you'll find that $77 billion of new taxes will be raised. Taxing is not reform unless you constitute a significant regeneration of this scheme, as we saw when Howard did the GST, or we had the capital gains tax changes in the 80s, or we had the business tax reforms. Those are reforms. Raising taxes isn't reforms. And I think this shows how bad the debate has been in this country for decades now, that this guy thinks he can hold out this policy as a reform and get away with it. Now, I've said before, I very much regret that we haven't had more contests and more debate on tax reforms. The fact that Allegra Spender had done the only tax policy in years, and it was a terrible plan, shows how bad this country is going, because no one else even could be bothered getting out of bed and doing a tax plan, which shows how bad this country is going. Now, the fact that some of these policies that Ms Bender has been peddling have been cherry-picked also shows the danger of big thinking. But I do want to encourage all colleagues to always put forward ideas, particularly if they are genuinely reforms. But what we've ended up with is the highest pay-as-you-go system and the highest capital gains system. So nothing's actually been improved. All we've got is the downside. Nothing's better. And the $77 billion it just disappears into Canberra's coffers to be redistributed somewhere else. God knows where, because I guarantee you one thing, Deputy President, that $77 billion is not going to help the bottom line, because we're still stuck with $1 trillion of debt and deficits as far as the eye can see. So, in terms of the theoretical part of this contribution, I make the point that, yes, the democratic mandate has been breached. Yes, the principle that the Labor Party believing that taxes belong to the government has been ticked off. And also, the fact that they're holding out these tax hikes as reforms brings home the trifecta. So you've got democratic mandate breached, you've got confirmation that they believe that all the people's money belongs to the government, and you've got the big lie that this is some sort of a fantastic reform where all the unicorns come and live. So I guess you've got to think to yourself, well, why would a rational person and a clever political machine come up with this idea? I've thought about this a lot, you know. I mean, you can say what you like about the Labor Party. They're terrible at governing. They're the champions of maladministration, as evidenced by the budget papers. But they're very good at politics and spin. You've got to give it to them. They sit there down there and they think about how they can spin, and then occupy the Treasury benches forever and ever and ever, and never actually do anything. Reminds me of some state governments in the past, actually. But the point is that this is just another gimmick. It's another gimmick. So far, they've had 3 gimmicks in their housing policies. They had the Housing Future Fund, which has been going for 2.5 years, which has got $10 billion and built a handful of houses. Then we had the 5% deposits, which can go to anyone and have pushed up prices and have made things harder, not better, for young people. And now we've got this big lie that apparently fiddling around with the taxes is going to solve the housing crisis. Now, no one honestly believes that the housing crisis is going to be fixed as a result of high taxes and also a 30% tax on everything else. No one believes that. But when you hear the Housing Minister carry on with this garbage that she carries on with, that apparently John Howard and Peter Costello are responsible for the housing crisis because of a tweak to the tax code 25 years ago, it insults the intelligence of the electorate. And one of the things that I would advise the government about is people have more information now than they've ever had. People have access to a lot of information, and people know that that's not right, because people can also work out there's 2 sides to a market. There's supply and there's demand. And what's happened over the last few years is supply has collapsed and demand has increased. So even just these last 4 years of the Labor Party's term in office, we've had 2 million people increased population, and we've only had about 600,000 houses being built. So clearly there's a mismatch there, which is added to the problem. And at the end of the day, the supply piece is where it's at in housing. And people know this. People know this. And I think the days of politicians going around bribing the electorate with give-outs and handouts and whatever else you want to call it, bribes and, grants and other things, here's some free money for you, those days are coming to an end. And that's good, because all these demand-side measures in the main have been damaging. If you go and talk to a builder, they'll tell you that those grants are subsumed. They're subsumed by builders and developers into the price. And so prices have gone up while supply has gone down. So people know that this tax gimmick is another housing gimmick, that it won't solve the problem. And we won't see the housing system fixed until we supply about 250,000 houses a year. That's the reality. So what actually is the bottom line here in terms of this housing issue, given this is ostensibly about housing? Well, I think it is going to be about making home building more economic. Building costs are too high. Productivity is negative in the building sector. And we have not had any real attempt to grapple with the things that the Commonwealth Government does control, like this National Construction Code, which actually could be cut down to a very small document, and it could actually be allowed to build a cheap house in Australia if that was your wish. The fact that we gold plate all these houses, and we have the difficulty with getting the labour, and we have the CFMEU and all the other different productivity issues, it's made a perfect storm where it's very hard to make a buck out of home building. And so people look at it and say, well, actually, I'm not going to do that. So the underlying issues, I mean, the Labor Party have stuffed the housing system. They have stuffed it up because they haven't been prepared to address any of these labour or productivity issues. They haven't been prepared to look at the nexus between migration and housing, and all their housing supply policies have been a disaster. They're going to miss all their housing targets, and their government fund has been an absolute sinkhole of government funds. So having failed on all those fronts, they thought, we'll have this new tax thing, and maybe that will help. But that is only going to make a bad situation worse, because who could believe that the government would have a deliberate design feature to reduce housing supply by 35,000? Now, they say with all their gimmickry and spin and rubbish that, oh no, that's not really a real number because we're going to offset it with 60,000 in an infrastructure fund. But the number's there in the budget. The number is there. It's a number. 35,000 fewer houses because of higher taxes. That's there. That is there. And I think it's incredible to think about this housing crisis, that any government would want to do anything to reduce housing supply. We should be trying to get any building we can. We should be trying to build on top of other buildings. We should be trying to add buildings to existing titles. We should be trying to allow people to build cheap houses and mini houses and motor houses and mobile houses and whatever. That's what we should be trying to do. We shouldn't be trying to gold plate everything, pay off the CFMEU and whatever else the government's motives are. The reality is we have no idea really about the impact of these bills. We had a sham two-day inquiry where the government uses numbers to close down any real avenues of proper analysis, and we had more time hearing from the St Vincent de Paul than we did from actual people who'd done the fair income analysis, people like Chris Brikey, the Francis brothers, and whatever. People who'd actually pored over this and looked at the portfolio analysis and the impacts on the economy. They were denied service. We didn't want to hear from you. We just wanted to hear from a few of our mates. I'm sure we heard from the ACTU. I didn't make that session of the hearings. And I'm sure that when they came, they didn't declare their interest, their financial interest in a super fund which stands to significantly benefit from the arbitrage in this legislation, where the super funds will only pay 10% if they invest in something, but the poor old punter will pay 30%. Or the foreign investor will pay 15, but the punter will pay 10. And now we see today more arbitrage where they're going to kick the SMSS in the pants, but they're going to protect all the old mates, you know, Wayne Swan and the 40 Thieves and everyone else at the sea buses and the Australian Supers and all their mates. But this is the government which at least is consistent on this front. They are a government for vested interests. They only get out of bed every day to help out their mates. It just so happens this tax policy has been perfectly crafted to support all their friends in their great endeavours to invest in everything with a tax advantage that no person in this country can avail themselves of. So if a person invests in a basket of shares, they do not benefit to the same rate as a big super fund in terms of the tax rate, but in terms of also the way that losses are treated under this disgraceful legislation. But in terms of the regulatory impact analysis done, it was done on the basis of the recommendations done by Senator McKim's committee report. It wasn't even a riz into this bill, which has changed about 5 times. It changed yesterday and it's changed again today. So, I mean, even if you wanted to do a riz, you wouldn't know what you were actually looking at. So we have no idea on the long-term damage this will do to the economy. We do know that a 30% CGT is punitive and bad for our economy, and it makes us one of the highest taxed economies on the planet. But at the end of the day, the idea that more taxes on housing is going to be good is insane, and I flag that we will move amendments in relation to some of these superannuation matters so to ensure that all super funds have the same tax benefit rather than just picking out a few to get a kick in the pants from these government for vested interest people.
So can I just confirm that that was foreshadowing a second reading amendment?
Yes, that's true.
Thank you very much. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. It's an absolute privilege and honour to follow my dear colleague and friend Senator Bragg, who really did, I think, in that speech which traversed many areas, wandered across the Australian policy landscape like an explorer. He really did make a number of fundamental salient points, which I think we should all reflect upon in the course of this debate. And I'd also like to thank Senator Bragg for the contribution he's making in terms of policy development within the coalition. I think he's doing an outstanding job. Deputy President, as Senator Bragg said, I think we have to start this debate with the fundamental fact that this budget represents a broken promise. It's a broken promise. And the Labor government went to the people at the last election and promised on no less than 50 occasions that they were not going to change the rate of capital gains tax, they weren't going to impact negative gearing arrangements, and they weren't going to engage in the very conduct, the very changes which they're implementing or seeking to implement through this bill. And that's the starting point, that the Australian people were misled. They were told one thing by the Labor government before the election, and now we're seeing the Labor government do a complete backflip, doing the opposite. And that hurts all political parties in our system because it undermines the integrity of our democratic system. It should be, and the Australian people have a right to expect that when a party goes to the people at an election and on the basis of a particular platform, on the basis of a particular policy suite, the Australian people have a right to expect that whichever party it is, that party will be true to its word. And that didn't happen at the last election. And that will be an albatross around the neck of Prime Minister Albanese and around the neck of this Labor government as we move towards the next federal election. In terms of the policy issues itself, now on quite a few occasions in this place, I've quoted from a monumental work called Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell, who's a wonderful economist. And he deals with this issue of capital gains tax. It is basic economics. Basic economics. And I want to quote from page 448 of Thomas Sowell's book, Basic Economics, in relation to capital gains tax. When the federal tax rate on capital gains, this is in the context of the United States, was lowered in the United States from 28% to 20% in 1997, it was assumed that the revenues from the capital gains tax would fall below the $54 billion collected under the old rates in 1996 and the $209 billion projected to be collected over the next 4 years before the tax rate was cut. Instead, tax revenues rose after the capital gain tax rate was cut. $372 billion were collected in capital gains taxes over the next 4 years, nearly twice what was projected. Nearly twice what was projected. People adjusted their behaviour to a more favourable outlook for investments by increasing their investments, so that the new 20% tax rate on the return from these increased investments amounted to more total revenue than that produced by the old 28% tax rate on a total amount of investment that was not as large, end quote. And that's from Thomas Sowell's book, Basic Economics. So what do we learn from that? What we learn is that there's a difference between tax rates and the revenue collected under taxes. And in that case, in the United States, when the capital gains tax was decreased, there was actually more revenue raised, there was more actual revenue raised under the decreased capital gains tax rates. In the converse, Investors, founders, entrepreneurs don't just sit still when you increase taxes. Capital moves. It moves across borders, it moves to jurisdictions which have lower tax. That is a reality in the world we live in. And what the federal Labor government will find, and I've got no doubt about this, that with these tax changes, there will be the future unicorns such as Seek Limited, Canva. The founders of those future unicorns will move offshore. Will move offshore to more investment-friendly jurisdictions. Why would you set a startup? Why would you commence the startup journey in Australia when you can go to Singapore and pay 0% capital gains tax? Why? People have options, investors have options, capital is mobile, workers are less mobile, and so the people who will suffer out of this are the workers themselves, because their opportunities to move offshore are more limited than those who own capital. And that's what we're going to find. People are simply going to move offshore. They're not going to stay here and pay those elevated amounts of capital gains. That's the reality. Now, I want to talk about an industry which I'm passionate about, and that's the mining industry. For 12 years before I came into this place, I worked as General Counsel of a mid-tier copper gold company. But that mid-tier copper gold company, which built 2 mines in a little country called Laos, lifted thousands of people out of poverty, did it to the highest standards of health and safety, environmental compliance and social licence. That company started as an exploration company in Australia, listed on the ASX. And there were thousands of retail shareholders who invested in that small exploration company, gave it the capital to engage in exploration in Australia and offshore. And they did that on the basis that one day, if that executive team was successful, if that executive team made a discovery that would lead to a mine, lead to commercialisation, even if they had to bring in further investment, those retail shareholders and other owners of capital who invested in that exploration company did it on the basis that one day they would make a capital gain. And that's why they invested in that exploration company. And that's the story across the whole of Australia. And the opening statement which the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies gave to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee underlines the importance of the tax regime to the future of mining exploration in this country. And I want to quote from this opening statement. Today, mineral exploration and mining make a critical contribution to Australia's economy, directly employing over 314,000 people. Mineral exploration is Australia's original startup. Mineral exploration is Australia's original startup. It drives discoveries that lead to new mines, jobs and economic growth. Its success relies on 2 critical components. First, men and women investing their own money and time to develop a mineral exploration company and project. 2, backed by mum and dad retail investors taking a punt on their success. That is foundational to an exploration mining company. It goes on. Around 1 in 1,000 exploration projects become an operating mine. 1 in 1,000 exploration projects become an operating mine. So all of those mum and dad retail shareholders and investors investing their money into buying shares, contributing to capital raisings undertaken by exploration companies, they're placing their faith, they're making a risk-based assessment that perhaps that exploration project is going to be one of those 1 in 1,000. And it's on that basis that the mining industry and oil and gas industry in Australia has been driven, on the basis of that capital risk. And as AMEX says in its statement to the committee, yet Australia's small ASX-listed mineral exploration companies are responsible for around 75% of Australia's economic discoveries. Just reflect on that. Only 1 in 1,000 exploration projects are successful, but they constitute 75% of Australia's economic discoveries, which lead to mines and greater wealth generation and employment. And what the Labor government is doing through its new capital gains tax regime is placing a huge disincentive, a huge barrier in the way of those exploration companies in terms of their efforts to raise capital in this country. And those companies will look offshore. They'll look offshore. I've served as a senior executive in a mining company. I know the discussions that occur around the boardroom table. Those companies don't have to be listed on the ASX. Those mining exploration companies can move offshore to Singapore, become listed in Singapore, where there's 0% capital gains tax. Or they could be listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange, where the 50% capital gains tax discount still applies. The Labor government is driving that investment offshore, and with it, you will drive the wealth generation. The wealth generation will be driven offshore as well, and others will benefit from that. One of the great things about the Australian market is we've developed this culture of mum and dad retail investors investing in junior exploration companies. Notwithstanding that success rate of 1 in 1,000, Australians have still been prepared to invest and support those exploration efforts. It's truly one of the great things about our capital markets. It's one of our comparative advantages. And yet this capital gains tax increase, will cruel the pitch in terms of capital raisings undertaken by exploration companies. And I want to continue to quote from the statement from AMEC. They're at the front line of this in terms of raising capital. In setting up and investing in these companies, the incentive is purely in the hopeful prospect of capital growth. And that's why, like the tech and biotech sector, the CGT changes would hit mineral exploration where it hurts most. And if mum and dad retail investors desert mineral exploration, there will be no investment to replace it. Mineral explorers will be starved of capital, and Australia's mineral exploration effort will decrease rapidly. That means less mineral discoveries, less mines, less jobs and less government revenue. This is a massive own goal committed by the Labor government in relation to our mining industry, a massive own goal. And then we've got the dirty deal which has been done with the Greens, which has just been announced. Dirty deal done dirt cheap, in the words of the great ACDC. Dirty deal done dirt cheap. Bon Scott, that's right, Senator Cadell. And what does AMEC say in relation to this dirty deal done dirt cheap, which the mining industry has been excluded from? I quote, "The International Energy Agency says the world needs around 50 new lithium mines, 60 new nickel mines and 70 new cobalt mines to meet carbon emission goals by 2030. Excluding an industry that finds the mines of the future from carve-outs will hurt future discoveries and reduce productivity for Australia's most important economic driver." This is a kick in the guts for the entire mineral exploration industry and those who invest in it. I want to read that again. This is the words of the mining industry, of the exploration industry, invested in by mum and dad retail investors. A 1 in 1,000 chance that one of those exploration projects leads to an economic discovery and produces the next mine. But still, those mum and dad retail investors are prepared to invest in the industry. But with the increase of this capital gains tax under the Labor government, will they in the future? And this is what the mining industry is saying in relation to these changes. This is a kick in the guts for the entire mineral exploration industry and those who invest in it, end quote. When I came into this place, one of my objectives was to advocate for policies that would make it easier, not harder, for people to set up businesses in this country, to create wealth and generate opportunity for all Australians. That was one of my goals when I came into this place. I'd seen the power of people investing in the company which I was employed by, and how that investment in an exploration company had led to mining projects in one of the poorest countries in the world and lifted thousands of people out of poverty. This Labor government budget will make that sort of investment less attractive and less likely to occur for the benefit of Australia's people.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Cadell, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's interesting when we get up to look at the spin and the labelling and the messaging of the government when they call this tax reform. It is a tax grab. The number has been mentioned before, $77 billion in new taxes. Never has reform been dressed so painfully for the Australian people as this. Never has there been a tax that hits people where they are. I remember back, I think it was in 1991, there was a Danny DeVito movie called Other People's Money. And he ran a company buying takeovers in a company called OPM Holdings, and it stood for Other People's Money. That's where it came from. And this is what this government is addicted to: getting other people's money, getting their hand on it, and spending it on re-engineering Australia. And nothing says that like this, but it goes further than that. Senator Scarr touched on the promises, the words that could be relied on that said that this wouldn't happen. And there's so many people getting up in our Senator statements, in our 2-minute statements, in things today, talking about how evil it is that another political party is rising and making gains in the polling system here. This is exactly what happens when this place and the people in this place don't keep their word. It is what happens when you aren't consistent with what you say, but people want to get up and pretend it's not on them. People want to get up and pretend it's on the public or that person or Gina Reinhardt or something like this that the public are turning away from Labor Party and the coalition. It is not. It is when you break your word, it is when you break your bond, and when you do things that breach the trust of Australians that people look for new answers. It is no good getting up here and whinging about it and the reasons behind it after you have done that. So we need to look at restoring faith, restoring trust, and restoring a solid stewardship to the Australian economy. We saw it threatened with a proposed tax on unrealised capital gains before that was walked back by this government only after the outcry. So they've tried to tax money you actually haven't made yet. They've realised that might be a step too far, and they've settled on this. This is the answer. And if you follow their own logic, that this is to create a better access for housing, then you might understand if they stopped at taxing capital gains on housing, but they didn't. They went further. They've decided to tax your shares, something that young people might use to save for their deposit on housing. They're taxing your small business on capital gains there. They're taxing your crypto. They're taxing your ETFs. They're taxing everything that you get a capital gain on and saying it all relates to housing. And that doesn't make sense. That doesn't hold true. And once again, the pub test isn't marked by this bill. And that's a real concern. Because had it stopped at housing, had it stopped there, it may have had an argument, it may have been consistent, it may have been true. But it doesn't. It hurts everyone. It hurts people saving for a deposit. I ran some simulations the other day, and if you grab $1,000 a month in savings and you put it in your bank account versus you grab $1,000 a year and put it in your shares or you put it in crypto over 5 years, 6 years to save your deposit, there is a $20,000 benefit in investing that money. That will now be halved by a doubling of the tax on your capital gain. Let's be right, you're getting a 50% discount, now you don't get that, so it's double what you would pay. And that's just unacceptable, because let's look at the reason this discount was brought in before. It was to differentiate the difference between speculation and investment. And investment is the allocation of funds to profitable and good areas of the economy. Speculation is, I'm having fun, I've very badly at the moment, may I say, Acting Deputy President, so not going real well, but that is speculation. I deserve to pay the tax I would on my income, as the government says, on that, because that is not efficient use of money for the economy. That is speculation for a personal gain. Investment, when it is into companies, like we heard Senator Scarr say, investment when it is to small business. Investment into Australian entities is good for Australia. And that is the reason this discount existed, to see money put in places that grow jobs, that grow Australia, that grow the economy, that make Australia a better place to live. Anecdotally, I have friends with some serious businesses, they wouldn't qualify under small businesses, who are already moving capital away from Australia. That hurts. But we know this answer to the government every time we saw the economy shrinking, bring in more people, exacerbate the problem, the housing problem. So are we facing an area where now we get to more per capita recession and we just bring in more people, make the housing problem so we make it worse? We've already seen on one page 158 of the budget documents, 35,000 less homes will be built under this policy. So if we're building less homes, as Senator Bragg said so eloquently earlier, supply is the real problem. When we see plenty of land held up by plenty of red tape, lack of infrastructure, lack of water, lack of these things, and I know both parties of government took significant policies on infrastructure to unlock that last time, but it's not seeing the light of day. We're not seeing those things turn into real homes. We heard about the $10 billion housing HAF fund. We always hear about that, but it's not building the houses we need. We hear about the apprentices we need to get the jobs done and build things. And every time we talk about apprentices, we hear fee-free TAFE. But the reality is less than 20% of people who enter courses under that complete them. So if we haven't got the people we need to build the places we need, if we haven't got the red tape, if we haven't got the infrastructure, we aren't going to fix the supply problem. And there'll be a question I ask in committee stage because there's a concern to me, because when you go through the EM and things are changing, there are lots of things talking about existing small business will have exemptions raised from 2 to 10 million. Keep that word, existing small businesses. If we talk about generational equity, what about the businesses of tomorrow, of the young people, of the ideas that happened the day after? What happens if there's someone at home, 20-something-year-old, and tomorrow they come up with the next Canberra, they come up with the next Atlassian, they come up with the next Kick or Steak? They want to start out, they want to get there, but are they covered by this? Are they going to New Zealand? The land of the long white cloud might be the land of the long Australian business coming up as we go. When their capital moves to places where they can better reflect that risk to reward ratio. And this fundamentally changes that. This fundamentally changes the balance between investing in something to try and get ahead, potentially losing it, and the reward of actually seeing it through. And the changes that were announced, the backflip that was unbelievably good, that would make Nadi Comaneci jealous of the ability of the flexibility of the Treasurer.
It was a 10. It was a 10.
It was an amazing flip to say nothing wrong, we're consulting, and then come out when we clearly know no consultation of any note took place. So what happens to the businesses tomorrow? What happens to the people, the young people that aren't going to settle for the lowest common denominator, who want aspiration? This word we hear so much but is understood so little on the other side. Aspiration is the goal to be your best and have dreams, and we should be helping young people reach them. We should be helping everyone reach them. But now we're saying we will put a handbrake of 100% more tax on your success. 100% more tax than you would pay last year, you'll pay on your success. And that is wrong. So when we sit here and we are wondering why the country is as it is, why there is doldrums, why money is leaving overseas, why young people are getting angry and going to people they haven't voted for before, look at our own actions, look inside ourselves, look as a government, look as a parliament, and say, what are we doing wrong? I come back to that message. It is about staying true. It is about building hope in a time where our world looks so horrible, when there are wars all over the place, when allies can't be trusted, when rule of might is overcoming rule of laws. We want to give hope to people, and this change takes that away. This change diminishes the fundamental principle of trying to have a better life. And we talk about let me tell you about the big end of town. They're not going to have a worry because they're going to put things in company and pay 30% anyway. things in companies, things in structures, all this sort of things. They have access to the best solicitors. They have to the best tax accountants. They have the best advice to get. This won't affect the big end of town as much as it does mum and dads. And that's why it hurts so much, because they are the people we should be supporting. When we talk about taxing this the way we tax wages, which has become a catch cry, we forget about the risk. We forget about the importance in creating jobs. We forget about creating the houses that people who can't afford to get in for housing. And when we see the balance of immigration coming in, not many people land in Australia and can afford to go out and buy a house straight away. Can they get the finance? Have they got the deposit? Have these sort of things? These people rent straight away and they need stock. They need these rental properties going, and this will take that away. And so we'll see rent rises, we'll see savings diminish, we'll see the inability to create wealth otherwise, all because this government likes to spend. Let's talk about that spend. Another thing I don't understand, another issue we're talking about, the NDIS bill. We see all sorts of numbers where we're going to cut 20% of people off the NDIS, and we're going to crack down on who gets what that are left in there. Never have I seen a crackdown where 20% of people come off a program and we crack down on those that are left still cost more than it did the previous year. It's an amazing stat. An amazing stat how you go forward under those economics. It's not maths as I knew it. And we see the defences here where even today in question time, the Finance Minister got up and was asked specifically, was given 2 minutes. She noted herself in her answer, I have 2 minutes to get to the answer. She didn't want to answer it straight away when we're pressed for a country. Name one country that has capital gains tax higher than Australia now. And I remember the answer. I'll get to your answer. I'll give me 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, she managed to get to, finally, when the answer was handed to her, United Kingdom, 24%. America, 30%. All these things. She labelled about France, 26% were the numbers that came out of her mouth. Every single one of them under the 47% that we can charge on capital gains. Now, I don't know what the people of the world like, but I would prefer a finance minister that understands that 47% is higher than 26%.
It's not hard.
Is higher than 30%. It doesn't take a lot to know that. I'm not the world's sharpest tool, but even I survived that from my maths class. And so you can't go comparing that we now have one of the highest marginal tax rates in the world for earners, one of the, probably the highest capital gains tax in the world, and we still talk about this world of aspiration, of hope. We need to be better than this. We should be taxing less. We should be playing less games with taking people's money off them and only giving it back if they do the things we want. If this was a relationship, it'd be financially abusive. Imagine you're in a relationship with someone and they are taking all your money and only giving it if they do the things you want. That would be a financially abusive relationship, and we would be calling someone. It would be an intervention to stop that from happening. But here, it's celebrated. Here it is, aren't we great for doing it? This is the way forward, and it is a reform. And that's not the case. Tax less. Tax less.
Order.
Give them... It was funny though. Tax less, give them their chance, and let them be all they can be. And if that's not working, create the housing. But, I wish. But what we want to do is show that there is a way forward, and this doesn't do that. Taking people's money off them does not do that. And when we are sitting there patting ourselves on the back for doing this, and I don't blame the Greens. As I said, the Greens, it's in their DNA to get as much of other people's money as they can. They love it. We want to shut down all the industry that creates the money, but take that money as we do these through. I look forward to living in caves if they ever get in government. It'll be a fantastic time. Subsistence living back again. No carbon output, because I don't know what the campfire would put out as a carbon output, but I wonder how I'll offset that. That'll be an interesting one, because that'll be my heating. So I don't have a problem with that. I'm surprised that the Greens did it so cheaply. There seems very little in this for them. They've managed to get some trust there, but what a small deal, because let's face it, no one wants to get between the Greens and getting access to money. So we knew, the Labor had to know these guys. It was priced to move with these guys. Give the Greens a chance to increase taxes, they were going to take it. But I would have thought they would have at least hold out for something a bit decent in that. They got the bill done, they've got it through, but here we go. So, in separate summary, just in governance, forget the methodology. It doesn't hold up any of their arguments. It doesn't hold up when the Treasury documents say it will result in less housing. It doesn't hold up under any investment period as generational equity. And we have diminished all of the democracy in Australia by doing this. Australians deserve better, and we will vote against this.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I've been thinking about all the speeches that I've heard tonight.
You gave the best one.
And throughout the day. I think it was you, Senator Scarr. I wasn't here, but I just had that vibe that it may have been you. And the thing that's sort of coming to my mind about all of this is when you frame it. We have a housing crisis. We don't have enough supply. We also have a rental crisis. We don't have enough houses for people to rent. Young people can't afford houses. So young people are using different mechanisms to save some money in order to fast-track their ability to have a nest egg big enough. They're investing in shares, ETFs, innovating in small business. So they're trying different things. They're having a go. They're having a crack. They're trying to make their lives better. They're aspiring. Senator Cadell spoke about aspiration. This is what people want to create wealth and build a better life. So what has this government done as the solution to this? They've decided to tax shares. They've decided to tax ETFs. They've decided to tax small businesses. And they've taken away from young Australians, in the name of intergenerational equity, the same mechanisms for wealth creation that prior generations had. So that you can have a better chance, we're not going to let you use the mechanisms that we used in order to create wealth. I mean, how do you actually expect anybody to believe that? And the thing that struck me from the afternoon into the evening as I've been in the chamber, whether it's in the temporary chair or in the shadow ministerial spot, is the Greens talking about the fact about how this was a toxic group of taxes. You facilitated it. You let them do it. And as Senator Cadell said, you actually got nothing for it. You just gave it to them. You've just let them have it. And you've let young Australians pay the price for it. You've taken away their opportunities to invest and you've taxed them. And the thing is, you want some of their money when they make a profit, but you don't want to be able to let them offset some of the losses if they didn't make some money.
Socialise the profits, privatise the losses.
Indeed, indeed. As I said earlier, we have entered the Albanese Labor government quasi-socialist era with the support of the Greens. That's what it is. If you've got something good, we want some of it. If it's a problem, we don't want to know about it. Your losses are your problem. Any profit you make, we want a bunch. But only if you're an individual, only if you're a mum and dad investor, only if you're a young person. If you're an industry super fund, we'll continue to subsidise you. If you are an international global institution who wants to come here and build to rent, create build to rent properties, we'll give you subsidies as well because you're a good guy, you international global institution. We want to give you tax concessions. We just don't want to give young Australians a tax concession. We don't want to give mum and dad investors a tax concession because they're the bad guys. That's what I've come to understand from what has transpired here today. So let's be clear. We oppose Labor's capital gains tax changes and we oppose Labor's changes to negative gearing. We oppose them because they are fundamentally wrong and because they do not solve the problems at hand. And the thing that this government seems to want to hide behind as well is the fact that they lied to the Australian people. They went to an election and said that they would not do this. The Prime Minister Albanese, told Australians before the last election there will be no changes. And what has he done? Exactly what he said he wouldn't do. And we ask why people are losing trust in institutions. We ask why people are losing trust in democracy. It is because they don't get truth from government. And instead of getting answers as to what is really going on, they get smugness and arrogance. Like we aren't entitled to the real answers as to why things have occurred. Australians aren't stupid. They can see what is going on. We have clear evidence from the RBA that this government has overspent. But you know what? We don't even need the RBA to tell us that. We can see it. We have had 15 interest rate rises under this government, and we have had 3 interest rate reductions. So they like to talk about the rate cuts that they've seen, but they never want to talk about the 15 interest rate rises. That's around $30,000 a year to the average Australian mortgage holder. Have a think about what you can buy with $30,000, but also have a think about what cuts Australians have had to make to their own lives in order to come up with that $30,000. What aren't they buying for their children? What aren't they buying or saving for their own future? They're really important questions. Senator Collins made a comment earlier in her speech talking about difficult decisions people are making in supermarkets. I've had my own pharmacist tell me that she has people coming in asking, does it work if I take half of my tablet and have half in the morning and half in the evening because then I can stretch my packet out? These are real conversations that real Australians are having. And those opposite pretend like there's nothing to see here, like that people are not in trouble, that people are not struggling. And instead of solving those problems, we are just taxing people more. Well, not we, you. You are taxing people more. And that's not transparency. That's not honesty. This has been a deception of the highest order. And I just don't understand how this government can sit there and pretend that this is about intergenerational equity when we know that it's not. And that when we know that the only ones getting concessions are the big end of town, the industry super funds and the global institutional investors. But let's have a think about renters for a moment. I've talked about young Australians who are trying to buy a home. Have a think about the fact that they've got to rent before they buy their first home. And there are Australians who are struggling and are going to be renting for a lot longer because they can't get ahead because of the cost of living crisis that this government has created. This government's own budget papers admit that these tax changes will increase rents. So they are taking from young Australians at every single stage of their journey, not just at the point of purchase, but at every single point where they're actually trying to make their way through life, at every point where they're trying to create a better future for themselves. Research from independent economists actually suggests that rents could rise by up to $160 a week in Sydney and around $130 a week in Melbourne. Have a think about that. Between $130 and $160 a week. That's a lot of money. That's another bunch of groceries that someone's not going to buy. That's maybe some medical treatment that somebody's not going to get for themselves. In most cases, that will be women who defer their own medical treatment to ensure that their children get appropriate medical treatment.
Electricity bill.
Electricity bill. It'll be perhaps some dental treatment that somebody doesn't go and get, or they delay the treatment for their children to go to the dentist. It might be an appliance at home that doesn't get upgraded, or it could well be heaters that don't get turned on in winter.
School excursions.
School excursions, school uniforms.
Sport.
Sport. Thank you, Senator Scarr. And kids going to school without breakfast. That is becoming an increasing problem in our country. Think about that when you talk about $130 to $160 a week. That's not a small amount of money. And then what are we doing? We're driving mum and dad investors out of the private rental market. What is that going to do? That's going to mean that we are going to have fewer investment properties. And when we have fewer investment properties, fewer rental properties, we have higher rents. The rents go up. It's not rocket science. It's basic economics, and I don't have that great book that you have, Senator Scarr. I wish that I did, but I don't, and I often admire it and think that I should get myself a copy.
We'll get you a copy.
Thank you very much. But this is the whole point. This is basic stuff. We know it. Australians know it. But the government doesn't care. And with the assistance of the Greens, they will push these bills through. They'll push this legislation through, and Australians will pay the price for it. And the hard reality is, life is tough enough as it is today. It is going to get even harder for so many people. And I don't say that to scaremonger, and I don't say that to gloat. I say that as a sad reality, a consequence of the decisions of this government and the Greens. Young Australians are caught in a brutal squeeze. Rents going up on one hand, a higher capital gains tax on their savings in whatever form they've chosen to have it, and the government just keeps hitting them over and over and over again. And that's without even considering Labor's active inflation agenda, the inflationary impacts that have been created by the Albanese Labor government. Real wages are declining, productivity has tanked, renters are paying more in rent, people with a mortgage are paying more in their repayments, everyone is paying more in tax and taking home less in real terms. This is the Albanese Labor government's record, and it is a shameful one. This is the highest taxing government in Australia's history, with the highest rate of capital gains tax amongst our contemporaries. And I've said it a number of times in this chamber, but I'm going to say it again. Communist China has a CGT flat rate of 20%. The Albanese Labor government, with the assistance of the Greens and our new quasi-socialist government, has a rate of 30%. Think about that. Indeed, Senator Cadell. The Commonwealth Bank's own chief economist has said these changes will raise revenue, but they will not build more homes. So the very thing the government keeps trying to tell us that these changes will affect, it is clear that it will not occur. And even the government's own budget papers say that there will be fewer homes. So what are we trying to sell here? Why don't you actually just tell us what your actual agenda is? Because it's clearly not to provide more housing for Australians to buy. And I'll repeat it again. It's my view that this government wants Australians to be in a perpetual state of renting, to live in homes owned by the super funds and built by the CFMEU. That's what this government wants. Because otherwise it would not create a vicious cycle such as this one, where young Australians simply cannot get ahead. The narrative of this budget is intergenerational equity. The reality is an intergenerational betrayal. Young Australians trying to get ahead by renting while saving are hit first by higher rents and then by higher taxes on the monies that they are trying to save to build their nest egg. And this government needs to explain why it is doing this and why it will not tell the truth to the Australian public.
Thanks, Senator. Senator O'Sullivan, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Acting Deputy, colleagues, you'll be disappointed to learn that it's almost adjournment, so my speech is going to be cut into two parts. Maybe it's like a little part one of a mini-series, what I'm going to call the anatomy of a broken promise. That's right, we're going to binge it in the morning when I continue with this speech. But I tell you, this is disappointing what this government's doing, because it's demonstration of a broken promise. Because we heard the Prime Minister say no less than 50 times during the election that there will be no changes when it comes to capital gains or when it comes to negative gearing. Yet this government has broken the promise to the Australian people, because these changes that have been brought in with the support of the Australian Greens is a fulfilment of a fantasy, it's a fulfilment of a dream that this government, that the Prime Minister has had his entire adult life, ever since he was at university as a student unionist. He's been passionate about bringing in these sort of changes. And it is disappointing, because Australians who have their hearts set on building a great future for themselves and indeed for their families are now having their aspirations cut short and broken. And in the minute that I got left, I want to say to the Australian people, I'm so sorry that this is what you're having to endure. And I know that you are disappointed in this government, as we are. And it doesn't matter how you voted at the last election. I know many people, clearly a lot did, vote for Labor because you won. But you voted on a deception that this government put before you. And it is disappointing to see. And I know that at the next election, this government is going to pay a price for that. And we know there's this great disruption going on in this country right now politically, but it has been led and been aided very much by this broken promise that you've given, because Australians are sick and tired of being misled by this government. They have been sick and tired of being misled by this awful government that we're dealing with. So part two, that I'll get to in the morning, I'll unpack why this is such a disappointment for the Australian people.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. I look forward to listening to the next instalment, the next episode. So I propose that the Senate now adjourn, and Senator Brown, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise tonight to recognise Global Motor Neuron Disease Day, which was marked on Sunday the 21st of June. Motor neuron disease, or MND, is one of the hardest diseases a person and their family can face. It damages the nerve cells that control movement. Over time, people lose the ability to walk, speak, swallow and breathe. There is no cure, and the average life expectancy after diagnosis is only around 2 to 3 years. Around 2,700 Australians are currently living with MND. For every person diagnosed, there are family members, friends and carers who live also the change, often very quickly. This year, MND Australia marked Global MND Day with a Sprinkle Hope campaign. The campaign features the blue cornflower, which is recognised around the world as a symbol of hope for people affected by MND. It is a fitting symbol for people living with MND and for the families and carers who stand beside them. The message of the campaign is simple: sprinkle hope for cure and sprinkle kindness for today. This week, members and senators received a cupcake and a small bag of edible blue cornflower petals from MND Australia. I encourage everyone in this parliament to sprinkle the petals, enjoy the cupcake and take a moment to think about people and families affected by MND. Hope means supporting research, finding better treatments and continuing the search for a cure. Kindness means giving people living with MND the help, care and understanding they need right now. That might mean checking in on somebody, cooking a meal, helping with transport, giving a carer a break, or simply taking the time to listen. These small acts can make a real difference to a family going through a difficult time. This was also the first global MND day since the passing of Neil Danaher. Neil was diagnosed with MND in 2013, when the average life expectancy was just 27 months. He lived with the disease for 13 years and used that time to change the way Australians understood MND. Through Fight MND and the Big Freeze, he helped raise tens of millions of dollars for research and brought Australians together in the search for a cure. He faced what he called the beast with courage, humour and determination. But Neil's greatest achievement was not only the funds he raised or the attention he brought to the disease, it was also the hope he gave to people living with MND and their families. Neil showed that one person with the support of a strong community can make a real difference. His legacy will continue through Fight MND, the Big Freeze, and the work of researchers, health workers, families and supporters across Australia. Neil's work also reminds us that raising awareness is only the first step. People living with MND need care that can change as quickly as the disease does. Families need clear information, practical help and services that are there when they need them. Carers also take on huge responsibility. They're often partners, children or close friends providing daily care while also dealing with fear, sadness and uncertainty. I'm proud to serve as a co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of MND with Alex Hawke MP. The Friendship Group brings members and senators together from across the Parliament to hear directly from people living with MND, their families, their researchers, health workers and advocates. It also keeps MND on the agenda in this place. We must keep listening to people living with MND and their families. We must keep supporting researchers and health workers, and we must keep backing organisations like MND Australia and Fight MND, which work every day to improve care and bring us closer to a cure. There is still much we do not know about MND, but we know that no person or family should have to face it alone. Tonight I thank MND Australia and the entire MND community for their work. I also acknowledge every person living with MND, every family member, every carer and every friend who continues to show great strength.
And thank you, Senator Brown, for your advocacy. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australians deserve the answer to a simple question. Why is the government using our money to help foreign investment funds buy up the homes that they will never be able to own themselves? Because that's what's actually happening. The investors this policy is built to attract are foreign pension funds, funds whose job is to pay comfortable retirements to people who are on the other side of the world. They put their money into Australian build-to-rent because it earns them a steady, generous return, and that return comes from one place: the rent paid every month by Australian families who have given up the hope of ever owning their own home. So think about what we are really building here: a retiree in another country living on an income paid for by the rent cheque of an Australian. And we don't have to guess at the intent. The government says the purpose of this measure is to attract more foreign investment into Australia and for cheaper rentals. But here's how it actually works. When one of those foreign funds makes a profit renting to Australians and sends that profit overseas, it normally pays tax on the way out. But the Albanese Labor government has cut that tax in half. So the fund keeps twice as much of what it makes from Australian renters. Now remember what we were promised that this budget was about: equity, fairness. The Treasurer stood in the other chamber and called the housing system unfair and unacceptable. So what did Labor's version of fairness actually turn out to mean? A higher tax bill for the mum and dad investor with one investment property, locked in with the help of the Australian Greens. If the government won't listen to everyday Australians, perhaps it will listen to the rest of the world. Overnight, the United States Senate passed the most significant housing affordability law that country has seen in a generation, by 85 votes to 5. It was written and carried by Republicans and Democrats together, two parties that agree on almost nothing. And one of the few things that they could agree on was the need to stop large institutional investors from crowding families out of the housing market. The lesson the world's biggest economy has drawn from both sides of politics is that if you put guardrails around institutional money in housing, it causes harm. This government is doing the exact opposite. It is paying that money to come in. They are giving subsidies to those investors, in a sense. And the damage is already showing up. In New South Wales, a build-to-rent apartment tower is charged council rates as though it were one single dwelling. One bill for the entire building, even though hundreds of families reside inside it. The City of Ryde modelled the financial impacts on a build-to-rent block of 695 apartments. Rated as is, the whole building, the pension fund, the foreign pension fund, pays around $92,000 a year. Divide that across 695 homes and it roughly equates to $130 an apartment that pension fund pays, this overseas pension fund. Yet Australians who own their own unit up the road pay a minimum of $695. Isn't that interesting? So the corporate landlord contributes about a fifth of what an Australian family pays for the same roads, the same parks, the same libraries, and the $500,000 that goes missing each year on this one building is made up for by Australians. Australians paying their rates. That doesn't sound right, does it? That is what careless government looks like. This government rolled out a tax break to lure these funds into building and never once asked what the model would do to the communities left to live with it. It wrote the cheque and handed somebody else the bill. And we know exactly who that someone is. Labor has chosen to tax the family with one flat and reward the fund with 1,000. You should be ashamed. That's not fairness, and the government needs to explain why they have settled for that.
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. So, Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Our democracy is under immense stress. We are at risk of importing the worst of American politics: less trust, less truth, and more division. If we want to understand how we got there, we need to follow the money. Gina Rinehart, Australia's richest person, is a huge fan of Donald Trump. She celebrated with him at Mar-a-Lago on election night. She looks at the politics of fear and division and climate denial and thinks, yep, that'll do here in Australia. So what does she do? She bankrolls Pauline Hanson. She buys her a private plane to fly from fundraiser to fundraiser. Let's be clear. This is Gina Rinehart's One Nation. Whether you call it FON or you call it GRON, this movement did not appear out of thin air. It's feeding off a very real crisis in this country. Australians are doing it incredibly tough. Wages haven't kept up with prices. Rents keep rising, families are being squeezed at the supermarket and at the Bowser and at the banks. And many people have lost faith in the establishment parties. I get it. The Greens get it. For too long, governments have allowed inequality to grow while corporate profits soar. People are angry, they're frustrated, they're demanding change. And they have every right to be frustrated. But Pauline Hanson and Gron are not the answer. At the National Press Club, she unveiled a vision straight from Donald Trump's playbook. Scrap net zero, abandon climate action, privatise the ABC, shut down the SBS, withdraw from international institutions and walk away from multiculturalism. This is not a plan to lower rents, to raise wages or to make life more affordable. It's a politics of fear and division dressed up as a solution. And it serves a purpose. Because if we are busy blaming migrants and vulnerable communities, we won't ask who's really benefiting. If you want to know who took all the money, look at who's got all the money. It's not migrant families trying to get by. It is the billionaires. And until we take on that concentrated wealth and corporate power, working people will continue to fall behind while billionaires and the politicians they bankroll keep calling the shots. The same corporate power is on display in the fight over Browse. The Browse to North West Shelf project must not join the growing list of coal and gas projects approved under this Labor government, a legacy of climate failure that generations will pay for. Woodside wants Australians to believe that Browse is about energy security, but it is not. It is not about energy security. This project will not lower power bills. It will not make life more affordable. Browse is about one thing: increasing Woodside's profits. In fact, Woodside has made it clear that this project only works if Australians hand their gas to Woodside for free. That is why the gas industry is spending millions of dollars fighting against a gas export tax. They know exactly where the wealth from our gas is going, and it is not flowing back to the Australian people. Woodside plans to drill dozens of gas wells alongside Scott Reef, one of Australia's most pristine and ecologically significant marine environments, home to endangered blue pygmy whales and vulnerable green sea turtles. Traditional owners are fighting to protect this sacred sea country because they understand what's at stake. And all of this is happening when Australians continue to endure floods and bushfires, extreme weather events that are becoming more frequent and more destructive. Yet Labor continues approving new fossil fuel projects. You cannot be serious if you claim to protect the climate and to tackle climate change while expanding the very industries causing it and driving it. The benefits of Browse will not flow to traditional owners. They will not flow to taxpayers. They will not flow to local communities or to future generations. The winners are clear. Not Australians, not Scott Reef, just Woodside shareholders. But this fight is not over. Australians can have their say. They can tell the government that our reefs are worth more than Woodside's profits. And let's send these gas corporations a clear message. Our reefs are not for sale, our oceans are not for sale, our future is not for sale. Tax gas exports now.
Senator Smith, D.
Thank you, Senator Scarr, P. Tonight I rise to congratulate Mr Rod Gillam of Dongra in WA's Midwest on being appointed a member of the Order of Australia in this year's King's Birthday Honours List. This recognition is richly deserved and reflects a lifetime of service to Western Australia's agricultural and pastoral communities. Rob Gillam is one of those remarkable regional West Australians whose contribution has left a lasting mark on our state and nation. From his early years farming at Irwin and later pastoralism at Gabion Station near Yalgoo, he developed a deep understanding of rural Western Australia and dedicated his life to serving the industries and communities that sustain it. His service has spanned local government, the Geraldton Port Authority, the Agricultural Protection Board, the Lord Mayor's Distress Relief Fund, and leadership of the Pastoralists and Graziers Association of Western Australia. During some of the toughest periods faced by Australian agriculture, Rob Gillam stepped forward. As a director of Wool International, he was at the centre of the wool stockpile crisis, travelling the country, facing hostile meetings and helping guide an industry through immense hardship. As chairman of the Pastoralists and Graziers Association, he was also a tireless advocate during Labor's devastating live cattle export ban, fighting for producers whose livelihoods were threatened by a decision that sent shockwaves throughout regional Australia. What stands out most is not the positions Rob Gillham held, but the way he carried them out. He was known for answering the phone at any hour, listening to struggling farmers and offering practical advice, support and encouragement. Western Australia has long relied on people like Rob Gillham, quiet achievers who strengthen their communities through service, leadership and integrity. I congratulate Rob Gillham, his wife Ros and their family on this well-earned honour and thank him for his outstanding contribution to agriculture, to regional Western Australia and indeed to our whole nation.
Thank you. Senator Rapchikani.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, Australia has long debated the future of our submarine capability. The decision that we reached is that nuclear-powered submarines are the answer. Since reaching that decision, very little has actually changed. But in recent months, some voices are now demanding that we rethink the entire project over details that they find dissatisfying. But let us be clear about what is at stake. Australia is an island trading nation with the third largest maritime domain in the world. Almost all of our trade travels by sea. Our fuel, our food, our fertiliser, our pharmaceuticals, our manufactured goods and many other essentials arrive through maritime supply chains. The very foundations of our economy and our capacity to defend ourselves to depend on secure access to the sea. Now, that is not an understatement, Acting Deputy President. It's an existential vulnerability, and any politician or commentator who dismisses the protection of Australia's maritime trade as insignificant or, far worse, as ridiculous, is not just unserious about national security, they are negligent. And let us also be clear about the capability that we are acquiring. Only 6 countries in the world operate nuclear-powered submarines: the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Russia, China and India. By acquiring nuclear-powered submarines, Australia is recognising that the security of our nation deserves and demands capability equal to the most powerful nations of the world. Developing such a critical but exclusive capability was always going to demand patience, determination and commitment. Neither Australia nor our partners in the US and the United Kingdom have wavered on this commitment. While we build the industrial base, workforce and infrastructure required to construct and sustain our own nuclear-powered submarines, we will acquire 3 Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines from the United States. These submarines are far more than a mere bridge between our Collins class and our AUKUS class. They are among the most capable submarines operating anywhere in the world. The Australian Submarine Agency has confirmed that each boat we receive will have more than 20 years of operational life to serve the defence of our country. Their delivery will be marked in history as the day Australia takes its place as one of the premier maritime powers of not just of the Pacific, but of the world. But it is worth reflecting on why our Navy will be operating these submarines before our own come into service. The Coalition, while in government, first delayed and then abandoned the Japanese submarine option before signing the French contract for a conventional submarine that was much slower, less capable, and ultimately cancelled at enormous cost to Australia's international reputation. After years of indecision, false starts and wasted money, this government's plan is forging ahead despite the mess that those opposite created. Then there are those whose foreign policy beliefs were shaped in a more benign era. Distinguished voices, now animated by nostalgia, are basing tragic and dramatic claims about the very purpose of AUKUS on the strategic needs of the past. With respect to these voices, the world has changed. Our region has changed. And as we speak, military modernisation across the Indo-Pacific continues at pace. Australia must respond to the world as it exists today and not as it existed in the past. Some of these voices have decided to form a so-called independent public inquiry into AUKUS. Although its contributors are certainly not lacking in experience, it is difficult to say what they expect to achieve. Now, after nearly 5 years since AUKUS was announced, now is the time for concrete action. Vague questions and concerns are not constructive. And then, unfortunately, the Australian Greens are at it again. Their position deserves to be called out for what it is. It is not principled opposition, it is not strategic caution, it is ideological hostility towards the United States. Hostility that is so deep it overrides any serious consideration of Australia's national security. And when the Greens dismiss defending Australia's sea lanes as ridiculous and then responded to expert rebuttal by mocking a former Royal Australian Navy officer, someone who spent decades at sea actually doing the job of protecting Australia's maritime trade, rather than engaging in argument, they simply showed their hand. No substance, no alternative. Simply contempt for the expertise and for the serious work of keeping Australians safe. They now also emerge, Acting Deputy President, that when there is work to criticise, but they have been silent for all the hard work of the planning and deciding of what yet has to be done. They decry the acquisition of the Virginia class not because of reason capability concerns, but because of their unrestraint of anti-American ideology. The irony is profound. As the Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles has said, and rightly argued, walking away from AUKUS would make Australia more reliant on the United States, not less. By working with our partners through AUKUS, Australia will ultimately develop a domestic nuclear-powered submarine industry that is truly sovereign. And if we choose the other path, the path that others like the Greens are proposing, and build our foreign policy on the dislike of America or who is in the chair of the President of the day, we find ourselves less capable and fundamentally less sovereign. Jennifer Parker, the naval officer that I referenced, and who the Greens chose to mock, said it best, and with considerable more grace than she was provided, I might add. Serious people can disagree on how best to protect Australian supply chains. But what they cannot do is pretend that the problem does not exist. The case for the Virginia-class submarines has not changed. Former Defence Secretary Dennis Richardson put it bluntly at a Morgan Stanley summit in Sydney recently, describing the current debate as one of the greatest beat-ups that I have ever seen in my life. His assessment was simple. Regardless of whether they have already seen service or are new, the three Virginias will give Australia greatly improved submarine capability compared to our current fleet. And this is more than holding out for the future. It is a watershed moment itself. By acquiring 3 in-service Virginias as opposed to 1 new and 2 previously operated, Australia faces significant savings. Rather than operating 2 new hull classes, just using 1 will reduce complexity and streamline training and maintenance. This is not a downgrade, it is sound planning. These submarines will serve Australia well into the 2050s, and they will eventually retire having served alongside the AUKUS class. Our strategic environment has changed materially in the 21st century, and Australia must respond to the world as it is. We face a period of growing strategic competition that demands careful statecraft. Nuclear-powered submarines are the only platforms that can provide Australia with the ability to deter threats to our maritime supply chains on which our way of life depends. They alone have the speed, the endurance and the stealth necessary to effectively provide this deterrence. They are the bolt cutters that will ensure that we are never wrapped in chains. Debate in this place is healthy. Scrutiny is essential, but scrutiny must be anchored in facts and opposition must come with alternatives. This is a moment for strategic clarity. We are an island nation that is surrounded by 3 oceans in an era of intensifying competition. We need that deterrence, and we need submarine capability, and we need the industrial capability to build and sustain it here at home. This government, the Albanese government, is delivering that sovereign capability, and before it arrives, our Virginia-class submarines will ensure that we continue to maintain exceptional operational capability. This is the right plan for the security of our nation.
Senator Shoebridge.
Very much, Acting Deputy. I'm going to talk tonight about a recent finding from the Privacy Commissioner that American Express Australia broke a person's privacy under the Privacy Act. The company failed to take reasonable steps to stop its own staff from rummaging through the private data and information of their customers when those staff had no right or reason to access it. Amex were ordered to apologise, to fix their systems and to pay compensation. But at the centre of this case is a real person. The privacy watchdog calls them BAM, B-A-M, to protect their identity. And behind that label is someone who trusted a company with their private information and then trusted the Privacy Commissioner and was then let down. The harm came from inside Amex, where a staff member who had previous relationship with BAM was able to repeatedly access his records, and the company had no data tracking to record the access or any active measures to prevent it. The Commissioner was clear about why this matters. When staff go digging into customers' files for the wrong reasons, the consequences for that person can be serious. We're talking about fraud, potential blackmail if the information exposes a person's private details, as well as the risk of domestic and family violence, where a person's safety can depend upon their information staying private. Amex has been ordered to compensate BAM for what they lost and what they went through, to apologise to them in writing and to finally put in place the data protections that should have been in place from the outset. BAM should have never had to fight for that, and let's be clear, this fight took years with serious delay inside the OAIC. Having finally won and been handed a determination in his favour, BAM was then hit with a legal threat and a gag from the Privacy Commissioner. He was told he could not share the full determination with anyone and would be limited to sharing details published by the Privacy Commissioner in a sanitised summary of the case put on the OAIC website. The public summary published by the Privacy Commissioner softens, recasts and omits critical findings in the full determination. And in every instance, those softenings, those recasts, those omissions are in Amex's favour. I'll now read out a few examples of those discrepancies. Firstly, the public summary removes much critical context regarding the allegations of domestic violence committed by the employee involved, the one who improperly accessed the data. The final determination states that the complainant provided information to the respondent, alleging he was a victim of assault and coercive control perpetrated against him by the employee. And while the public summary merely notes that the complainant raised certain allegations against the employee directly, this fails to address Amex's knowledge of the complainant's vulnerability. Second, the public summary removes any reference to the fact that the employee involved may still have access to BAM's personal information. By contrast, the final determination reads, and I quote, "The respondent has not provided evidence as to whether all of the complainant's personal information has been purged. The employee may still retain the ability to access it." The public summary also edits out the fact that following Amex's internal investigation, after they received BAM's first complaint, the employee retained access to BAM's account and accessed it again. The final determination reads, "The respondent is aware of the employee accessing the complainant's account after the complainant's complaint. It is concerning that the employee continued to have access to the relevant systems that was not restricted or suspended. The respondent was already on notice regarding the complainant's vulnerability." That's in the final determination, but not allowed to be shared. By contrast, the sanitised public summary merely reads, "Amex took steps to investigate, including reviewing the employee's access logs." Now, that little summary in the public summary also fails to include the finding from the final determination that no access logs are kept for 70% of Amex's systems. Finally, the public summary does little to inform the public of the scale of people affected by Amex's actions. As the final determination outlines, Amex has close to 90 million cards in force worldwide, with 1,500 staff in Australia and more than 70,000 globally, all with this kind of untracked access, each of whom have access to card members' data without restrictions and without anything preventing unauthorised access, with major deficiencies in logging, meaning Amex is unable to even detect when unauthorised access occurs. Amex's actions and breaches of privacy law have a significant effect on more than 1 million Australians who are or have been Amex's customers. The public should be made aware of these risks. It should be the Commissioner who makes them aware, not a complainant who is then threatened with legal proceedings if he tells the truth. I'd like to finish with some words from Bam himself, but not before I thank him for trusting my team with supporting him in this matter for years. It should not have been so hard, nor taken so long, nor ended in this way. The system should have taken his very reasonable and clear complaint and acted on it promptly and transparently. It is a deep, deep disappointment that this multi-level failure has happened. And these are the words from Bam. The Privacy Commissioner found in my favour after a drawn-out 3.5-year investigation, finding that Amex had breached my privacy. I won, but my battle continues. The Commissioner has threatened me with court injunctions if I communicate any part of the determination to anyone, preventing the public from knowing the truth about Amex's security flaws. The past 4 years have been traumatic and taxing, and I ask, how is it possible in the public interest to gag and silence complainants who speak out and protect their privacy against large corporations? How is it in the public interest to protect Amex instead of the Australian public, including Amex's millions of customers? Well, I asked those questions too, Bam. Acting Deputy. On August the 3rd, the world will commemorate Roger Resh, or the Black Day, when in 2014 ISIS attacked Sinjar in Iraq and started the genocide of the Yazidi people. Thousands of Yazidis were massacred and thousands more women and children kidnapped and sold into slavery in some of the most unspeakable conditions. It was one of the darkest chapters in modern history. Hundreds of thousands have been displaced from the violence, forced from their homes, their land, their history. Now, the defeat of ISIS did not mean the trauma simply disappeared. To this day, I hear from the Yazidi community about the fear they still feel from what occurred in 2014. And I want to read just some words from a Yazidi family that is resettled here in Australia, building their own life, who speak about this fear. They are as follows. The genocide created fear throughout the wider Yazidi community, including among Yazidis living in northern Syria. As reports of the massacres spread, many Syrian Yazidis feared that ISIS would target them next. Families fled their homes, sought protection from local security forces, or relocated to safer areas. The events in Iraq demonstrated how quickly an entire community could be targeted because of its religious beliefs, leaving many Yazidis in Syria feeling vulnerable and uncertain. More than a decade later, the Yazidi community is still recovering from the effects of the genocide. Many Yazidis in Syria continue to live with fear and uncertainty today. Political changes, ongoing conflict, and the emergence of a new Syrian government have led some Yazidis to question whether they will remain safe in the future. Although authorities have stated that religious and ethnic minorities will be protected, many Yazidis remain cautious because of their history of persecution and reports of discrimination and abuses against minority communities in parts of Syria. The trauma of the 2014 genocide continues to influence how many Yazidis view their security and future. The genocide had a profound impact on Yazidi culture and society. Entire villages were destroyed, families were separated, and many survivors continue to experience long-term psychological trauma. Despite these challenges, the Yazidi community has proven remarkably resilient. International aid organisations, governments and community groups have supported reconstruction projects, education programs and effort to locate missing persons. Today, the Yazidi people continue to rebuild their communities while preserving their cultural and religious traditions. While significant progress has been made since 2014, many challenges remain. Recovery is ongoing and many Yazidis continue to seek justice, security and recognition for the suffering that their community endured. Their experience serves as an important reminder of the consequences of genocide and the importance of protecting vulnerable communities around the world. Madam Deputy President, I'd like to make one thing very clear. Standing here in this Parliament, I say loud and clear that every Yazidi who has settled in Australia, whether in Wagga Wagga, Toowoomba or wherever, that you are cared for and your protection and your safety is important to all of us. The deep cultural ties you had and still hold with the land you were forced from are real, but you are home here too, and we welcome you to heal and rebuild among and with us.
Senator Scarr.
Acting Deputy President, and I would like to associate myself with those remarks in relation to our wonderful Yazidi community. Australia successfully settled its 1 millionth refugee last year, and amongst that million are our wonderful Yazidi community, and they're making a wonderful contribution to our beautiful country across the whole of Australia. And one of the avenues through which their stories are told is SBS. And I rise, Acting Deputy President, as a proud co-chair of Parliamentary Friends of SBS. And SBS is a national treasure, an absolute national treasure. And there have been some divisive prophets of doom wandering the Australian political landscape who have been saying negative things about that national treasure, SBS. And I say to those people, watch SBS. Actually watch it, turn it on. And there's no better time to watch SBS than now, with the wonderful World Cup going on. And I want to congratulate everyone at SBS who's involved in the wonderful coverage that they're broadcasting of the World Cup. And in that monumental victory Australia achieved over Turkey, that 2-0 victory, an average of 3.035 million viewers, 3.035 million Australians were watching SBS. An amazing figure, watching one of our national broadcasters. The total reach in relation to that match was 4,783,000 Australians. Nearly 5 million Australians were watching SBS, were watching Australia's wonderful Socceroos beat Turkey. And yet there are those dismal, pessimistic, bleak voices, prophets of doom wandering our political landscape who call for its abolition. It's absolutely disgraceful. 41% of viewers who were watching the football on SBS were watching through SBS On Demand. And I was one of them. So congratulations on that method of making sure that all Australians can watch the World Game on SBS. And we should also remember, Acting Deputy President, as I'm sure you're aware, that SBS, our national treasure, actually broadcasts in 60 different languages, reaches all parts of the Australian community and brings Australians together just as our Socceroos bring Australians together. Be it through TV, digital or audio, SBS reaches Australians, whatever their backgrounds. Reuters' digital news report also indicates that SBS is one of our most trusted sources of news. So not only is it broadcasting the World Game, not only is it telling the stories of all Australians, it is also providing one of our most trusted news networks. So don't abolish it, watch it, watch SBS, turn it on like the nearly 5 million Australians who turned it on to watch Australia's victory over Turkey. Acting Deputy President, once again, Ipswich misses out on its fair share of infrastructure spending. I'm the only senator for Queensland with an office based in the Greater Ipswich region. And once again, Ipswich missed out in the last Labor budget. Ipswich is located in the Southwest Corridor, one of the fastest growing parts of Queensland. And yet there was nothing in the budget for Ipswich, nothing in terms of extra road spending, rail, bridges, the infrastructure that Ipswich needs. In fact, infrastructure spending was taken away from the Greater Ipswich region. With the abolition of the Inland Rail project, no longer will that monumental nation-building project go through the Greater Ipswich region, and Ipswich will miss out again. And Ipswich's fair share of infrastructure funding is going south to Victoria for the suburban rail loop in Victoria. An uncosted infrastructure project. No one knows how much the suburban rail loop in Victoria is going to ultimately cost, but Ipswich's fair share of infrastructure funding is being sent by the Labor government to Victoria. It's an absolute disgrace. Acting Deputy President, I was delighted to attend a citizenship ceremony in the wonderful town of Mareeba in far north Queensland. And I want to thank Mareeba Shire Council for hosting this wonderful citizenship event where we welcomed 16 new Australians. So thank you to Mayor Angela Toppin AN for the invitation, and also for Deputy Mayor Lenore Wyatt for presiding. It was also a pleasure to meet councillors Amy Brays and Mladen Bosnick, alongside David Kempton MP, the wonderful member for Cook. Our newest Australians, who became Australian citizens in Mariba, came from New Zealand, Slovakia, the United Kingdom, Hong Kong, Brazil, Switzerland and Vietnam, each strengthening our wonderful national community and each bringing something unique to the Australian story. Mariba is a proud multicultural community with more than 70 languages spoken and over 75 different ethnicities represented in the Mariba community, all contributing in their own way to the Australian story. So thank you very much to Mariba Shire Council. I look forward to visiting again soon, and congratulations to those 16 new Australians. Acting Deputy President, I was delighted to be asked to open the 119th annual Lowood Show. And in fact, Acting Deputy President, if you do want to make your way to Queensland next year, I'd be very happy to host you at the 120th Lowood Show. And it was a great event. Our agricultural shows are just wonderful events wherever they're held across Australia. And the Lowood Show is no exception to that. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Show Society President Linnell Gendra, who was a wonderful host and puts her heart and soul into the Lowood Show. I also want to acknowledge that it was very moving as we conducted the opening ceremony that there was a minute's silence for her late husband Errol, who also made a great contribution to the Lowood Show. Events like the Lowood Show bring community together, and one of the ways in which the Lowood Show does that is involving children from all of the local schools. And it was so wonderful to see all the entries into the different arts and crafts prizes, categories by kids from the local schools. And they're just bringing the community together. It's wonderful to see. Special call out to Mr Jeff Beattie. Now, Jeff makes the best fruit cakes in Queensland. It is unbelievable. I saw his fruit cake. I wasn't allowed to eat it, which is probably a good thing, for me anyway. Absolutely beautiful, rich fruit cake, and he wins prizes after prizes after prizes for his fruit cakes. And now I also had the great pleasure in talking to Jeff with respect to the story as to how he came to become such a wonderful chef or cook in relation to his fruit cake. So make sure next year you miss the 119th Lowood Show, but make sure you come along next year to the 120th Lowood Show. Acting Deputy President, I was delighted earlier this year to attend the Indian Council of Australia Queensland Inc.'s New Year event, traditional Indian New Year event, Gudi Padwa event. And during that event, there were some wonderful contributions from some wonderful young Queenslanders. And I was particularly impressed by a beautiful performance that was given by Rama Apurv Kusulka. And I just wanted to put on the record of this place how impressed I was by her performance at this wonderful festival held in our Roma Street Parklands. And it was hard to believe that Rama is as young as she is, given the poise and the excellence with which she made her presentation in front of a crowd at the Roma Street Parklands. So I really want to give my heartfelt recognition to Rama. Well done, incredibly impressed. And I also want to congratulate your wonderful parents, Apurv and Surata Kusaka, for your contribution in raising a wonderful, wonderful young Australian.
Senator Polly.
Thank you. I rise to speak about a proud Northern Tasmanian manufacturer with deep roots into our community, ACL Bearing Company. For generations, ACL has been part of the industrial story of Northern Tasmania. Precision engineering bearings have been manufactured in Launceston since 1949, building on wartime engineering work in the 1940s and growing into a business with a global reputation for quality, precision and performance. ACL's heritage in Launceston stretches back more than 7 decades, and that long history matters because it tells us something important. Tasmanians can manufacture products for global supply chain, and Tasmanians can compete, and manufacturing is still important to our state. It has a future worth fighting for. ACL is not just a factory, it's a major employer and community partner. The business currently employs 65 people and contributes an estimate $6 to $7 million to the northern Tasmanian economy each year. Those are not just figures on a page. They represent local families, local mortgages, local spending in our shops and cafes, and support small businesses across the region. ACL has earned its social licence through decades of investment in the community through the PCYC, Smith Family Scholarship, support for Brooks High School, the Cancer Council Morning Tea, Save the Tasmanian Devil, and Tasmanian national and international motorsports, in particular in the supercar series with the Penrite Grove racing entry. This is a company that has not simply operated in northern Tasmania, it has been woven into our fabric of northern Tasmanian. ACL is a family, and yet ACL now faces serious pressures. At present, the company is paying 25% tariffs thanks to the US. That means a quarter of the profits are being lost to tariffs alone. To put that plainly, if ACL makes $4 million in profit, $1 million of that is paid away in tariffs. For any manufacturer, that is a heavy burden. There is a threat of a further 12% tariff is imposed on ACL imports into the United States, which is what their president has declared. It will be destroying to that company and to our community. Half of ACL's products go into the US market, and their major competitor is, of course, an American company. If that market becomes unviable overnight, the consequences for this business, for its workers and for northern Tasmania would be profound. At the same time, the business is also dealing with the rising costs of steel, copper and other critical inputs, putting even more pressure on that competitiveness. This is a strong business, and we must keep it in Tasmania, and it must continue to be supported to flourish for future generations so they have the opportunities to work there. But this challenge must be understood in the broader context of what northern Tasmania is facing. We have seen the announcement the Bogues Brewery will cease making beer in northern Tasmania. We have seen concerns about Liberty Bell Bay as it fights to keep its doors open to protect 216 people's jobs and others who rely on that industry, and to sustain the very small businesses around northern Tasmania that depend on that company. We know what it means when major employers come under pressure. It's not abstract, it is felt in households, in local communities and across the wider economy. At the same time, like this, Tasmania must remain open for business, and Tasmanian workers must know that we all are prepared to stand with them. That is why supporting ACL matters. It's also why broader trade setting matters. A free trade agreement with the European Union should be welcomed. Equally, trade agreements with the United States should work to support Australian exporters, not leave them exposed. Australian manufacturing must be backed by all governments, and the businesses like ACL should be able to access export grants and practical assistance so they can remain competitive in difficult global conditions. They're happy to compete with the world's best because that's where the market that they export into. But when we talk about supporting local manufacturing, we're talking about more than the economics. We're talking about people's capacity, the sovereignty, the skills, the pride and place. We're talking about the rights of regional communities to have secure jobs, strong industries. ACL has a proud history of more than 75 years of manufacturing in Launceston, with origins reaching back, as I said, to wartime production and workforces there in Mowbray. And most of us who've had family, friends working over those 75 years, the history deserves recognition, but more importantly, it deserves a future. If we want Northern Tasmania to thrive, if we want our young people to see opportunities there, and if we want our regional economies to remain resilient, then we must support companies like ACL and the Tasmanian workers who rely on them. I commend Chris Brooks and Mark Chabot for leading ACL every single day, and the workers that make this business the special business and the family that it is. Tasmania has always been capable of making world-class products. We should never stop backing those who still do. Madam Acting Deputy President, I want to highlight some of the other things that are not only just impacting the Tasmanian community, but as Australians. Australia is a strong country. We are a modern, generous and confident nation, built by people from every background, every faith and every part of the globe. I've spoken many times about how our strengths have always come from the simple idea that we are better when we look after one another, when we reward hard work and when we face the future together. I speak often in this place about what I believe and what I stand for, because that's what democracy is all about. We don't always have to agree in this chamber, but our democracy is worth fighting for and defending. I'd have to say that the views that have been expressed in this place in recent times and elsewhere, like the One Nation's politics, are so disgraceful, because One Nation doesn't stand for anything. They're not a party of solutions, and we had a contribution earlier this evening from Senator Scarr about the SBS. Australia is made up of people from around the globe. SBS is an important part of our culture and it should be supported, and I commend the Senator for his contribution and associate myself with his contribution. One Nation is a party of division and misinformation. They don't bring anything to Australia other than to challenge Australians, to have them stand up against each other about division. They do nothing in terms of fighting for the rights of Australian workers. They talk about how they're friends of the worker, but what they say when they're outside this place and what they do and the votes that they cast in this place does matter. It does matter. Australians are not silly. I'm proud to be part of a Labor government that has delivered so much for Australia and for the Australian people. We've delivered tax cuts to 13 million Australians. We've provided cheaper childcare and supported early childhood educators. We back in higher wages for Australians. We want safer workplaces. We don't want bosses to be able to sack people, as One Nation are advocating for. We believe in superannuation. We believe in parental leave. We believe that women who leave the workforce to care and have their children should be supported. They should be able to have access to childcare. They should have the best. We believe that Australians deserve to have cheaper medicines. They need to have access to acute care when they need it in our hospitals, but they also need to be able to access, which we've provided, the urgent care clinics around the country. They are being supported and delivering the health care that Australians deserve and what they need. We should not be putting one Australian against the other. We should not be calling on people that have come from other nations that they do not have the same rights as we all have, because there's very few of us that are really the first people in this place. We're fortunate in this chamber, after so many years, to have so many First Nations people. I'm proud to stand with those people, but I will fight every day for our democracy.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And speaking of fighting every day for our democracy, I wanted to talk about the subject that I spoke about in my 2-minute statement earlier this week about the unprecedented, extraordinary rise in the vote of One Nation and what might be behind it. And I wanted to start with highlighting a study and a publication by ABC News Verify, who did an investigation into foreign websites, foreign influence on Australian politics. And they looked at various shady websites run out of Vietnam, and there was a later study on some websites being run out of Sri Lanka. And they chose a 1-week period to do this investigation. And over that 1 week, they uncovered 400 posts from these 2 websites in Vietnam that were pretty much untraceable. It's highly sophisticated, deep fake AI videos on Australian politics. More than half of them were featuring Senator Pauline Hanson. Complete fakes, you know, Senator Hanson in hospital giving money to sick kids, so on and so forth. Soft stuff through to anti-immigration, anti-climate stuff. About a third of them, on top of that, were about the Prime Minister. Once again, putting the One Nation Party in a very positive light. Now that was 1 week, 400 posts in 1 week from 2 websites that we can't trace. And when ABC Verify went to a number of experts in this area, they said they could guarantee it was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the kind of content that's being generated. And it's not just in Australia, by the way, this is a massive global challenge for all of us. But they said this is the tip of the iceberg in terms of the political influence campaign that's coming from offshore, interfering in Australian politics and undermining our democracy. Now, it gets a little bit more complicated when you look at the motive or the potential motive behind this kind of disinformation campaign or political influence campaign, however you want to classify it. Is it monetising the algorithm? Are they using Australian politics to try and generate revenue? Possibly. Is it a nefarious, malicious foreign actor campaign, foreign government? Possibly. That's not been ruled out. And once again, ABC Verify in the article spoke to security experts who said it couldn't be ruled out. Is it a directly funded influence campaign on behalf of One Nation or other interests to influence our politics? Once again, no one knows. And just to add a little bit of extra complication, it could have been all 3, or certainly a combination of the above. I was, with my colleagues, were wrapping up the Senate Select Committee into climate misinformation and disinformation when this was released. And at the end of the Greens additional comments, we recommended an independent investigation of this as a potential foreign influence campaign on Australian democracy. As was featured in an excellent article that I would refer senators who are interested in this by Alex Fein, it's time to call what it is, foreign influence. That was this week. It kind of beggars belief that millions of dollars are obviously going into creating this kind of content. And RMIT did a follow-up article after the ABC Verify report was out and said that this stuff is effective. Wherever it's coming from, it is influencing outcomes here in Australia. And I'm going to deal with some interesting psychology and facts around this in a second, but we recommended an investigation because this is just the tip of the iceberg with AI coming online as strong as it is now. It can produce this kind of content now at an industrial scale, easily, and the services are available for those who want to buy them. There's been a lot of conversation around this lately. You can buy these kind of services. You can buy bot armies now, and you have been able to for a while, where you can influence all the comments on a political page by a senator or by any Australian. I mean, this is big business, and it can be purchased almost like real estate. Now, we know the apparatus is there and how it works. Our committee, for example, uncovered significant coordinated campaigns to provide to undermine climate action globally, and we know that climate action is also linked to campaigns around anti-immigration, anti-trans, a whole bunch of kind of right-wing stuff. So I wanted to recommend to senators, if you want to read a really good book, this book, Angertainment, by Ed Coper, is absolutely brilliant. I've only just finished reading it, and he explains in really, really simple detail why these campaigns are so effective at influencing politics and how people vote and their preferences. And it pretty much goes like this in really simple form. I'm only reading part 2 on this, where he talks about how it functions. But he says basically that, you know, we're all kind of products of our information environment in this day and age, where our decisions are heavily influenced by our information environment. So no surprises there. And he's basically saying that this information environment is being polluted by malicious and nefarious reasons, but it's also, and to use his words, it's being hacked or hijacked by vested interests, especially political interests. And he just talks about engagement, right? It's all about engagement, and he says that's a new form of capital in our attention economy. And he said engagement hackers, those who can hack the algorithm, and they do, this is what these groups do, are the new gatekeepers of our attention. And he said those who win the battle for our attention on social media ultimately win our opinions. And he backs this up with a lot of evidence, especially for young people who spend a lot of time scrolling through their phones. And he talks about the whole MAGA movement, and he talks about that politics is now entertainment. He said basically the political right around the country, around the world, has won what he calls a pop culture battle. He said social media rewards counter-narratives, it rewards disinformation, it rewards outrage, conflict and anger. And in this environment, this is where it gets really chilling. He said new surveys are showing that in 2025, for example, social media passed mainstream media as the key source of people's news, and that includes online news. 4 out of 10 people now avoid mainstream media news. Personalities and celebrities and influencers are now trusted more than media outlets. And in the US, a recent Pew Research poll showed that more than 40% of Americans under 30 get their news from social media platforms, and 42% trust podcasts more than mainstream media news outlets. And of course, AI once again is going to elevate this kind of thing at scale. So clearly, what could go wrong? Well, he surmises that the algorithm right now is making us more right-wing in our politics. Steve Bannon and the Epstein files were leaked. There was an exchange there with Clive Palmer, which I must say Clive Palmer's denied. I don't believe him, but he's denied it. And Bannon's basically said, if you give me a chunk of money, we'll run an influence campaign that'll completely bust open the two-party system in Australia, right? He's openly spoke about flooding the room with the word I'm not allowed to use in here that starts with BS, and it confuses people, kind of turns the system upside down. People don't know where they're coming or going, and of course flooding the room, there's lots of distractions, and it's been a highly effective strategy globally. The circumstantial evidence for the rise in One Nation's vote around a massive foreign and local information or influence campaign, disinformation campaign, is compelling. And I just urge the Australian media to dig a little bit deeper when they look at that when they assume this is an organic campaign. This political party has gone from a vote of around 6% in the polls to over 30%. That's a rise of 400 to 500%, depending on which poll you go on. And I'm not disputing those polls. This is unprecedented in Australian political history. And it's happened in 9 months. This is a political party that is established, has had the same goals. I wouldn't even say they've had policies, but they've had the same agendas for 30 years. Australians have been moving away from the major parties now for over a decade, especially in the last 5 years. We know that they're disgruntled with politics. So it defies normal explanation what's happened. Clearly, people are looking at One Nation as an option, but we're not asking ourselves why. If someone has paid for a massive disinformation campaign that's promoting One Nation or an influence campaign, they're not shying away from their massive infrastructure they've got around them now, campaign infrastructure in Australia. They're flaunting their relationship with Australia's richest woman and other billionaires. Australians need to know about this, because there's things we can do, and we really need to be really worried about where this goes next. This is just the tip of the iceberg for us, and it's only get a whole lot worse if we don't know how to identify these campaigns and put in place roadblocks and guardrails to help Australians understand they're being conned.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.